Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the official watch party. You're watching Hitman Fight League. Great to have your company here this afternoon, live from the Indigo 2. And if you've just joined us, please do check the link in the description. We've got a link to the pay-per-view. We'll be bringing you all sorts of great things here today. Special guests, interviews, a bit of insight into the sponsors, backstage stories, and, of course, a little bit of this. Great to have your company here ringside. Chris Hookster alongside the Hitman himself, Liam Harrison. You're watching the official watch party here. This is Hitman Fight League 1. Liam, great to be here.
Mate, I'm excited. Thank you for having us. Class idea with the watch party. Not many other promotions are doing anything like this, so we're going to have some exciting fights. We're going to have loads of exciting stuff going on here from myself, you, other fighters. We're going to be bringing people in all day, so all the fun behind-the-scenes stuff is going to be going on here.
Now, I know there's a bunch of kind of firsts. One of them is the betting. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so the betting, that's going to be for the main card fights only. That's going to start around 6:30. No one else has done that in the UK. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think that might help give like a bit more of a extra kick up the arse for the atmosphere. It's going to go through the roof, because not only are you going to be cheering for your friends in your family or whoever you've come to watch fight, you can be cheering for complete strangers. If you just want to go bet on any other fight, even if you don't know them, you can throw some money on, get excited about that fight, cheer for that fight. I think it's going to bring a whole new dimension to the atmosphere.
Now, talking about the first fights, talk about getting excited. We got the undercard, first fight of the night. It's an interesting kind of situation. You must have been there before a long time ago, 20-something years.
Yeah, mate. So obviously for the undercard fighters, these are going to be wanting to work their way up to the main card. I always feel a bit sorry for the undercards at some points. I think everyone's like still drip feeding their way into the building and stuff, but later on, when the venue's full and everyone's here and they see the atmosphere for the main card, that gives them that little bit of extra incentive to think, right, I want to keep winning my fights, keep working my way up. Everyone's got to start somewhere. I were in this position before. You have to build and build and build and build, and eventually when you do make the main cards, it's all worth it.
More stressful being a promoter?
100%, mate. We mentioned earlier, because when I'm in the ring fighting or training for a fight, it's only on me. It's all on me. Yeah. I've got to do the training. I've got to get in there and fight. I've got to watch my diet, make the weight, etc. There's all sorts of moving parts going on here. Luckily, I've got a great team around me. I've got guys like you doing amazing production work and stuff today as well. Luckily enough, we've got a good team at Hitman Fight League, so it is stressful, but again, I think it'll all be worth it in the end. I think we're going to have an amazing show. When
this whole thing started, you had this idea probably not recently. I'm guessing it's been in the line for a while.
I've always thought about going into promoting and stuff when I retire. Unfortunately, I'm injured at the minute, so working with Andy and Simon and putting together Hitman Fight League, it's given me something to focus on whilst injured. Obviously, I'm coming back from ACL surgery. I'm going to be out for a while, but so I can put my energy into these shows and try and build something and try and give a little something back to Muay Thai in the UK. Try and build a solid platform for all these up-and-coming guys and get some really big shows made in the UK again.
I remember you were talking about kind of going back to the old school days of Muay Thai, the old Yokkao shows, for example.
Yeah.
What was that like? Because some of the people watching this, they weren't part of that era. I mean, we were talking earlier, when I started commentating, it was going to DVD. There was no streaming. There was none of this.
Yeah.
What was the old school days like? Paint the picture.
The old school fights, like, you had nothing other than a solid atmosphere. You know what I mean? It was class. Even like when I first started coming up, there were no YouTube streaming. There were no pay-per-views or anything like that. But the atmospheres were great, and that's what I want to build. Something special like that atmosphere we had before. Obviously, we've got a solid lineup here tonight, but in June we've got an even bigger one. So, like, I just want to keep building and building and building and get them crazy atmospheres back, get a buzz around the sport, start bringing some Thai fighters back to the UK, because we haven't had no Thai fighters coming over for a while. So that's his goal, that's his game plan, and yeah.
June 10, Buller's Exhibition Centre.
Yep, in Manchester. We've got some massive fights on that one. We're going to have all the best UK guys on that one. 10th of June, that one, up north. But yeah, watch out for that one. Obviously, we've got this one on here tonight. So yeah, don't forget we've got the pay-per-view link if you want to get the link for this one. We've got some incredible fights coming up later on.
Now, we've got some of the undercard fighters. Did you ever wear shin pads?
I wore shin pads once ever, and I was 13-year-old, and I hated it. I said to Richard, I said to him, listen, I'm not doing that again. I said, I'm not fighting until I can fight adults. And then 6 months later, I was thrown in the deep end. I was fighting pro. So yeah, but like I say, you've got to start somewhere, and this is it. And then there's only way to go up now. Build and build and build. And then yeah, these guys keep working. They'll be headlining the shows in a few years to come.
What's going through your head when you are the first fight of the night? I mean, there's a lot of fights, 26, 27 fights here. It's afternoon, really. We're not even into the main card. How is the vibe? I mean, you're going out and you're opening up a fairly big venue, and you're the first fight. We're watching it right now.
Yeah, it's daunting. It's very daunting. But at the same time, I prefer fighting early like this. It's like you're not waiting around all day. When you're fighting in the main event, you're waiting right till what, 9, 10 o'clock at night. You've got all day to all these thoughts are going through your head. At least these guys in there, right? They're in there now. They're putting on a show. They're having a great opening. Really exciting fight to open the show for us. And then they're out 3 o'clock. They're in the bar. They're having a good time. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's it's daunting, but at the same time, it's quite nice to get in there, get it done, and get out.
Yeah, taking a look at it, we're going to have some N class here, I believe.
Yep, this is N class now. What we've got on, like the novice class. So these guys are probably first timers or one or two fights, and then we'll go on to the C class.
Yep.
B class, which is the next level up, and then the A class Muay Thai fights. They're all full Thai rules, knees, elbows to the head, the full works. We've got some pro kickboxing rule fights as well. So we've got a good mix for everyone.
Let's talk about some of the fights then on the card. I know there's a lot to look at. We mentioned the betting. I think that's really interesting.
Yep.
We mentioned the pay-per-view. Please do check the link in the description. What's your pick on the undercard here?
So the main event of the undercard is Finlay Smith versus Marcelo Ortiz from Spain. Finlay is one of my training partners. He's my coach, Richard Smith. That's his son. He's won the Junior European and World Championships numerous times. He's just getting himself into the pro ranks now. This fight's actually pro-am, so it's full Thai rules, but they'll be wearing the elbow pads just because they're new to fighting elbows. So don't want to get him cut up and stuff straight away before they even get the career going. But yeah, look out for that fight. The guy from Spain who he's fighting, very tough, up-and-coming young fighter. Both of them are going to want to put on a real good display. Then in the main event of the undercard. So yeah, look out for them guys.
Now, interesting that you're promoting, you're rehabbing, and you're coaching.
Yep.
Challenging?
Yeah, but you know what? If I ain't got like a challenge to keep myself busy, I'll lose my mind. You know what I mean? So I need to always be on with something. Like my head has to be working. I have to have a goal. I need to be able to focus. Obviously, my focus at the minute is my rehab, the Hitman Fight League stuff. And yeah, coaching's gone onto a bit of a back step at the minute. I'll be back doing my seminars around July time when my knees healed a bit.
Where can they follow you? I assume YouTube, Instagram, those are the two?
Yeah, I'm podcasting. I've got loads of other stuff to keep me busy. YouTube channel, my Insta. I'm even trying to break into the TikTok world, but that's hard. I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, that was a lovely knee there, lovely knee.
We'll take a look at the action. We'll put it up right now for you.
Yeah, he's hurt him there to the body. Dropped him with a nice knee, getting an 8 count.
Interesting that this is pretty Muay Thai heavy on the card. Was that the game plan, or was that just the matchmaking?
Yeah, obviously Muay Thai is my main sport. We like to mix it up and have a few kickboxing fights again, but predominantly Muay Thai is what we want to be promoting.
And do you think that there's scope with the global rule set and kind of going down to 3 rounds? I know we do have one 5-rounder, but...
So the 3 rounds, we need to keep it entertaining for the fans, like, do you know what I mean? Sometimes in the 5-round fights, they end up having a feeling out process. It starts a bit slow, and some of the viewers who don't really appreciate full Muay Thai rules, they've come in to see the friends and just see action.
Yep.
They lose a little bit of interest. So we're keeping it fan-friendly. The 3-round fights, there's no feeling out. It's straight in. It's all action. Obviously, there's 5 rounds for the title fights, which is how it should be. Title fights should all be 5 rounds. But yeah, we just want to keep it exciting.
Roger that. Let's talk about some of the fights on the card. The main card, that's going, I think, from 7 o'clock here?
Yeah, around 6:37-ish.
Justin Greskovitz, you fought him before, Yves Bruncello. It's a kickboxing feature fight.
Yep.
Your breakdown, sir.
So I fought Justin around, must be about 12, 13 years ago now, so he's been around a long time. I fought him for the WBC international title over in America. He's seasoned. He has been around a long time. He's had a lot of high-profile fights. He's fought a lot of top-level names. He's currently, I think he's been fighting for Glory Kickboxing as well. So, yeah, he's experienced. His opponent, though, he's a beast. He's very strong, solid. He's a big 70-kilo fighter. So, yeah, it's going to be a pick him that fight. If I had to pick, I'd probably go with Yves for that one. I think he might be a bit too big and strong for Justin.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those. We talked about it. Yves is like 23. Yeah. He's on the up. Greskovitz, 41 and 26, 3 as well, draws. I think there's a bit of a mixed record, but you can't count the experience out, right? Is it youth or is it experience here?
Of course not. I'm going to go with the youth, to be honest, because he's very explosive, he's very strong, he's very powerful. He's not just like he's just young, he's hungry, he's wanting to make a name for himself. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to pick for that fight.
Rob Zabitis will be taking on Luke Whelan. Luke Whelan, I think, needs no introduction here.
No.
A lot of UK fans are going to know him, but Zabitis, that guy is on a mission. I remember watching his fight. He was taken out by Brunsell, the aforementioned fighter, in 2021. I think right here at the Indigo 2 in like 10 seconds. He was dropped really badly. I'm not really sure where this one goes. Do you have any thoughts?
Personally, I like Whelan for this fight. He's a heavy favourite with the bookies anyway, for the gambling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I favour Luke. He's a beast under the kickboxing rule set. He's strong, he's fit, he's hungry. He said yesterday he wants to make a statement and he wants to be the face of the kickboxing for the Hitman Fight League. So I think we're going to see Luke looking to go make a statement tonight.
Let's take a look at the odds. I've got them right here. I'm going to show you. I've had a bit of fun with this. And the odds are 11-4 for Zabitis and 1-8 for Whelan. So
heavy favourite.
Heavy favorite. I think we got to mention Jamie Whelan. The Double K gym years, right? There's a lot of history behind him, and I think feeling momentum right now, that might be the favorite. But hey, it's a risk, right?
Of course, there's always a risk when you're getting in that ring, mate. It's going to be a very interesting, entertaining fight. Like, I think everyone on the main card is always. I don't think there's any fights on the main card, but I think I can definitely say so and so is going to win. They're all dangerous fighters. Anything could happen, and the main event with McGowan and Rowland, that is serious.
Let's talk about it. Darren Roland, Daniel McGowan, WMO International Featherweight title, 57.5 kilos is the weight class.
Yep.
5 rounds. It's the only one on the card that's 5 rounds.
Yep. Title fight has to be 5 rounds. And these are the two, in my opinion, over the last 10 years, these guys have been the best 57-kilogram fighters in Europe. Both very experienced. Both fought at the highest level. Roland he's been on a mission of late. He won a tournament in France. He's former WBC World Muay Thai champion. He's fought on one championship. He's fought Sam A for the one championship title, although he came up short.
Yes.
But still, to be in at that level, that is the highest level you're going to get to.
Yep.
McGowan, very similar. He's been in there against all the best Thais. He's had a bit of a break from fighting for a while because he injured his hand pretty badly. But since coming back, he actually lost his first fight back. But his last fight, he looked back to his best. He schooled his Spanish opponent. The winner of this fight will then go on to fight for the world title. And I think this is going to be bragging rights for the winner of this fight to actually say, listen, I'm the best 57-kilogram fighter in Europe. There's a lot on the line here. What comes after this fight for both of these fighters is going to be massive. So a win for either is going to just skyrocket to the moon.
Yeah, it's one of those where McGowan, I think, looking at it, he was the youngest non-Thai to fight at Rajadamnern at 15.
Yep.
But the activity is an interesting storyline. I think he came back at CFS in 2022. That was the one after the injury.
Yep.
Do you think it's a factor at all there? Because that up and down in your career with gaps, that can play.
I think in that fight, the ring rust showed. He ended up losing that fight by TKO in round 3 to Mario Alvarez. Mario's very good, very strong. He's dangerous. And McGowan didn't try and take an easy fight to come back. He just jumped in against one of Europe's best. His last fight, though, he looked like he shook the ring rust off totally. He looked like a completely different fighter, and he actually schooled the Spanish champion. The guy is a very tough, hard fighter, and Dan just made him look like a novice. So McGowan, on the top of his game, he is a very, very dangerous, skilled, incredible fighter, and he is going to have to be on top of his game to beat Rowland tonight because Rowland is unpredictable.
Yep.
He throws mad shots from crazy angles. He's experienced himself. He's very tough, and he's absolutely huge for 57 kilos.
Now, one of the things that I think really intrigued me is Roland actually hasn't lost since 2021, 10-fight win streak. You mentioned the Sam A fight.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, it's huge, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned the Sam A fight, and people will remember that. That was a tough loss, but it's like you've got the activity, and you've got the injury and the time off, but you've got the pedigree.
Yep.
And that's what makes it a great matchup,
exactly,
right?
100%. I didn't realize it was a 10-fight win streak, but like I said, that just shows the level that we're working here with to bring a high-level main event fight. And like I said, the winner, world title, next shot for him, so it is all to play for in that fight.
Is that the game plan? Great fights, young up-and-comers like we're seeing here?
Yeah, of course. That's what we want. We want it to be exciting for the fans, but we also want to give the young up-and-comers a stage to get their name out, which is what's happening here with these guys. like we said earlier, everyone has to start somewhere, so we want to make them sure they've got good production. We've got eyes on them on the pay-per-view and stuff like that. And then hopefully in a couple of years' time, you'll see these guys heading on to the main card and main event in these shows in a couple of years.
All right, let's talk to the fans. We got people on here right now. We love Muay Thai. We do too.
Yeah.
Is this for humans? Yes, it is. Is Bobby Dew fighting? Do you know who Bobby Dew is?
I don't know who Bobby Dew is. I can't say I do.
Okay. No answer on that, Luke Gray, but we'll get back to you.
Let me have a look on this undercard. I'm not sure.
Bobby Dew versus Kenny Andy Sissons. The next card, please, bro. That's what Luke Gray says.
Where are we?
No idea who that is.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Taking a look at this, Flying Ape has said, will there be any fights or just talking? There's going to be a little bit of both. We're going to show a little bit of the pay-per-view.
Yeah, we're going to keep showing bits here, but it's just going to be mainly us giving you the rundown of what's going on. The pay-per-view link, if you do want to watch the show, is that in the bio, the pay-per-view link?
It is.
Yep, yeah. So if you want to get the pay-per-view link, it is in the bio on here somewhere if you want to watch it.
I'm going to pretend I'm you right now and type a comment. What should I say to people? Please buy the pay-per-view.
Just listen, if you want to watch some high-level fights from around 6 p.m. onwards, get that pay-per-view bought. And if you do, watch out for our main fights. If you're into kickboxing, Luke Whelan, absolute beast. If you're into Muay Thai, you got Darren Rowland versus Dan McGowan. You won't find a higher level fight than that in the UK this year. I don't think it's an absolute massive fight. That.
There we go. This is awesome. You know what? We think so too. Liam, this has been amazing, man. I mean, here we are. We're sitting here ringside. The action's happening right behind us. We're going to bring in you all kind of great coverage all night. Any kind of final thoughts before I get Mr. Housen on here?
Hey, do you know what? I'm just happy that we've got a great show for everyone. I'm pretty sure all the guys are going to fucking fight their hearts out for us tonight as well. So anyone who has bought a pay-per-view for later on when the main card comes on, you're going to be in for some absolutely spectacular action. And yeah, mate, and thank you for this watch party, because I think this is a great idea. And like I said, we're trying to do little subtle things here on this promotion that other promotions aren't doing. We've got things like this watch party going on here. We had loads of freebies yesterday for tracksuits from Jim King and the sponsors for all the fighters, which all the fighters absolutely loved. They're all getting free Yokow stuff to fight in on the main card and stuff like that. We've got the gambling. We've got the hard hitters punch machine here. Everyone's over there trying to beat the scores. So yeah, we've got loads of just subtle little things that other promotions aren't doing. Just try and make a little bit of a difference and try and just up the game just a little bit, you know.
I'm looking forward to it. Listen, follow us online. We're on YouTube right now on Liam's page, Hitman Fight League on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Anything else?
No, that's about it, mate. That's about it.
We'll be back. I'm going to have you, I think, to open up the main card. That'll be about 6:30, 7 o'clock. More coverage to come.
Yep.
And I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes with Mr. Andy Housen. What should I ask him?
Mate, Andy loves talking. Just ask him anything and he'll be waffling on for hours. You won't be able to shut him up, mate.
All right, we'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll leave you with another great amateur fighter, N class for the moment. Back in a jiffy. So if you are still with us, Craig saying, watching from Australia, keep up the great work, Liam. Yes, Liam is he's going to do a little bit more Instagram storing and chatting to the people in attendance. I'll be sure to let him know. Ami and pro fights, yes, there are amateur and professional fights. We are going to be bringing you all kinds of great stuff here. We've got kickboxing, we've got C-class, N-class, and of course full Thai rules. I'm going to have Andy Housen here in a minute. Chris with you here from Hitman Fight League today. The spirit of Muay Thai is a different level. Yes, I agree. Luke, it is. I kind of had the pleasure of covering most martial arts, and there's something really, really, really amazing about a full Thai fight. So, Liam, do you fight? Liam is not fighting today. Liam is promoting and coaching, and he is off actually around the ring right now. But we'll leave you with the action. Andy should be here in a minute. He's a multiple-time world champion, and we'll have a good little chin wag with him. He's one of the 3 promoters behind this. Back very shortly. this is what's being shown, and we can talk about the fight as soon as that will be shown. Okay?
Okay, so that's what's being shown.
That's what's being shown, and Sums will be on camera with this in the corner. Yeah?
Okay, yeah.
So we're just giving a little bit of a tease.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Watch Party. Chris Hookster alongside Andy House and promoter number 2. We've got 3. You, Liam, Simon.
Yep.
I talked to Liam earlier, and you know what he said, and you've been a fighter as well, so I'm going to ask you this.
Yep.
Fighting or promoting, what's more stressful?
Promoting, by far. Fighting's easy because you're the one in the ring controlling everything. You know what's going on. This is just difficult because obviously there's relying on ticket sales and fighters to fight and things like that. It's a lot more stressful than fighting, definitely.
So let's talk about it. Multiple-time world champion, long-time training partner, Liam.
Yep.
Life up in Leeds gets interesting. Cousins
as well, yeah.
It's familial, right?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
How has that relationship developed to running Hitman Fight League? Liam said he'd wanted to do it for a long time. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, so I've been promoting on my own for a long time. I started a company called SO8 Promotions way back in maybe 2005, I think it was, and I've had some amazing fighters on the cards over the years. 10 Minutes Hitman Chai, Jar Simbi Jim, Liam himself, Charles Francois, I know guys that have fought Sanchez, stuff like that. I've had some really big names on there. So I've always enjoyed promoting. I think for me it was more when I come towards the end of my career and I wasn't going to be fighting as actively as I used to be. Something to keep me involved and in the sport, and I had my own gym at the time, and it was just another way to put my guys out to fight as well. So it was easy. I know I can put this show on. I can have them all out at once. So yeah, it kind of stemmed from there. And just last year, I did a couple of big shows last year, some really good shows, and then started working with Simon at MTGP. We got to know each other really well. I've trained his son for many years, like on and off. I've done PTs with Evan and stuff like that. So we've been friends for a long time. Had the discussion. Things weren't really working out how we wanted to go. We wanted to go a different direction and like push things a bit further. Try and bring a bigger crowd in. Try and bring bigger sponsorship in, and try and bring bigger things for the fighters, rather than just there you go, you fight, there's your money. I want it to be more of a spectacle, a bit more extravagant. Try and get the big sponsors in, like I say. Try and bring a bit more money into it for the UK guys, because I don't think there's really anything out there now. Since we had a big show at Yokow that used to be about years ago, and obviously I think since then Muay Thai in the UK has kind of died a bit. MTGP have done great shows over the years, don't get me wrong. There's some brilliant shows, brilliant fights on there. But it kind of died a little death when Yokow left the UK. So we wanted to bring that back. So we've got together with Yokow guys. They're sponsoring the show now. They're the sponsor of the main card. We've got access to bring the Yokow fighters. So we've got access to bringing some of the top Thais over to fight for us as well. And I think that's just what we need to do. Just push.
There has been, I think, much discussion, and Liam and I talked about this, about those golden years of when the shows were better here in the UK.
Much better.
And I definitely get the vision. Is it the kind of thing where there are challenges and you just have to make little tweaks to get it to work in 2023?
Yeah, I think so. I think the big thing is there's not enough. There's so much more platform-wise now than there was when me and Liam first started fighting, for example, with Instagram and Facebook and YouTube. So there's access for fighters to make a lot of money, promote themselves well, and I think this can be that little added extra to help them achieve that.
People are talking on this thing, and they're enjoying the watch party with all kind of great comments about the fights, the matchup. Is Liam fighting? No, Liam's not fighting. Is Andy fighting?
He's not fighting. Andy's not fighting.
Andy's not fighting.
I'm 43 years old now. I'm too old for this.
And Jasper says the screen in the corner needs to be bigger, guys. You know what, Jasper? We've got a message. There's something in the description. If you want to watch this thing in full, you got to go order the pay-per-view, man.
The pay-per-view, man. Come
Listen.
On. Put your hands in your pockets, buy the pay-per-view, support the show.
All right, let's talk about this card. Liam had some picks on the undercard. We got the undercard till about 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Yep, that's right.
What do you like?
On the undercard, well, Jacob Gifford and Reg Little. So these guys.
Hold on, I got to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt this and say Jasper's set says, thank you. You got me. Okay, I'll buy.
My man, Jasper, you're a good guy.
We love you, man.
We love you.
And listen,
Thank you.
for everybody watching, make sure you do get us some comments, some questions. If you want to know what like Liam's favorite dessert is, we might get him back on and ask him.
All sorts, probably.
We got people coming on later, too. I'm going to give you a little bit of a plug on that, but let's talk about the card.
So, like I say, on the undercard, I think these guys, Jacob Gifford and Reg Little from Southend Combat Academy, both Essex gyms or around the area, both local guys, and at the stare down yesterday, they were just there. It was intense, and it was like, shit, it's going to go off. This is going to go off this fight. So I'm excited to watch that. I've had Reg on my show before. He's exciting anyway. I know he likes to come to fight. I know he's going to be all out, non-stop action. So I'm hoping Jacob's feeling the same way, and it's just putting heads together for 3 rounds. That'll be a great fight. Then obviously we'll go straight on to the Pro-Am guys as well. We've got some big guys here, the 80-kilo guy, 82 kilos. Will Dillard and Steve from Rough Diamonds. Big guys, fighting elbows with elbow pads on, so Pro-Am rules there. That's going to be crazy, I think, as well. Tom O'Toole as well. So the big guys, the heavy hitters. But most importantly, I think for me, I'm really looking forward to watching our boy Finley Smith, our coach's son. He's incredible. He's brilliant. And we've got a really good fighter from Spain for him. He's jumped in last minute on about a week's notice and saved the day. His coach, Alberto, fights for... he's a fighter for Bellator. He's saved the day. He's jumped in, brought him over. He's got a good record. He's, I think he's like 6-0 as an amateur. He's had a couple of pro fights now, so he's looking to make a name for himself. Coming to England to fight one of our up-and-coming young stars as well. Like, it's a good way to hopefully project both of them in a good light, have a great fight. A lot of eyes hopefully watching them, but I think that could be a standout fight on the undercard as well.
I love it. Listen, so promoter, multiple-time world champion. Do you do some coaching as well still?
Yeah, I'm still coaching, yeah. Still on pads every day as well.
And looking at the fighters that we have on now, it's the second fight of the night. I asked Liam, and I'm going to ask you as well. When you're this early on the card and you're this young in your career,
and there's these guys coming after you as well, it's a lot of pressure, isn't it?
How do you feel as a young fighter? Because you must remember those days, and you must remember obviously your mentorship as a coach.
Yeah. Do you know what? I just tell my guys to go and enjoy themselves. I think that's the most important thing for any young fighter. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're starting out, you're early in your career. You can just go out and enjoy yourself. If you're not enjoying it at the end of the day, then you need to be looking at something else, don't you? I firmly believe that the second you start not enjoying it, I think that's the time when you need to look and reassess and reevaluate things. So most importantly, go enjoy yourself. Look at where you are, especially with this card. We've got Dan McGowan and a former One Championship fighter who's fought for the One Championship belt against Same as main event. You're fighting on a card with some amazing fighters. Just enjoy the moment. Go out there, give it everything you've got, and just enjoy the moment.
Kind of a key for life, right?
Yeah, exactly. If you're not enjoying it, what's the point?
I agree. Had a question. Where should you aim with elbows to sleep a hater? That sounds like something for Andrew Tate.
That sounds a little bit weird.
Any thoughts on elbow technique? What's your game? Are you Muay Thai or what are you?
I'm just an idiot. I never had this. I'm a warmonger. I like to have a fight.
Lord of War?
I'll just, yeah.
What is your nickname? There's two.
Lord of War.
It is Lord of War.
Lord of War and the Punisher. Yeah, I've always tended to sort of touch gloves and it's bang and have a fight. Or do something stupid, get dropped, and then have to have a fight to pull it back and win or get the stoppage, things like that. I like to body shot. My favourite technique is left up to the body. It's my favourite shot. But I do like throwing elbows. I can't lie. I do like throwing. Everyone loves an elbow, let's be honest.
So to answer your question, Flying Ape, if you want a lesson, you can go over to Leeds. You
can come to England, book a PT,
yes.
and we'll show you how to elbow.
And we'll show you. Listen.
Exactly.
And we're talking about the pay-per-view. Let's throw it back up here real quick. This is what we got here. Corner talk.
So this fight, these guys have only had 2 or 3 fights. We have Ashley Guest from Sweatbox. I think she's having a 2nd or 3rd fight now. And Georgia Heaven from 21st Century. Good gym down here, local gym. And she's game is Georgia. She's jumped in a bit of a heavier weight for this as well. She was going to fight someone else and it kind of fell through. Wasn't bothered. She's like, nah, I'll take that. It's fine. And And it looks like they're both doing really well, to be fair. Good technique for the undercard as well. Look, catch and kick, throw it, kick straight back. A lot of answering straight back.
Question for you. Best training techniques for bad footwork. How do you improve the footwork?
So, I kind of got made to do footwork for probably about the first 4 months of my training career. Like, Richard would just like, no, your feet are terrible. Just go over there. Simple is best. Don't overcomplicate it. There's a lot of people that'll try all this they'll see a lot of fancy footwork. Your types of like Haggerty, for example. Haggerty's got brilliant footwork, but not everyone can do it. Sanchai, not everyone's Sanchai. Some of the stuff you'll see him do with his feet, you cannot do.
Yeah.
Keep it simple. Shadow box in a mirror, looking in the mirror and see where your feet position is probably the easiest and simplest way to do it.
Yeah.
But don't overcomplicate it. Look at a fight. Try and look at fighters that have the good footwork. Not like Sanchai's, not like your Haggerty's, they do the flashy stuff. The basics, the good basic Muay Thai. Nongo, for example.
Yeah.
Perfect, brilliant footwork. Little touches, little sideways movements, and try and look at his feet when he's fighting and maybe emulate something like that.
I feel like for me, one of the biggest answers to that is just keeping a very strong frame, because if you get too fancy, you get off balance, you become exposed.
I think that's what a lot of people try and do. Now, obviously, we've got the superstars like Haggerty, and people do try doing that. And Haggerty's very good with that skip that he does. But sometimes people will try that, and you're off balance already. And when you're getting caught with a kick, as well, big score in Muay Thai as well. So
yep, exactly.
It's, like I say, I'm with you. Simplify it. Simple is best.
I agree.
The bread and butter style stuff is what wins fights at the end of the day as well.
Here we go. Would you work with Super Showdown? Do you know who Super Showdown is? Is it a promotion?
Who's wrote that? Yeah, we do know Super Showdown. They wouldn't work with us.
No? All right.
These guys are trying to mix it. No, well, it's just a complicated one that they I don't think they would work with any other promotion anyway. Brian, the promoter, has a great thing going with his own show. He brings good fighters. He does his own thing. So I just don't think we'd need to. We've got something going on anyway. We do have a collab coming up. We have announced it already. We're doing a Hitman Fight League versus Combat Fight Series with Rory Crawford down here. So we're doing a show versus show. First time in history it's ever happened in the UK. So that'll be two of the biggest promotions going head to head. Our fighters against his fighters, and some of the fights we've already got matched for that are absolutely incredible. That's November the 11th right here.
I was going to say, because I know Roy Crawford and Double K, I believe, right?
Used to be Double K. Now he's at just Kettle's gym now. Double K's done, finished now. So
Kettle's in Orpington. Sorry, it was Double K.
He's at Orpington. Yep,
I'm totally missing. Kieran, if you're out there, if Kieran Kettle is watching from Canada, I just want to say hello, bro, and I hope you're out snowboarding.
Kieran's dropped us a message saying good luck for the show today. So Kieran's a good guy. We've known Kieran a long, long time.
There you go. On that topic, CFS is putting on a great talent, and to be able to go out there and actually take your talent and fight, I love it. More questions. Is getting better at catching kicks just a matter of catching more kicks? Ha, ha, ha.
Play sparring. Play sparring. Of course, you've got to catch kicks, but play sparring is where you get your eyes in to see things coming more, rather than just going full boring sparring, which a lot of people do, and trying to kill each other. I think just play sparring, technique. Watch Sanchai play spar, and just stuff like that. You'll see things coming. You'll start learning little movements in the body, things like that, which will help you catch.
Thoughts on Steve Irvine?
Steve Irvine's great. Just had a big win last weekend, taking out Mario Alvarez on Rory's show. That was a massive win. I think he stepped in on a week's notice or 2 weeks' notice as well to do that. I'd love to see him against McGowan for the #1 spot. Steve is number 2. Steve is number 1 at the moment, and Dan is number 2 currently. So we'd love to make that happen, but I think because of this, what's happened with Mario Alvarez, he's beat Dan in the past. With Stevie beating him now, I think if Dan wins tonight, then yeah, it justifies a great fight between them two.
I feel like my fist breaks when I punch someone. How do I improve that?
Stop punching someone. It's nasty, isn't it? Why are you just punching people in the street?
Oh, man. But obviously, I think there's a case. I remember Boss Rutan often talked about this. He wouldn't even wrap. He would just make sure he didn't go so hard to the point where the technique was so good, right? And his normal conditioning was so strong that he never had that false sense of confidence. It's like rugby versus American football, right?
True. So
they're so padded up and given that extra reinforcement that they go so
100%.
hard. The career is a couple of years or 3, right?
So much CTE and using the helmets and stuff.
So I think less is more sometimes.
100%. And I also think, like, just actually making a proper fist when you punch. A lot of people, especially in Muay Thai, because we have a tendency to open the hands a bit for elbows and things like that, sometimes you get kind of caught unawares and you might not make a fist fully. I think especially lower levels, they're maybe not digging that fist in a bit too, clenching that fist enough.
Tips for first time sparring.
First time sparring. Don't go crazy. A lot of times, especially when it's with someone more experienced, a lot of guys, when it's the first time with someone a little bit more experienced with them, they tend to like kind of shit themselves a bit and panic and just go a little bit crazy. And that's when everything you're trying to learn as a fighter kind of goes out the window.
Yeah.
Take your time, relax, try and help each other when you spar, especially first time, help each other. Go with someone who's more experienced with you, let them help you.
Yeah.
That's the best way.
I feel like trust is a major thing as well,
Yeah,
because
of course.
the best training partners will bring the best out of you, but if you
100%.
actually have that mutual engagement where you know you can go not only 1 or 2 hard rounds, but maybe even like an hour or something really crazy, right?
Definitely.
You know you can push yourself through fatigue and not
100.
fall victim to some dumb injury.
Definitely.
Because all the injuries I ever had, and I'm sure
Sparring.
you probably have more, it's all dumb
Sparring.
stuff.
Yeah,
Literally.
all stupid.
Literally.
And I think, like you're saying about the trust issues there, if you've sparred someone and they've done something to you, they've swept you hard or they've landed something clean, you don't want to spar with them again. It puts you off, and then it kind of puts you off sparring in general, and it can have a diverse effect. So I think, like you say, less is more. Play sparring's the way forward. You obviously need to hard spar. You need to feel them shots. You need to know that when you get in a ring, you're not just going to be tickling each other. You do need to feel it. But there's a lot of gyms that just spar like hard. And it shortens your career. It takes it out of you. And it's just not good for you, man.
I agree.
Just play sparring, you see more coming. It's where you learn as well. I think that's the one thing I learned towards the end of my career. Rather than going hard all the time, like slow it down a bit and just play technique. And that's where you like learn. You see blocking kicks, for example. When you're going all out, you're too busy like going all out. You tend not to block. When you're playing, you see things coming.
Would you have Lewis George on the show?
I've had Lewis George on loads of my shows. I've had him on my shows from being, bloody hell, 8-9 years old up until he fought on my show back in March, his first elbows fight, Pro-Am, won the WMO English title. So yeah, I'd have Lewis George on. I used to train him, so.
So Lewis George, if you are out there on the interwebs watching this, you have a fight offer. Get in touch. More important to put on more weight or train fighting? So are you looking to bulk, or are you more training technique? I think it's kind of the age-old question, at least in my interpretation. Do you focus on strength and conditioning, building up and then the cut, or do you just focus? Because some guys, they don't really do a really hardcore strength and conditioning, and they focus purely on technique and on the sparring and on the pad work and so on and so forth.
Well, I think when you go back to all the way back, Thais have never done S&C.
Yeah.
Up until recent times.
Yep.
Because the sport has evolved and changed, and nutrition and everything else like that, there's now a big factor in things, and cutting weight especially. That all plays into the same thing. I would never to like bulk in terms of doing weights or anything like that. We'd go do a couple of gym sessions, things like that, but in general, your technique, your boxing, your Thai, your clinch, your sparring, that's where you're hitting pads, that's your bread and butter. But I feel like now in the current climate, with how progressive fighters are now and how much evolved everyone is with fighting in general, nutrition, etc., I think you definitely need a couple of S&C sessions in there. One maybe explosive and one maybe heavy lifting.
Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest things for me is it's not even just performance in a fight. It's like being strong enough to get through a camp and avoid injuries.
Yeah. It's a big factor.
Things like that.
That's a big thing that's helped Liam over the last sort of maybe 10 years since he started actually doing proper S&C. I think that's helped a lot.
And we're actually going to have a guest later, Ricky McFarlane, who is a strength and conditioning coach, I believe, working with a number of fairly high-level football teams and athletes. We got Jay Parker from Gym King. We got, oh man, I'm not even going to go into it. I got all kinds of great guests. Talking about questions, we've got a couple of more here. Thoughts on Rudy Da Silva from Glasgow?
Rudy's brilliant, very technical fighter. He's very, very good. He's only young still as well. I think he's only 16, maybe 17. But yeah, he's a very, very good fighter.
Let's wrap this up. Let's talk a little bit about some of these amateurs. Again, we've got N-Class here. Seen some great clinch work and some pretty solid boxing from a couple of them so far.
Ooh, good shot. Like, these guys have only had, again, a handful of fights. They've had like 2-3 fights, you know. So the levels now for the guys who are fighting N and C class is ridiculous from when we first started. My first fight, we took it in turns at hitting each other for 30 seconds and then got tired. We like literally, we were too scared to kick each other because we had no shin pads on. And we just went, bam, 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 bam. I got tired, he hit me. So the levels have just rocketed up, especially over the last like 5-6 years. The junior scene in the UK is just ridiculous.
It is.
It's insane.
And
so
I feel like one of the biggest things that's kind of fueled that is the quality of recreational training available.
Yeah.
Like, you can go out, you can learn the sport,
Yep.
and you can go and compete on a show like this with all the medical stuff, all the production stuff being in place,
Yeah, exactly.
right? And get that experience. And you know what? You might not be a stadium person in Thailand someday. You might not be somebody going to one. You might not be this or that, but you are involved in participating in a sport
you're
and all the
involved
great
in
things from it.
Something that we're hoping turns into something huge and takes off like we're hoping it will.
Exactly, and I think that there's so many life lessons that, and I feel like because I cover Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu a lot as well, it's a very similar thing where people are training it for fitness, they're training it for well-being, mental, obviously, and emotional stuff that you get aside from the physical is all there.
For the kids as well, most of the time, it's just a hobby. And they end up like falling into the fighting. They do it for a bit of fun to start with, and then next thing you know, they're like junior world champions. It's great.
I agree. And I think that because the fundamental training is so good from an early point in your journey, right?
100%.
You're seeing such economical work here in the first few fights.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's not
discipline as well.
Yes.
Especially with the kids, like it installs that little bit of discipline in them as well, like where they might go off to do something else. You've done this now. No, you can't do that and stop it.
Because I remember on regional shows, maybe even as recent as 5 years ago, but certainly more like 8 or 10, it was always like, you what, son? Oh, big right hand, you know, and this, that, and the other, right?
Swings.
And that's all it ever was. But now,
I think like the kicking game, things like that. There was no such thing as a kicking game for a lot of the junior, a lot of the C class, lower level guys back in the day when we were, like I say, we were too scared to kick with no shin pads on. We just punched each other. And now, the kicking game. Well, look, these two landing body kicks all over. Like it's just upped levels so much in the last 10 years. It's crazy.
Listen, I'm loving it. Now, we're talking to people on the watch party. Again, thanks for joining. We're on YouTube. Hitman Fight League has also got an Instagram. It's also got a Facebook page.
Yeah, we've got an Instagram. We've got a Facebook page. We now also have the Hitman Fight store. We have a shop now as well. That went live today. We have that in-house at the show today. 10% discount if you're in the house. The website itself, we need to start pushing it a bit more because it's got so much information on there, sponsorship and things like that, what we're aiming to do in coming months. So, yeah, there's a lot going on. There's still a lot of work to do, and there's still a lot of things that we want to do and want to achieve with it. But I think we're off to a good start. I mean, so far, every fight's been great so far. The first 3 fights have been really good.
Yep.
The first fight, the opener, Josh and Anthony Bailey, was ridiculous. Those guys set a really high standard for the show in general. So hopefully that continues throughout the day, and the show just, people watch it and share it and see it, and more people want to get involved, because then we've got a massive show in June, and that's just going to tear the roof off it.
Bowlers Exhibition Center, Manchester, June 10.
June 10.
More details to come quickly. 2 other things
100%.
I want to talk about. One, the betting. Very interesting, right?
First time ever happened outside of Thailand, I believe. I don't think it's ever happened anywhere in the world outside of Thailand. We have gambling on the fights, live betting in-house. Only on the main card for this first show, just because there was so many like legal loopholes and things we had to do. It's taken about 5-6 months for Simon to get this sorted and get the clearance on it, and then even sorting with the venue to allow it, things like that. So yeah, it's been a lot of work, but it's live as of today, so you can place your bets in-house. The book is at the front next to the shop. You can place your bets on the main card. Maybe go home with a bit of extra money.
I'm loving it. We'll talk about that again in a minute. I'm going to talk about 3 fights on the main card. A couple of little things here. Are you doing the watch party for the whole card? Yes, we are. We are keeping it on until the very end. I'm going to have all kinds of guests. I'm going to have Andy back.
Yep.
I'm going to have Liam back. I'm going to chat a bunch of stuff with winners.
We've got some of our coach. We've got everyone. We've got like coaches, some really good coaches that we want to just try and shove on here as well with you. Things like that, like keep you all entertained while you're kind of watching the action and not buying the pay-per-view.
Are you Joe Rogan parody. I could take that two ways. Number one, I'm an American with a shaved head, so am I a Joe Rogan parody? I don't know. Am I a Joe Rogan parody?
Nah.
No. I mean, I'm from Michigan. I'm not from California, so that's one difference. Is this a parody of the Joe Rogan experience? No.
No.
Could be a fight companion.
It could be a fight companion. It's always something we could do.
I don't know. But I am a professional commentator. This is what I do. I mean, I do work for a lot of different MMA shows and kickboxing and Muay Thai. Now with Hitman Fight League, Jiu-Jitsu, done wrestling, done a lot of different
Loving
stuff.
it.
Yeah. Let's talk about the main card. Let's go straight to it. We got 3 fights on the main card. Let's start from about 6:30, 7 o'clock. I want to talk about Justin Greskowitz and Yves Brunsello. It's a kickboxing feature fight.
Yep.
3 3-minute rounds. Your thoughts, sir?
Do you know Justin from back home? Seen Justin?
I do.
Yep. Justin.
In Glory?
I've been around. Yep, exactly. Recently fighting on Glory. More recently fighting on Glory. But I've known Justin for a long time, since Liam actually fought him way back for the WBC international belt. We've always kind of kept in touch. I've brought him to fight before as well. He's been over before, back in 2015, and fought for me. So yeah, Justin's a good guy, and his game, he'll fight anyone. He's not bothered. I told him about this fight. I said, look, I can't bring you a Muay Thai fight. I've got one guy left. He's 70 kilos, K1. He went, yeah, man, I'll do it. Let's go. No problems, no issues, no arguments. Not asking about nothing. Just yeah, man, let's do it. He's been around a long time. Like you say, he's a bit of a veteran in the kickboxing and Thai world. Recently fighting on Glory. Yves, a Brazilian, but now trains and fights out of Southend Combat Academy here in London. He's a young beast, up-and-coming guy. He's value for money. He's entertaining. He's powerful. He's tough. So yeah, that could be explosive, that fight. If Justin can roll back the years a little bit and give me the Justin I know from, say, 5 years ago, and just bring it, it'll be a brilliant fight.
Yep. It's one of those things like where Greskowitz is so durable and he's got so much experience that
he's tough. He's been in with some animals.
Exactly. You can never take that away, right?
Yeah,
but on the flip side, Brunsello at 23, we were talking about this with Liam, like you watch this kid train, you watch the way he looks in his video blogs, you watch the way he performs in fights.
He's got no fear.
None whatsoever.
No fear whatsoever.
And when you have that kind of fast and technical game and the future is right in front of you, that door is wide open.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's your time.
Well, this is the thing with this fight, and fair play to Yves for accepting it as well, and the guys at Southend, because on paper, Justin's far more experienced, and they were like, yeah, we'll do that. That's a great opportunity, because if you beat someone like Justin, he's got his name on his record.
Yes.
Again, it can push him to bigger things.
I agree.
So it's a great fight it's a good fight for Justin, because I know he's on the back of a couple of losses. So he's fighting a guy who's not as experienced. It could then give him that extra confidence boost if he wins to then push again and go again. And for Yves, it could be a great stepping stone to big things in the future.
Exactly that. Liam had the same thoughts. Listen, back to the watch party. We got some questions. Any good up-and-coming Scottish non-A-class fighters? Trick question.
Ooh. Yeah, there's loads, you know. The junior scene, especially at Aberdeen Combat Centre, have got a lot. Pete Scott has a lot of good kids up in Aberdeen as well. There's a lot of kids, man. The Grip House in Glasgow. Yeah, there's loads.
Get in touch, right?
Yeah.
DM us. Let us know if you guys want to come and join Hitman Fight League. We'll be all over the country. Nate Karanga, we're in Michigan. I'm watching here in Kalamazoo. Oh, man. I studied in Kalamazoo. I studied at Kalamazoo College. Would you believe it? That is my alma mater. That's where I did my BA in history and German. Crazy.
German?
Yeah. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
No.
Kannst du mich verstehen?
We had a bad experience in Germany a couple of weeks ago, so...
We won't go there? Or will we go there?
Every sauna's naked. It's very weird. Right. We had to go cut weight with our fighters for... we had Joe Craven fight for the WMO world title, and I, one of my girls, fighting for the WMO European title. We had like half a kilo to cut. Next thing you know, everyone's shouting at us in German, get out. Why? We've got clothes on.
You're kidding
Can't
me.
wear clothes, get naked. It was very unsettling.
Serious?
And everyone was like no younger than 65. So it wasn't a pretty sight either.
I don't know if that ever happened to me in Kalamazoo, but
hoping not.
But back to Michigan. I'm originally from Holland, Michigan. I'm originally from a real small town near Grand Rapids. But I live in the UK. This is what I do. Commentate for KSW. I've been on Bellator, won championship. Fame MMA. I mean, yeah, Bama, the list goes on and on. M1
And now-
Global. I work
and
for
now
M1.
he's a HFL boy.
Yeah, man. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this card. Rob Zabitis, Luke Whelan. We mentioned Brunsello. He is training under Jamie and Luke Whelan at Skywalker, I think. Or no.
No. He fights out of Southend Combat Academy.
Sorry, my bad.
No, so Luke's got a couple of, it was Anthony Bailey.
My bad.
One of the first fighters on the card. So Luke has his own gym, Skywalker Gym, and he's got like 3 fighters on the card as well as himself today.
So the confusion was okay there, right?
Yeah, that was fine. That was fine.
Well, let's talk about Zabitis and Whelan. We mentioned Whelan really is kind of one of those UK poster boys of the sport. Incredible record. UK #1 ranking, 69 fights, 3 world championship belts in 2 different weight classes. Thoughts on
Another
that?
former Glory fighter. Fought on Glory a couple of times. Rob Zabitis, UK #2, so it's a #1 versus #2 fight, so it's interesting there. Luke's been fighting a bit lighter recently as well, and he's not been having his best success down at 67 kilos, so he wanted to move back up and feel a bit more comfortable at 70. So, yeah, this could be like reignite the fire for Luke Whelan, I think. If he gets a good win here tonight, it could push Luke to, again, he said to us yesterday he wants to be the face of the Hitman Fight League. He wants to be a part of it, so, yeah, let's go.
One to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely.
And Zabitis, we actually talked about it, fought Brunsello in the fight we just talked about.
Yes.
2021, right there, behind us, dropped in 10 seconds.
Yep.
I mean, horribly knocked down, right?
Yep.
Ended up riding out the fight and going to a judge's decision. But an interesting guy who has a chance to steal that
Exactly.
thunder.
He could take the limelight away from Luke. You never know. Like, it's anything can happen in their guys. So Luke's obviously got the experience. He's fought probably a high level of opponents so far. He's got the belts. He's got the reputation. But then he's also got the pressure as well. That's all on top of him as well, I guess. So, yeah, it's a good one to watch. It's going to be a fun fight. I know that Zabitis is wanting to come and take it to him. So, it's one to watch out for, definitely.
Question from Callum. Thoughts on Lee McKay from Scotland?
I'm not sure who he is, to be honest with you.
We'll get on Google. We'll get back
We'll
to you,
have a
Callum.
look. I'm not sure.
For the first time today, the shin pads come off.
Yep, C-class action now in the undercard. I think is that one of Luke's. We're coming up. It's
Bloodline and Fight
Cyril
Zone.
from Bloodline and Ryan Numa from Fight Zone. So we're not far away from this fight now. The Jacob Gifford fight and Reg Little fight. We're 2 fights away, and then I think that one's just going to be explosive.
Kind of crazy. The Bloodline gym is KO, right?
KO, yeah. So there's KO South. There's loads of gyms. There's loads of little branch offs. Paul Marat and Andrei Lovsky, Phil Casper running the gym. That helped him run the gym now as well. So some great fighters there.
And the founder of KO.
Yeah, the founder of KO gym he runs the other gym. He runs KO gym in Bethnal Green, I believe.
In the east side of London.
Yeah, that's the one. And then this is a branch off of the gym KO Bloodline. Paul Marat, the head coach who started the gym.
Yep, I remember that. A lot of interesting lineage here. I mean, and again, like, you know, we talked about it with Liam. There are so many great, and you mentioned this as well, up-and-coming now fighters in newer gyms, but there's also a lot of older gyms, right? And KO Gym is one of those gyms that's been around for
forever. It's been around since I can remember training.
Yep.
Is it? Okay.
I can't remember I'm going to be in trouble. Is it Bob? No. It's I'm going to figure this out.
We need to figure it out.
We'll get back to you. It
slips my mind now, and I can't remember.
Exactly.
But yeah, there's a lot of KO gyms. I think there's about 3 or 4 in London. A couple. I think there's KO North and KO South, KO Bloodline. So there's a lot of gyms.
Even Sam Nankani was originally involved with that, wasn't he? KO Next Generation. Remember Sam? Crew Sam?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
He had a really funny, tricky style. So it would be Coach Bill Judd.
There we go.
How could we forget your name?
How could we forget that?
I know, right? 1976, former world champion and Hall of Famer, known simply as Coach Bill.
Established 3 years before I was born. That's crazy.
Amazing. I want to get right back.
He's had some great fighters over the years, Bill.
He has, literally. I mean, there's just so many memorable.
Greg Wotton, one of his fighters.
Yeah, Greg Wotton, yeah.
Yeah, Greg Wotton, Amanda Kelly, she was brilliant as well.
Let's talk about the main event, at least one of the main events in my mind. It is the championship
that's the
fight,
main event,
WMO International Featherweight title, 57.5 kilograms.
Brilliant fight.
Darren Roland, Daniel McGowan. It's an international.
Yep, international title fight with the winner getting the shot at the WMO world title. Obviously, Dan McGowan's had a bit of a break. He had a bad hand injury. He's had 4 years out. He's been back fighting for the last year or so, and he's been very active. 2 wins, 1 loss. And Darren Rowland is just a madman. He fights all the time. Darren's on the back of just winning a 4-man tournament in, I believe, in Italy, where he won 2 fights in one night to win a world title. Former WBC world champion. Knocked out Coelho for that WBC world title, who lives in Thailand, a brilliant Spanish fighter. Fought Same for the one championship belt. Dropped Same.
Yeah.
Dropped him. Didn't get a count, but he dropped him. That should have been a count. Dropped him. But then, unfortunately, got caught himself, got tagged and lost by KO. But he's been in there with everyone. He's been in there with a who's who. Stoppage win over Ryan Sheehan. And when you look over things like that, Ryan Sheehan went the 5 rounds with Dan McGowan, had a really good fight, again on one of my shows. An absolute tear-up, a war. And it was very close. Darren made him quit, I believe, in round 2, maybe, I think, 2 or 3. So it's interesting. And he's big for the weight, Darren.
Yeah.
He's huge, man.
Yep.
I didn't realise how big he was until I actually saw him yesterday
Cuts
at the
a lot of
weigh-in.
weight.
And then I was like, fuck, I was saying I'm going to knock you out in one championship. I was like, bring me Darren Rowland, I want him next. I'd have got in the ring like that. But yeah, it's a good fight. It's a brilliant fight, very technical. He's strong. It's interesting, man. I think this fight has got the making of fight of the night on it, all over it. Thing with Daniel as well, whenever he fights on my shows, he turns into a bit of an idiot, and he always has a war. He always tries to entertain, and he just goes crazy. So as much as I want him to win because he's my boy, I still want him to fight a bit crazy and give the crowd the entertainment and things like that. But yeah, it's a huge fight. It's a big fight for us to have on the card. I'm buzzing that we managed to actually finalise it and get that card. I'm very happy with that. It's a big main event. That could main event any show, anywhere. Yeah,
literally,
100%.
literally. And couple of facts here for you. I'll repeat them again. Roland, 10-fight win streak since 2021, has not lost. McGowan, injury, came back last year, CFS, 2022, got the W, and now, might just be in the position he needs. But that's a tall mountain. Got that
confidence back.
It's a tall mountain.
Back, but it's a big old mountain to climb in more ways than one.
Predictions? How does this one end up playing out, do you think?
I honestly don't know.
And I'm asking the promoter, what's the...
Yeah, you can't ask me that question.
I mean, but what actually could technically happen in that fight when the referee says choke?
It could go one of a few ways. I think sometimes put Dan in front of a tie, any tie, and he's unbelievable. He fights anyone. If you put Dan in front of a tie, an actual tie in any stadium anywhere in the world, he'll have a great fight with him. Yeah. He holds his own with ties. Sometimes when he fights the Westerners, the style doesn't suit him sometimes, and I think he struggles with the Western style more than the Thai style, if that makes sense. So that could play a factor in the fight. Darren's quite awkward as well. His style's very awkward. So it's either that or Dan could come out, all guns blazing, take it to him, take Darren off of his game, and snatch the win. I honestly don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I have no idea how it's going to go.
Will we know within the first 3 minutes? First round?
I think by round 2 we'll know who's going to win. That's what I think. I reckon by halfway through round 2, one of them will have figured the other one out, and that could play out. Do
you see somebody pressing the action? Because I know a lot of times in a 5-rounder, it's not until the third. I know Darren will press the action. I know he will. He fights like that all the time. I think Darren will press the action. I want you to give that prediction. What's going to happen in the main event, Andy?
I'm going to go Dan McGowan win on points just because he's my boy. But I don't know. Stop putting me under pressure.
Guess what? JJ Chip Chase says, Andy, you've been inspiring.
Chip Chase.
You've been inspiring young fighters to fight crazy for a long time, Housen.
I have, unfortunately. I've made him fight like an idiot as well many times when I've cornered him when he was younger. Jono's making his debut on the HFL show as well. He's fighting on the June card, so we'll be announcing that shortly. So we'll see Jono Chip Chase on the show in Manchester as well.
Listen, let's wrap this up. Andy, you'll be back with us during the main card. Yep. You've graciously given us a good 20, 30 minutes.
No worries, man.
Final shout out?
I just want to shout out to anyone that's come to the show, anyone that's buying the pay-per-view, all you guys that are on the YouTube channel taking part in this watch party. Thank you, and stay tuned. There'll be a lot more coming, a lot more action, and a lot more news to be dropped for what can happen in the future.
So for Chris and Andy, we're going to leave you with the action for a few minutes, and we'll come back with, you know, maybe a winner here, maybe another special guest. Until then, thanks so much.
Thank you, man. No worries.
Well, we got a question from Luke Gray. When's Bobby Dew fighting, man? I don't know, man. But we'll let you know when we know. I'll be back in another 5 or 10 minutes. I'll leave you with the action. Hope you guys are enjoying it. For Chris from Hitman Fight League, be sure to check out the pay-per-view. The link is in the description. On behalf of our first two guests here at the watch party, Liam Harrison, of course, the Hitman himself, and Andy, the Lord of War, Housen, just now with us. 1 hour in the books. And we'll see you in another 5 or 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is the official watch party. Hitman Fight League 1. Welcome back to the Watch Party. Chris here from Hitman Fight League. We'll be coming to you very shortly with a couple of interviews with some key sponsors. So be sure to let us know what you guys are thinking about the action. Engage with us. We're on Liam Harrison's YouTube page. I've taken over his YouTube page. Would you believe it? If you do want to order the pay-per-view, the link is in the description. Back very shortly.
I'm going to get your name and your website written down. Actually, I'll just memorize it. So it's fighttunes.com. Trainingtunes.com, sorry, yes? Yeah. And your name again, sorry?
My name is Yazid Eves.
Yazid Eves.
Yazid Eves.
Eves. Like as in the holiday, right?
Yeah.
Yazid Eves. Awesome. Okay, cool. So we'll talk a little bit about your involvement in the show, the backstory of the company, what you guys do, and so on. Cool. Yeah. Awesome. We'll be on that camera. We can talk about this because we're showing this too as well.
Welcome back to the Watch Party. Chris Hoekstra alongside one of our key sponsors here, Yazid Eid. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the official Watch Party. We're actually showing people some of the action here. Tell us about Training Tunes and tell us about your involvement with Hitman Fight Series.
First of all, congratulations to Liam on a wonderful night. The atmosphere is absolutely electrifying and we're very glad to be part of it. Training Tunes is a music brand that specializes in creating songs and music inspired by sports and catering to those who need motivation for working out. So we're very specific about creating the kind of music that people get hyped up with and the kind of music that you use for workouts, for exercises, etc., etc.
For this stuff, right? We're going to actually put it right in the corner.
Exactly, yeah. And Liam has been one of the brand ambassadors from the get-go. I think he's a great ambassador for Muay Thai, for British sports in general. He's one of the greatest fighters alive today. And yeah, we're very glad to be here tonight.
How did it all come about?
Well, music and training go hand in hand. I mean, it's always, you can't imagine working out without music. And I've always struggled to find like a one hub where you can just log in and find that music where it's just about training and the motivation and all that. So I realized there's a gap in the music industry where there's nobody doing like specific songs for that purpose. And we decided to go for it. And we launched a year and a half ago. And we're going from strength to strength, and it's looking good.
I love it. TrainingTunes.com. I got that right. www.trainingtunes.com. Be sure to go check it out. It is one of the key sponsors here. And I'm interested about your background before starting this company. Was it in music? Was it in sound design? Was it in...
I'm actually, my background has nothing to do with music at all. And that's, as you know, it sounds crazy, but I'm a lifelong martial artist, and I've always been an advocate for training and working out. And my background is mostly involved in editing, directing, like content creation, but not music. I'm not a musician. I don't understand the music business, or I didn't. But when I came up with the idea, I realized that that shouldn't be a problem as long as you work with people who are good at what they do and understand how the music business works.
Yep.
And so from my end of, you know, the operational side, I just have like the general direction of the company, where we want to be positioned in the music industry, and I have a team of wonderful people who are like very, very good at you know, creating music, understanding what is current, what could work, what could not work. And I remember listening to a very, very good advice from a multimillionaire. It was on TV once, and he said, make sure when you are in a meeting about your business that you're the dumbest one in the room.
Yes.
So surround yourself with
Yes.
people who are very smart, who know what they're doing, and that's the first step for success.
Yeah, I agree. Were you always an entrepreneur, like a serial entrepreneur doing different stuff? or-
Pretty much, yeah. I started off with my own training gear brand. It was Yas Pro.
Oh, I know Yes Pro. There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, keep going.
So that was about 10 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a blast from the past.
That's a blast from the past. So that was the first venture. It was really fun. I had to, you know, I got to know very, very good friends that, you know, remained with me until now. And I realized at some point that the market isn't big enough to expand to that level where you want to make a killing in the business world. So I made a strategic decision to kind of switch into content. And from then on, the initial idea of Training Tunes wasn't about music as music business. It was about creating a reality TV show where you get a musician and a sports person in the same room, and the musician has to get inspired by the athlete's story to create a track.
Of course.
You know,
It's
so
emotional, right? Like, so I actually work in voiceover and I track a lot, and I absolutely hate tracking in the wild where
Yeah.
there's no input. There's no picture.
Yeah,
There's no music. There's no nothing.
absolutely.
And the performance, the difference in actually a performance of making a product, right?
Sure.
When you have those inputs, is drastically different, because
Yeah.
when you're in like a recording booth alone
Yeah.
and you're a completely dead environment and there's nothing at all to give you that,
Yeah.
the inspiration is completely absent. So it makes
Absolutely.
sense, right?
Absolutely. And so it's a very cool idea, but when it came to execution, we need to get like a ton of big companies to sanction it and commission it, and we need to work with big musicians, big athletes. So, you know, technically it just didn't work that way. So went back to the drawing board, and I decided, okay, we need to get, you know, trim all the fat out and just go for the basic product, which is music. The only problem, of course, that I didn't understand the music business. I had no experience, but as I said, I didn't want that to be a problem, and the reason why not to go for it. So yeah, that was the evolution of Training Tunes from concept to what it is now.
To what it is now. I love it. Listen, so trainingtunes.com.
.com.
We got Yazid here. Are you on LinkedIn?
I am.
He's on LinkedIn. We
Yeah.
got a website. What else can people do?
Instagram, you can definitely look at us on Spotify. If you search Training Tunes, we have an artist page there, so all our tracks, all our songs are going to be there. We have an amazing number of playlists to cater for different sports as well, so you can choose the one that's good for you. Liam always posts stuff on his socials as well, so you can check him out.
And I'm curious, like, because there are people that are watching this right now who are on Liam's YouTube page.
Yep.
They might be interested. Obviously, people are going to be watching as well on the pay-per-view, and perhaps afterwards when we post this. Who would you like to connect with that might be a fan of this fight series that we're doing here, and how can you help them?
Well, anyone who uses music for working out is someone who might be interested in Training Tunes. We offer a fresh take on training music. We have different genres or different styles of music. It's not just one style or one kind of theme. We do everything from instrumental to classic hip hop to grind to rock and roll. You name it.
I love it.
We actually have a new album coming out called Beethoven Goes to War. And it's basically all your classic, well-known pieces we took and kind of deconstructed, and we built it again in like an epic kind of current cinematic.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Like I remember seeing it was over New Year. I was in Florida, and they had this incredible string trio.
Yeah.
And they were literally doing pop tunes, all sorts of different stuff, and they
Yeah.
were, doing plucking as well as the bow, and they were also tapping, and you can do so many different things with like
Amazing, yeah.
classical music or classical style of music and different reinventions of it. So yeah, I think there was something on YouTube of Dr. Dre Goes Medieval, and they did all like
yeah.
the Dr. Dre tunes,
Yeah, yeah,
but it was
yeah.
like a medieval ensemble actually playing it, right?
Brilliant, yeah.
Like dun 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 dun. Anyways,
it's amazing how current it
Still
can
Dre.
be still. Yeah, well, still Dre, but also even classical music. How motivating that could be for working out if it needs just a little bit of tweaking.
Yep.
So we're excited to get that out hopefully in the next couple of months.
All right, watch out for it. TrainingTunes.com. Final piece of advice: if there's anybody who's watching who's interested in business or entrepreneurship, what would be one of your top tips to be successful?
That's a tough one.
One tip.
Be patient. Don't expect results straight away.
I agree, and be willing to work hard until that point comes, because
Yeah.
it might seem a long way out, right? And all of a sudden,
You should model it after your training. If you expect results after a short period of time when you train, you're gonna get disappointed. You're gonna stop. Be patient, and good things will come.
all right, Yazid, thanks for joining us, man.
My pleasure.
All right.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the watch party. Chris again. We got Joe Craven coming up. He's hot off a big fight in Germany. I think there was some discussion earlier with Andy Housen about what happened. We'll ask him about that. And, of course, we'll get his thoughts on the upcoming Hitman card at the Bowlers Exhibition Center. He may just be there. More coming shortly.
show you this for a little bit, and then we'll pull it away and we can interview. We'll be on that camera. That's okay. And I'll probably that camera and me. That's what's on that camera or on the feed. So that's what's being shown right now. It's this. So if we want, we can put this in the corner. It's easy. All right. So we'll chat a bit about the fights. We'll chat about Germany first. What was the difference in the game? Want to talk about that? We'll get to that. Oh, sorry. He said he got naked with you.
No, not with him.
I'm kidding.
Not in Germany.
Welcome back to the Watch Party. Chris Hookster alongside Joe Craven. Joe, thank you so much for joining us. Listen,
happening?
a lot to talk about. Let's talk about Germany.
Where do you want to start? Do you want to start in the deep end, or shall I ease you
Shallow
into
end.
it?
Shallow end, no
Alright,
doubt.
so, yeah, ended up fighting, fought for the WMO world title. One of them, I think I'll win it fight pretty comfortably, but got caught. Yeah, got stopped in round 2 with an elbow, but it's one of them. We go again in 8 weeks. But, yeah.
And looking ahead, it's June 10th, right?
Yeah, June 10th fight, Magnus Anderson on the Hitman League.
Yep.
Yeah, it should be a good fight. Obviously, Magnus has been in there at top level. He's fought for one championship title and stuff like that. So I think it'll be a good laugh. Funnily enough, I'm good friends with Magnus. We trained together in Thailand. So weird, really, but yeah, it should. I think it's got the potential to be a good fight. Cause we've both got similar styles, and we both like to fight. You know what I mean? So I think it should be a good do.
Is he based in Tulum right now?
Yeah, he's in Tulum right now. So he lived in Thailand. He's Swedish. He was in Thailand. He was training at Revolution, and then he's ended up moving to Tulum with Eddie Farrell. So he's training out there with all them boys. So yeah, it should be good.
I'm loving it. Listen, we got Joe with us. He'll be here for another 10 minutes or so. We are on the YouTube page. We've taken over Liam Harrison's YouTube page, bro.
Joe Craven's YouTube page, mate. That's not Liam's. You've all seen the intros. It's my page.
Hey, it's Joe's page. So if you have any questions for Joe, be sure to put it in the box. We got people watching. We're more than happy to answer them. Nothing yet.
So-
Nothing yet. It'll come. Take me back to Germany. So the fight happened. Did something kind of crazy happen at all? Maybe?
You might be talking about the naked sauna.
A naked sauna.
Yeah, well, so...
Give us the PG, maybe PG-13 version.
No, mate, we're explicit. We'll give you it all. So, we'll make him weight. Pete Miller, Condition Nutrition, if you are watching, he were there. So, we'll make him weight. And we're doing it, we started in the baths. I had 4 kilo cut, so we're cutting it in the baths. Anyway, I got down to my last 1.5 kilo, and it just started slowing in the bath. And I thought, you know what, frig it, we'll just get it off in sauna. It comes off a bit quicker in sauna, so
Yep.
I thought we'll go to sauna. So
At the hotel?
no, it's across the road from the hotel, so we've gone in. But it's like this fancy elf spa. So we've gone in, and I'm thinking, I ain't even got any shorts. I'm just thinking, I'll strip down my boxers. So I've gone in. I've walked it and it's rammed, mate, and I'm talking rammed. We're like, oh, sauna, yeah, okay, but it cost us about €30 as well. We're fuming.
For how many people?
For just one?
€30 per person.
€30 to give you a towel and that, what you rented. But yeah, €30. I thought, mate, I couldn't believe it. Anyway, we goes in. First we couldn't find sauna. So this sauna process, what should have been 20 minutes, ended up taking about an hour and 10. Cause at first I didn't know where sauna were. Then I gets to sauna. I goes in with my boxers. Didn't even have a towel either at first because I left it in frigging changing room. So I goes in my boxers. And like everyone's looking at me because I like look around, mate. There must have been, no word of a lie, there must have been 30 people in this sauna. And I'm like, what is going on here? So I'm like looking around. Everyone's start bollock. But I mean, men and women. I told our lass about it after she was like, what, there were girls in there? I thought, oh my God. But, so I goes in and I'm thinking, what is going on here anyway? I thought, keep myself to myself. I went to sit down. Like, whoa, no. I'm like looking at them. They're pointing at me frigging kegs. And obviously no one's got any clobber on. So I thought, oh, here we go. So I dropped some. Little Warrior were even smaller as well because of weight cut. I thought, oh God, here we go. Then I goes to sit down. Oh, what now? You ain't got a towel. So I'm like, for fuck's sake. So I've had to fucking put my kegs back on, run back and get a towel, then come back. Oh, mate, nightmare. Anyway, I'm in and out at sauna. I did like 2 or 3 stints.
Yeah.
Mate, and it just kept getting busier and busier and busier. And I'm thinking, right, there were 4 saunas. There were a 90-degree one, a 75-degree one, a 60-degree one, and a 45-degree one. I mean, 71. So we sat there, and then next minute, some woman comes in. There's about 30 people in here. Mate, and it's getting busier. Next minute, some woman comes in. I'm thinking, here we go. Big towel.
Oh, yeah.
Man, it's getting even warmer. I'm thinking, oh my God.
I've done that before. I mean, maybe not where you're going with this, but it was in Switzerland. They have like a professional person come in.
Warmer, doesn't it?
Aromatic. Did they put some smelly stuff in there?
Yeah.
And then,
oh, man, I was burning. I thought, what is going on here? And obviously, I'm making weight, and I'm thinking, get me out of here ASAP, because I was dying at this point. And I'm thinking, I just want a drink. I thought, as I came out, I wouldn't pay. I must be on weight now. Stood on scales, and I was on weight. Goes to friggin' weigh-in. Stood on scales, mate. 0.4 over. I thought, you are joking. So the next minute, I've got kecks off. There weren't even a towel, mate. I thought, I've already been naked in front of everyone anyway. Kecks were off. I'm stood there on scales with Little Warrior out. I'm still over. I thought, oh, you're joking. Back to sauna. So I went back to sauna. I was only there for 20 minutes. Came back, apparently I lost 3 kilo. 3 kilo in 20 minutes. Mate, the biggest bodge job ever. I thought, what is going on here?
Really?
Mate, fuming.
I mean, you were 0.4 over to then what?
0.4 over to then 2.6 under.
Yep.
Mate, in 20 minutes. I couldn't believe it. But it's one of them.
It's one of them.
It's
Listen,
one of them.
We've had people on YouTube. They've asked a couple of questions. Joe, you coming to the Open on the 29th?
Yeah, I am. Barnsley. We've got multiple kids who are fighting, and they're all going to clean up. So if your kids are in it, probably pull them out.
There we go.
Our kids are going to beat them up.
There we go. That's the answer to that. Officer Shaq says, fight going on in back switch cams. Well, guess what? In order to watch the fights, you have to order the pay-per-view. There's a link in the description.
Buy it, you punk.
Yeah. There you go. There's the answer to that one. We are obviously going to give you guys a little bit of the action now and then. At the moment, we'll get to it. What's up with this camera angle? Nobody wants to see these 2 bald blokes chatting. Guess what?
Oh, mate, it's a 0.5, that you punk.
This is, I don't know, what is that? Probably a little less.
Skin.
Joe, when and how you get started at Bad Company? Answer that.
Weird one. So I started when I was 4-year-old at a place called Calder Thai. And I was at Calder from 4 till 15. And I trained there in a place called Master Race as well in Manchester. And then when I was 15, I just turned pro. I had my first pro fight on Yokkao. I ended up moving to Bad Company. And then I ended up staying to Bad Company ever since then, and just had more and more fights. And kind of got thrown in at deep end, really. We were straight in with fighters, and then we were just taking it were a little bit different back then. We were just taking A-class fights back then. And yeah, we were UK #1 by 18 and just carried on ticking away, and now I am where I am now, 25, old.
So we've got the action up for people to watch full screen. Officer Shaq, we got what you asked for. It's happening right now for about 30 more seconds. Just banter, mate. Ha, he says. That's fair, right? You told him off. So did I.
Listen, you better buy it twice now, punk.
Belated birthday wishes, Joe, mate, Liam's uncle,
you.
Ronnie McRae. Are these amateurs? Yes, we are in the middle of a bunch of C class, and I think we had...
I think this is N class. They've got chinnies on.
Oh, no, yeah, you're
no,
right.
Maybe
Sorry.
Pro-Am.
Yeah, I was going to say
sure.
we had N and C class here. Yes, we are back to N. So the answer is that, yes. Joe, you're not old.
I am old.
I've got Liam's account. I'm going to write back a message. Hope you're all enjoying the watch party. Joe Craven is with us now. Let us know if you have any questions for Joe, right?
Yeah, man.
What do you make of this fight?
It looks decent from what I'm watching. I think two different styles. I think the taller lad's actually a little bit more technical, but the one in red, not as technical, but game. So yeah, I think it's got works at being a good fight.
One of those where we talked a lot about it. I had Andy Housen on earlier. True or false? He was in the sauna with you.
No, false.
False. Okay.
False. His Nick ain't big enough. He weren't allowed in because he's not big enough.
But he was talking about the fact that a lot of these amateurs are at such a level these days, right? Because they're getting a quality, good level of fundamental training from the very beginning. And I think to go in and have a couple of fights under your belt, go onto this stage, start the show.
100%.
It's a good thing, right, all around?
Mate, 100%. I definitely think getting onto this stage as well, especially doing N class, just gives you a little bit of a taste, and it gives you that motivation to carry on, so you can get onto them big shows all the time. But do you know what it is? You've got to do it. You've got to earn your stripes.
Yep.
You've got to do them N class. Mate, we've all done them, working men's clubs and stuff like that. Like,
yep.
Earn your stripes, and then you'll get to big shows constantly. But it's one of them.
So C class is amateur and B upwards is pro. Pro-am, really, right, at that level?
I don't know.
Well,
we've always counted it as A class.
As A class.
Yeah, it's weird.
Exactly. I mean, it depends. You definitely do see some stuff on different shows.
It depends who's asking, yeah.
That is true. Taking a look at this, Joe, what do you reckon of Liam's new wig? LOL. What do you reckon to Liam's new wig? Do you have an answer on that?
Well, I know a few people have been saying, whoa, mate, look, you see that sweep then? I know a lot of people have been saying they think he's had an hair transplant, but I can confirm he hasn't had an hair transplant. He's just cropped his fringe a bit and changed his style a little bit. But to be honest, I think it suits him. I think it makes him look younger. So, yeah.
We're on camera again. I'm going to go on the record. True or false, Liam Harrison has his own hair, has not had a hair transplant.
It is his own hair. I will confirm that. It is his own hair. Whether he's dyed it, though, I don't know. But, yeah, it is his own hair.
So we can look into the eyes of Joe Craven and know that we are giving the absolute truth. All right. Is this Liam's own promotion? Liam is one of the promoters,
Correct.
Simon Jays, and we've also
Andy
got
Housen.
Andy Housen. Yeah, this is live. This is live. Yes, this is. Liam looks proper young now.
I told you, he looks younger, doesn't he?
Right?
He does look younger. Honestly, whether he's had it dyed or something, I don't know. But he hasn't had an hair transplant. He's just cropped his fringe a bit.
Let's talk about June 10. It's the next one, Hitman Fight Series, Bowlers Exhibition Center, Manchester. It's a biggie. You're fighting, taking on Magnus Anderson.
Yeah, man.
72.5 kilos, you're UK number 1.
Indeed.
Indeed. And it's an opportunity, this fight, you see, yeah?
Mate,
Someone you
it's going to
know?
be a fun fight, like I say. It's one of my friends. It's going to be a fun fight. We both like to have a tear-up. People know what we're both about. A lot of people have watched us both. And if people who haven't watched us, they're going to be excited either way, because at the end of the day, all you need to do is type in his frigging names on YouTube or whatever and see that we're just ridiculous and just like to have a scrap.
What happens when the referee says choke?
When he says what?
Choke. Oh,
Choke.
you're not actually fighting Thai, are you? It's kickboxing?
No, Ty.
Choke, isn't that what they say?
I
Choke
don't
says
know,
the
mate. I
referee?
don't pay no attention, mate. I just frigging fire on with it.
That's what they say in Thailand,
do you know
right?
what? I've never ever known what
Fight.
he says.
Yeah.
Oh, right, well, you learn something new every day. But, yeah, as soon as it goes. And do you know what it is with me? I wouldn't really say I have a set style, which is different, because obviously like Badco, we all have different. Like Jordan were a kicker, Liam's known for his like fast leg kicks, his left hook and stuff like that. I wouldn't really say I've got a set style because I change a lot. It just depends on different fights. So, yeah, it should be a good fight. Everyone will be entertained, I'm sure. And I will be selling a lot of tickets. And if you want to buy a ticket, message me. Don't message the friggin' Hitman League.
I was going to say, is there anything that you want to get in that fight? Anything you really want to go for and try to show off?
Do you know what? I just want everyone to have a good fight. It's one of them. Like, I'm 1,000,000% I'm going to win, and I will be winning. But what I will say is my main focus is to let everyone enjoy it. That I don't make predictions on knockouts or like that.
Yep.
So long as people enjoy it, I'm happy.
Pull the mic a little bit closer here. Actually,
sorry.
I'll do it for you.
Oh,
There we
close.
go.
There
Got
we
some
go.
questions coming in for you. So, looking good, gents. Yes, thank you.
Correct.
We're trying our hardest, man.
That's what we do.
It ain't easy at the. Are you 0.5?
0.5 skin fade.
I'm definitely skin all the way back, bro. Liam looks young. Yes, we know. Kickboxing and boxing is better than MMA. I might debate that. I'm kind of a fan of it all. Are you a fan? What's your favorite?
Do you know what's mad? I hate watching it all.
Really?
I hate it. I've done it like with Thai boxing and stuff. Like I've seen that many fights. But I like watching my friends.
Yep.
And I get nervous when I watch my friends, but I get bored because it's just I've seen it all week in, week out. I don't watch UFC. If anyone asks me about UFC, I don't have an idea. Thai, I keep up relatively, I like what's going on, but again, I don't watch it religiously. I watch boxing a lot. I do watch boxing a lot, but I don't know. It's a weird one.
Grappling ever? Jiu-jitsu, judo, wrestling,
Nah, man,
sambo?
Do you know what it is?
Really?
I've got ADHD. And it's no one. It's restarting again, but two, it's a lot slower. As in with Thai, you're at it. But I don't know.
Submission only is fun though. It depends on the rule set.
Never.
It depends on the rule set.
I've watched a couple on one championship, like them Vitolo brothers and stuff.
Yep.
Cool kids, them. I like them Vitolos, but it's one of them. It's like I say, it's one of them.
Yeah.
I won't never say never, but right now, never.
Caden Tyrutolo definitely wants to watch out for because I like the fact that one is doing different
crossovers,
crossover type of promotions, and it's exciting.
It's new. Do you know what I mean? I think UFC will end up copying onto it, and they'll end up trying to do it. But like we say, it's new. They're doing the jiu-jitsu. They're doing obviously MMA. They're doing the Thai, and now they're doing the crossover fights as well, where they do Thai and MMA. So yeah, it's something new, and I think UFC will end up catching up, and they'll do it as well. And I think that's when there'll be more competition on them sort of markets. But right now, one championship are leading the way.
More questions coming in. Joe, you got to get the badge in. LOL. Yep.
Mate, Leeds play Monday, so
show us the badge. We're on camera again here.
I've got it on shorts as well. I'm a gangster.
Right. Joe, what weight do you walk around at?
It depends. Listen, I won't lie. I've been one to vary. If I'm out of camp before, if I have a long time out of camp, I can make 90 kilo. But usually I'll walk around about 84, 85.
Is the cut hard?
If I'm in camp and I'm active, like last year, I didn't go above 85.
Yeah.
So it was chilling. Like 85 to 72 for me is chilling. But don't get me wrong, 90 to 72, I'm grafting a little bit, but I love grafting, so it's one of them.
And if you're in a German sauna, the cut is easy, right?
Oh, it depends who's in there. Put it this way, though. I was that tired then, I didn't even want to look.
Oh, man. Tyson or Usyk?
Usyk. Well, I think Fury will win. I don't think an heavyweight touches Fury. But I want Usyk because I've gone off Fury a little bit. But
why?
But if you would have asked me before, I would have said Fury. But now, only reason I've gone off him a bit, I do believe, like for example, his mental health battle, and I do believe like he was struggling and all that sort of stuff. And I ain't an AJ fan, but when AJ lost that last fight, he had that little bit of he had his moment, but I think everything just got to him and he had his moment. And I'm not an AJ fan, I don't like how he fights, you know what I mean? But all he's ever done is good for British boxing. But Fury were the first to jump on that, mimic him, and then it was just constant. And the thing is with AJ, he's like I say, all he's ever done is good for British boxing. Gold medal, back-to-back stadium fights, world title fights. He's probably got a better resume than freaking Fury at the minute.
Yeah.
But it was like, at him. Mate, I'm surprised he weren't on suicide watch, mate. The amount of hate that guy were getting, I felt for him a little bit. So AJ's kind of grown on me a little bit, and Fury's kind of gone down him. But mate, I don't think, like I say, I don't think any heavyweight will touch Fury at this time.
Yeah.
I just think for a man who's that big, who can move, I just think he's a rare species.
And do you think that he's being a little bit hesitant on taking some of the matchups that have been offered to him?
100, mate.
With good reason?
Politics. You know what I mean? Look at that last time, Usyk, for example. They offered him 70-30, which is ridiculous.
I agree.
Usyk still took it.
Yeah.
And now once again, it's all up in the air again, and they don't know if it's happening. It's politics. That's the only problem with boxing. You don't get that with Thai and UFC and stuff like that. You don't get that because everyone's one UFC, everyone's under one banner. But with Thai, everyone fights everyone. Yeah. There's no politics and no unbeaten record, stuff like that. So
I agree.
I don't know, but I hope one day it does happen.
I agree. Kickboxing weight classes closer to MMA or boxing? It depends, is I think the answer, because some fight promotions use like one, they're using similar weight classes, right?
I think it's a bit of an hard one, especially the one with the hydration. I think it's a
That
bit,
also too.
it's a bit tough, really. I think really I like the way Thai's done. I like the way boxing's done. I think more weight classes. I think it's safer because then you're not. For example, me, I make 72.5 comfortably.
That's crazy.
But I don't think I'd make 70 hydrated.
Yeah.
The next step up now is 77.
Yeah.
I'm not big enough. I'm only 5'10". Do you know what I mean? I'm not big enough. And then you're fighting like Nicky Olskin and Cosmo and stuff like that. And it's thinking, do you know what I mean? So I just think it's safer to have that one in the middle. So if you want to go 7 kilos, go 70, 73.5, 77. Do you know what I mean? Go up 3.5, 3.5, 3.5 instead of like having these massive gaps. I just think it's a bit unsafe, but I suppose it's one of them. I'm not a promoter, so.
And Everton are losing, mate.
Everton are they? What
Ronnie
score?
McRae says.
Get in! My bird's an Everton season ticket holder as well. Get in!
Right? Next question. Thoughts on bare knuckle boxing?
Well, it's one of them. Like I say, I'm a big boxing fan. But, it's a tough man's game, bare knuckle. But I don't think it's as technical as boxing. But it's a tough man's game because, mate, you're getting hit with no on there. Like,
Would you
you're
do
getting cut. So, I don't know. I do like it, but it's still very new to me. So, I've only ever seen that sort of stuff in the streets, and that ain't just boxing. So, I don't know.
So there's your answer. An uncertain sort of view on it.
I'm not saying I don't like it, but I don't know if I like it either. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. On the fence. Thoughts on Thiago getting stripped?
It's one of them. It means naught to me. It's got naught to do with me, but I think it's a little bit ridiculous because it's one of them. But I understand as well. At the end of the day, WMO's based in Thailand, stuff like that. So if they want, I don't understand it all really, and I don't really want to get too involved in the politics. But there's arguments on both sides.
I'm going to say this right. Kon La Killa, boxer and more. When am I going to get opportunity to beat y'all's fighters up? Y'all been scared of me. Listen, there's one thing you can
Who's
do.
that?
I don't know. I have no idea, but I'm going to go look at his page in a minute. I'm going to look at his page. I'm going to tell you, though, without even looking at your page, get on Hitman Fight League socials, right? And
So-
pop a DM. Literally. The door's wide open, right?
Yeah, man. And listen, work your way up ranks, and then we'll get there.
Leon Ambrosino, can you guys stay on the fight? Well, we answered this question before. They got to go somewhere to pay for the
Buy your
pay-per-view.
pay-per-view, you little scruff, or else I'll bust you up. Boish!
You heard it there from Joe. Leon, if you want to watch, there is a pay-per-view, and you can go and check it out.
See you later.
Should we give him an action,
Look
Cam?
at that. If you would have bought it, you would have seen that knockout then, you punk. Ooh, or maybe not a knockout because he stood up. Ooh, I don't know. It's all right, this. It's tough, though. It's keeping going. Oof.
Crazy chin, huh? He made
Do you
the
know
count.
what? I actually think he's... I think you were a body shot, but... Oh, he's digging though, innit? I love a body shot, man.
News for you. It's 2-1 is the
Is
football
it, yeah?
score.
2-1.
2-1.
Get in.
10 seconds left.
It's a good fight, this.
Excellent. They've all been good. To be fair, every one of these has been so good
Yeah.
as far as the matchmaking goes. Getting a little bit of a treat. Wherever Shaq is, he was complaining on the stream earlier.
Oh, really?
He was. Leon Ambrosino. You got your wish, bro.
Damn right you did. But we're only giving you this round, you little punk. So buy double. And you can watch it on your phone and your TV.
There you go.
And if you complain one more time, you'll have to buy your laptop as well.
Right. All right, we'll bring it back to us here. We'll leave it in the corner. Listen, Joe, it's been a real pleasure. I want to close on this one. You know, you joined Bad Company. You experienced quite a bit of success at a young age. Take me back to those years. Does it seem like quite a long time ago, or does it seem like only just a brief moment
Feels
of
like
time?
a lifetime ago. But you know what? I actually discovered failure first. I lost my first 5 fights as a kid, which were obviously a bit. As a kid, it's quite knocking because I'm only like 6, 7 year old. But I stuck at it, and then I went on to have a good junior career. I went to something like 40 odd fights, 50 odd fights unbeaten. Lost and then carried on going on another streak. So it's one of them, mate. With Thai boxing as well, I think you need to learn early. You ain't gonna win every fight. There's far too many styles, and it's not like boxing where you've got the politics where you can duck and dive fights. We're not paid enough. Do you know what I mean? So, but it's one of them. You do with sport, you're in it because you love it, because there's no money in it. Do you know what I mean? You're not paid well. Like, you can make a living, but you're not paid extremely well. It's getting better, and I hope it continues to, because eventually I might make a bit of deal. But we're in this sport because we love it. So I think if you learn that early, like I did as well, I think you can go on to good things.
And what would your advice be to young up-and-coming fighters who might be just starting their journey now?
Have fun. Just enjoy your training, mate. We're in the gym every day, like you'll have seen on, if you follow Liam's friggin' YouTube and stuff. We just take piss every single day. So I think while you're having fun, mate, it's one of them, you know what I mean? It's not work. I'm not working when I'm friggin' knocking about in the gym and having a laugh with my pals or getting spar. Do you know what I mean? Like people who work, and even if you do work, enjoy your training, man. You're there doing it as a hobby. So if you enjoy it, I think it's one of them. I'd definitely just enjoy your training, and you can go on to massive things.
It's funny because Andy said the exact same thing.
Yeah.
The identical piece of advice.
He's
I asked
not
him
funny
the same. He's not?
Nah.
All right.
I'm funny, he's not.
Right. Chris and Joe here from Hitman Fight League. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Final shout out, Joe. I mean, talk to the people watching. Plug yourself. Give us your thoughts on this whole shindig. Where can we follow you? Where can we connect?
Follow me at Joe_Craven. But apart from that, buy pay-per-view, you little scruff shack, or else I'll bust you. Guilt boy.
All right, there you go. And where is the next Hitman Fight League going to be? The answer is Manchester.
Bowlers, and buy your tickets off me, not Hitman.
Right. So make sure you go Insta stock Joe Craven. Anyone know what time the main card starts? Yeah, 6:30, 7 o'clock, roughly here in the UK. Oh, come on, Andy's funny. Yeah, we agree. He's okay.
No, Andy's hair's funny when he's bouncing about whilst he's holding pads, but that's it.
Well, I'll keep on dreaming about that. Thanks so much for joining us, Joe.
Legend, thank you.
Cheers. Hope you guys are enjoying it. This is the official watch party. A couple of more guests coming on here shortly. We'll leave you with the action for a few minutes, and we'll be back in 5. Action from the Indigo 2 here in London in the O2 Arena. Cheers.
Myself
or what? I just watched Lucy.
Lucy, yes.
Lucy or Lucette?
Lucy, L-U-C-Y. Lucy. So it might be my accent, like Lucy.
Where you from?
Wigan, so yeah, local, not local to here, but Manchester girl, really.
Cool. So,
Northerner.
we are going to put this in the corner and then we'll be on that camera.
Okay, cool.
This is your headset. Miles, right?
Miles, yeah. Miles. Because we've been interviewing.
Welcome back to Hitman Fight League. This is the official watch party. Chris here and Lucy, one of the sponsors, one of the people covering the events from Last Bastion. Good afternoon.
Hi, nice to be here. Thank you.
How's the vibe?
Do you know what? Amazing. It's been really cool. We've been here since about 12 o'clock and it just seems to be getting busier and buzzier, and yeah, everyone's really feeling the vibe today. It's a really great atmosphere.
So I've seen you over there interviewing, doing a bit of media work.
Yeah.
Tell us about your involvement.
Yeah, so we do, it's myself and Miles, so we're from a media company called Last Bastion, and we basically come and we do loads of different Muay Thai events, but we also do some boxing and stuff as well, just any martial arts, and we're really interested about like sort of talking to the fighters and seeing what's got people to this point.
I love it. Now, tell me about kind of that journey, because you mentioned not only there's a product side to this Last Bastion organization, shall we call it, but there's also like a coverage of going a little bit deeper into these stories. Like, how did that whole thing come about? Because it's a unique take, really.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Thank you. So it started off, Miles, the guy who sort of runs Last Bastion, he does tapes, so taping for the fighters' hands and stuff like that. He sponsors a lot of fighters. He also does T-shirts, which he splits the profit between the fighter as well. So, for example, one of the guys he sponsors, Niall Brown, he's a boxer, and he's got like loads of T-shirts with Niall's face, and his whole team will buy them, and it sort of like encourages like this team vibe, and then it splits the profits as well. So yeah, that was the that's sort of the merchandise side of it, and then I came on board to do sort of the chatting and the in front of the camera stuff. So Miles does all the recording of the fights and I do the sort of chat to the fighters, and just trying to delve a little bit deeper. A lot of the interviews tended to be a little bit more sort of statistics and that kind of thing, which obviously is very interesting for a lot of people who want to know, but I think a lot of people wanted to know those more personal sides, and like what has got a fighter to this point. Like, to be a fighter you need like a completely different kind of mindset, so I was just always very interested in what got you there. Yep. So yeah, we try, we're hitting both at the minute.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that storytelling thing, and not only fight sports but in sports in general, is so critical, right? Because it's such an incredible deep dive into what is behind. Well, we'll put it on here right now. What is behind this?
Yeah, like it takes a different mindset to be able to get into that ring, and it's there's a certain mentality you have to be able to go in and just give it everything on these massive shows as well, where there's a lot of eyes watching. I feel like it takes a certain kind of person to be able to do that.
I agree. A couple of comments coming in. Finally, someone with hair has been a bunch of bald dudes.
Love it.
This was done on purpose. Number 2, oh yeah, I won the giveaway, and the tape is bloody mint.
Oh, the tape's bloody mint.
Bloody mint.
That must be a northerner saying that. Bloody mint.
What was your background then?
So myself, I was... Do you know what? Me and Miles connected quite an unusual way. It was actually on social media. So I've had a background in kickboxing. I kickboxed for probably about 6-7 years. I've done like my belts and stuff, had a couple of little goes myself. But I do acting as well. So I was always in front of a camera and always like very comfortable with that kind of side of it. So Miles just messaged and was like, you've kind of got the both sides to it. You're confident and comfortable in front of a camera, but you've also been involved in martial arts for years, so you can actually watch a fight and analyze it. Can we put them together, and can we get you to basically just talk to the fighters and bring like a bit of a personal touch to it? So yeah, it was very organic, but a little bit unusual how we came about.
I love it. That's the thing though, right?
Yeah,
that's the most important thing. I feel like that being able to not only cover a sport but know the sport and be able to present it and do the production side. I I think it's one of the most important things to be able to, I think, shed light on it that it deserves, right?
And I've just always been very, very interested in people. And like I said, I've been chatting a lot to Vinny Shawman, who's commentating today, and he's massively into mindset. Vinny is like the mindset guy for fighters, and he does a lot of like hypnotherapy and things like that. So to just be around these people, like Vinny's a mindset coach. I've actually been to one of his breakthrough days, which was amazing. And yeah, I just thought, I don't know how I've come into it really, but I'm just absolutely delighted to be here. And like I say, working with people like Vinny and just getting to know the mindsets and being so interested in the sport.
And he's a commentator too, right? Like he's somebody who's not only involved in coaching fighters and supporting them. He's Liam Harrison's longtime, I believe, mind coach, right?
Yeah.
But he's also effectively a broadcast journalist, right? So he's going out there and commentating things.
A man of many talents is Vinny.
I love it. All right. Now, your journey into this, your involvement with Last Bastion, what have you learned along the way? Because we saw you talking to Joe Craven earlier. We had Joe on. He was the last guest, and a lot of other people on the card today. You mentioned covering boxing. Like, what have been the big takeaways?
So on the professional level, I think it's really good to just be able to be open more to listening. In the past, I've been very bad for like, I've got a lot of energy, I just want to talk, I want to go. So it's taught me definitely to pull back and let people talk and be open to listening and learn about people. But away from sort of the professional side of it, just on a basic human level, is to see the real sacrifice and the real moments behind the victory. Because I think it's really easy in this day and age, especially with Instagram and all the sort of like instant things that we have, it's really easy to see, you know, a picture of somebody lifting up the trophy. But to actually meet them beforehand or go down to the gym and see them training, or, you know, meet the family and listen to the partner or the child say, oh yeah, he's always in the gym, or to first-hand see what these guys put themselves through to put on these shows for you. I think just on a personal level, that made it much more real for me because, again, just this day and age, I've been guilty of it myself. You see a picture on Instagram and think, oh, wow, that's really glamorous. They must just have walked into that. Whereas I think it's been good for me to see the real life grit, background and sacrifice that these guys are putting on.
Motivating?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, absolutely. And just, it's it just makes you realise what people are really capable of when they've got a passion and a love for something and an opportunity to go for it.
I agree. I mean, it's like, because I've covered a lot of different sports as well, MMA, boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, jiu-jitsu, a lot of grappling, wrestling, you know, you see so many of these incredible moments, right? Before this moment right here.
So, right now, this is the perfect example. Somebody's going to get the hand raised, great picture on Instagram, really cool moment, but the moments that have come before this.
And waiting for that, right?
That's the moment.
And
that's it.
And there's still a smile and a you know what? I'm going to go again next time in the blue corner, right?
I do love that side of it as well. So that's something I love for martial arts, and I think that's why it's really important to get kids into it. The one for the discipline, but for the respect, because even the losing side, it's always, you know, you bow to your training partners. It's just so respectful.
Of course.
And like you've just said, the blue corner there unfortunately didn't get the decision, but very respectful. You hug it out. You go and say thank you to the coaches, thank you to the ref. Just the level of respect in martial arts, I think, is something that everyone could benefit from doing.
You still train?
Yeah, I'm still training, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Kickboxing?
So, kickboxing. I'm in a gym in Wigan at the moment, TKMA in Wigan. I love them. They're amazing, really good guys. And they've got some real good up-and-coming talent. They've just got the first ever, so if you're into kickboxing, Waco is probably like the best title you can get. And they've just had the first junior ever to win the Waco world title. He's just been over to Italy.
I always would say Waco.
Waco,
I'm such a noob, right? Such an American noob. They were saying that they think you're from Leeds. Is that correct?
Oh, Leeds, northern, so like Wigan way, Manchester, Wigan-ish.
There's the answer.
It's from here, it's about 4 hours from here.
So you just kickbox? You don't do anything else for fitness? Nothing?
So I'm a PT myself, so like my day job is to go and like teach classes, and I work in like a chain of like 5 different gyms. And I'll basically be at the front, bopping about, bouncing my head off, loving life, with loads of music on, and then there's like 50 women in front of me all sort of joining in. So my day-to-day life is, I'm type 1 diabetic, so I like to have everything, you know, anytime when I can get like a bit of fitness or a bit of movement in it, it really helps with my kind of lifestyle, definitely. And
interesting, you know, we were talking with Andy Howson, and we were talking with Joe and a few of the others. They think that the strength and conditioning side is, you mentioned the mental side with Vinny.
Yep.
Strength and conditioning side is something we've really seen an evolution of in this sport, right? Because a lot of the Thais, like, they don't even do any of that, right? They're fighting every few weeks, and it's pad work and maybe a little bit of sparring, and then, of course, the actual fights. Like, do you see any differences in that evolution over time, having also competed in kickboxing?
Yeah, 100%. So the strength and conditioning side of it, obviously the physical benefits you have is like you are stronger. So if you're training your legs, when you throw a kick, it's going to land a lot harder. It's going to land a lot stronger, and it's going to have a better impact. Same for like if you're training your upper body and you throw a punch, it's going to land with much more devastation than it would if you weren't doing the training. But the mental, again, I always do go back to the mindset. Like the mental side of it is, if you know you're putting in those extra hours in the gym doing strength and conditioning, and you're not just doing, the cardio, the pad work, the sparring, if you know you've got the weights behind you, it's just like that mental edge again, which I feel like, loads of the time, there's loads of famous sayings like, if you think you've lost a fight before you go in, you've lost it, whether you're the better person or not. So a lot of it does come down to mental edge. So I feel like just personally knowing, I'm doing this extra thing that, this other guy might not be doing, I think that has a massive benefit. But yeah, strength-wise, absolutely. If you're training your legs and you're smashing quads, you're going to be getting much better front kicks than if you're not.
I agree.
Yeah.
Bodyweight squats all day and push-ups. Listen, we got a couple of things coming in. A lot more respect in Thai boxing than other sports, to be fair. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, the wide crew, all the things. I think it's the frequency of competition that's really there.
Yeah.
You see it in jiu-jitsu as well, because a lot of these guys have fought each other sometimes even 5 or 10 times in tournaments, right?
Yeah.
So, but some boxers don't want to fight, right? And there's that difference. I think one of the biggest things that stuck out, it can depend on where you are in the world, right? A lot of times in the West, we have that, I'm going to go out there and beat this guy, or, I don't like this guy, there's bad blood. But then you go to other parts of the world and there's a much more of a mutual kind of respect, right?
Yeah, that's very true. So that's another thing. Sorry, going back to your other question about what have I learned.
I made a couple points there.
I was just, but it's good because they do overlap. So I interviewed a guy once and he was saying like he'd just come back from Thailand. And he was saying it was so different. Do you know, my mind's gone blank now, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was absolutely lovely, really great fighter. And he'd just come back from Thailand, and he was saying sometimes there can be a case of, it's different gym, and you kind of like separate a little bit, but over in Thailand, you were training next to the guy you were going to fight, and all the camps were just together, and you'd be, you'd go for food together afterwards, and it was just such a, you're there because you love the sport, and you're just testing yourself against the best.
Yep.
Which is, again, just a slightly different viewpoint on it than it's me versus you. It's more just, we're both here because we have this sport that we absolutely love, and we're just enjoying it together.
Yeah. I think one of the things that I'm reminded of in MMA, which is rare in MMA because you definitely do get with UFC and Bellator predominantly, or even PFL sometimes, there's much more of an aggravated kind of, typical American kind of hype on the fight. But I was the play-by-play announcer for M1 Challenge, M1 Global, which is now kind of a defunct promotion in Russia, for a number of years, and covered not only fights in Russia but other parts of Eastern Europe. And it was interesting because they would always film the video trailers with the athletes during fight week, to hype up the fight. And they'd also do the head-to-heads, the press conference, the weigh-in. And I can't really remember any time where it was anything other than, I wish you a good fight.
Yeah.
They would shake hands, let's put on a great show. It's like a totally different kind of sportsman-like conduct, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And you wouldn't imagine this, but this was predominantly a Russian show with almost always Russian athletes and other athletes coming in from parts of the world to participate. We did shows all over, as far as the edge of Siberia to the Caucasus in Ingushetia, to even like some other parts of Russia, like in Kazan, which are Muslim-Christian mix. I mean, it's like you really, really span different cultures there. And I never saw any of this bad blood.
Yeah.
I never saw any of it, right? And a lot of people in the West who consume MMA don't really know about that, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It depends on where you go in the world, right?
Yeah, 100%.
We're getting more comments. I'm going to give you these and then we'll wrap it up. You can tell you're from Leeds. Yeah, we went over that. Is Muay Thai the same as that?
Yeah,
You're not
doing
wrong.
me in here.
Does anyone know if Yasmin Nasri has had the fight? No, that's coming later. That's coming later, right? In fights, it's always yourself against yourself because you have to work on yourself.
Yeah.
Pithy. That's poetic, isn't it?
Yeah.
I might get a tattoo after this.
Yeah, we're going to quote that. No, absolutely. And I think that's something that martial arts is great for encouraging. Like it's you versus you. And if you're, the best way to sort of see it is fighters have such a different approach that it shows you that it's always you against you. As in sometimes, what I'm trying to say is sometimes fighters will really look at the opponent and really go through all their old fights and try and do it that way. Some fighters just no, I don't want to see anything because it'll put me off. So and each have success. So that in itself is proof that, you know, some fighters like to research, or some fighters like to just be, I'm just going to go in and do my style and that's going to be that. And both have success, so it just shows that it's not really about the opponent, as strange as that sounds. It is about, have you been putting the hours in? I feel like the reason, Joe Rogan said this as well, the reason so many people have such respect for martial artists is because it's something you can't cheat at.
Yeah.
If you're not putting the rounds in, if you're not putting the work in, it will be so clear. Yeah. There's so many things, again, in this sort of day and age where you can kind of like almost cheat it or make it look better than it is. Whereas there's no hiding in martial arts. Like, if you haven't put that work in, it will be very obvious. And if you have put the work in, again, it will be obvious.
Yep.
So the fact that, you know, it's such a stripping sport. There's no hiding in martial arts, and I think that's why we have such respect for them, because they are absolutely just laying it out on the line for us.
Yeah, and I definitely feel like, you know, with the aforementioned attitudes from not only Thai and Thailand or even other parts of the world, like we mentioned in MMA and Russia, it's that's what keeps you going back to the gym, even if you're just a hobby trainer, right? Even if you're just going to like train and keep fit and do this, that, and the other. We've got some guests coming later that I think will speak to that. Danny from the Script is going to join us. That's a guy who got into Muay Thai because of the positive benefits, period.
Yeah.
He's never competed. I think he was going to do a charity fight at one point. But, yeah, I think it's important. They said we're getting philosophical here. I should be a poet.
I love that.
Yes. Listen, let's take this home. Tell us about you. Tell us about your involvement once more with the company and where we can follow you and connect and so on and so forth.
Yes, amazing, thank you. So it's called Last Bastion, but the spelling is LAST, so last as normal, but then BSTN. So at .co.uk, so lastbastion.co.uk. We're on all social platforms, and we'll do like sort of little snippets of the interviews. And moving forward, we are hopefully we get to speak to Miles again, who's like the main guy behind it.
We will.
Hoping to do more with like the helping the fighters and the sponsorship and splitting the profits, and again just making it more of a mutually beneficial for us as lovers of the sport and for the fighters for putting it on.
All right. Where can we connect with you?
So for myself, it's Lucy Polgar, Polgar. That's on. I'm just on Instagram. That's all I have. Miles is under Last Bastion, so he's the main page for that. So it's just at Last and then BSTN, and that's our main platform.
Awesome. We're going to talk with Miles in a bit.
Yes, amazing.
Anything I should talk to him about? Any intel?
So yeah,
Gossip?
for Miles, Miles has got a lot coming up. So Miles is quite modest. I think that's why he got me on, because it was like not as keen as the in front of the camera sort of stuff. But he is very modest because he's got massive things in the pipelines. Like I say, going more into sponsorship. That's a really big passion of his. So basically, he's trying to make it a case of, if there's some young lad who's got a full-time job and he's struggling to put the hours in, but he's a really talented fighter, we should be able to do something where there's more financial help for that, because obviously Muay Thai, in comparison to the boxing and the MMA, the money just isn't there as much, which obviously does make it a lot harder for fighters to dedicate the time if you've got, you know, a family, kids, job. So Miles' real passion is trying to bridge that gap between, there's this young great fighter who's got, you know, a kid at home and a full-time job. How can we help bridge that gap so he can dedicate more time to the gym? So yeah, that's something Miles is actively working on now, trying to bridge that gap. And in the next 12 months, hopefully, he's going to have a platform that can do that.
We'll have a conversation with him shortly. Once again, Lucy, Miles to come. And that's Last Bastion, LAST, BSTN.co.uk.
Yes, amazing.
All right, we'll see you guys soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Give it 2 or 3 minutes.
Any point scoring?
No worries. I'm going to grab a phone and I'll be right back.
Catch up soon, mate, Catch up soon,
Give me about 3 minutes. I just got to get it.
details on that. Is your website?
Yeah. Oh, what is it? The Midas.co.uk.
Take a seat.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll be on that camera.
On that one?
Yep, I'll open up your mic and we'll be here at first. We'll be showing them a little bit of this in the corner and cutting to that screen.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the watch party. Chris here alongside Stephen Campbell from the Midas.
How we doing, mate? You all right?
I'm doing well. themidas.co.uk?
That's it, yeah. Themidas.co.uk.
The golden approach to health and wellness.
The Midas touch.
All right.
That's what you're getting.
So tell me about your involvement. You're one of the sponsors here of the show. You're connected to Liam.
Yeah. So Liam approached me about doing something totally different on a show that's never been done before, which is like giving some wellness and well-being to fighters and coaches.
Yep.
And it's never been done before. And that's all about just being there, being present. Making sure that they're ready for the show, they're ready for the fight. Any ailments, any aches and pains, they can approach us today. That's what I've been doing upstairs now. I've just done about 6 massages. So that's why I'm fully pumped here. The buys are out.
I'm loving it because they were talking earlier before we put you on that you were actually.
I've just been upstairs now.
Literally.
I've been upstairs. I'm in the red corner today, and everyone's been approaching us.
So they are saying online moments ago that it seems to be the red corner that is winning over and
get
over
in there.
today.
It's all down to my massages, mate. I'm telling you now. I have got the golden touch. What I've been doing is I've just been getting the hip flexors firing and getting those shoulders working. Yeah, and that's what I've been going for. Yeah, so the red corner, are we winning?
I'm literally telling you that just on YouTube they were talking about the fact that it was like a stitch, right? There was some kind of internal conspiracy.
So what needs to happen is I know there's going to be some betting later on, isn't there? So next time, if you keep betting for the red corner, because I think we're going to be in for a chance.
Oh my word! Listen, Steve Campbell's here. He's from the Midas Health and Wellness. You can connect with him on themidas.co.uk.
Yeah.
If you want to win a fight, right?
If you want to win a fight, or if you just want to be really good at kicking someone in the head, then yeah, definitely follow me.
So what's your background?
Background is actually totally different to this. I'm an ex-professional rugby league player.
Really?
Yeah.
For?
Cast Tigers, Keighley Cougars, Hunslet Hawks, loads of teams in the first division of rugby league. And I did that for 8 years full time, and then when I left that I went into strength conditioning for the general public. And I met Liam about 12 years ago. Got introduced to him by one of our close mates, famous fighter Jordan Watson. And I helped Liam do a camp about 12 years ago, and we've never looked back since. We've won nearly every single camp together.
Wow. Where are you based?
Based in Leeds.
I thought. Okay.
Yeah. So where I went, we're in London. I had to think then, the biggest city for the best show. So based in Leeds, and people can come to me, or what I do is with the online with the Midas, people linking online. There's loads of platforms. There's nutrition advice, mobility, movement, yoga, stretches, exercises. There's all sorts on there.
That's incredible. So did you obviously take your background in professional sports and just think this is the way?
Yeah, that's like sometimes when you leave a sport and I was like, wow, what am I going to do? I'll keep coaching rugby, but I just thought, let's try something different. With what you do, strength conditioning, you can put it into anything, but what you've got to try and do is, once you go into a sport, you've got to make sure you're working for that sport. So I can do strength conditioning for a snooker player, I can do strength conditioning for a ice hockey player, but we're doing Muay Thai, so you've got to look at like balance, hip flexor, hip movement, glute activation, hamstring strength, knees and all that lot. That's what you're looking for.
It's interesting. I was actually hearing something from a strength and conditioning coach about working with race car drivers, right?
Yeah.
And people were baffled at the thought that somebody would actually need to go out there and do strength and conditioning for this.
What, and a race car driver? Oh, do you know what? They've got to be super fit.
I know that.
And I mean super fit, because how fast they're travelling, like they've got to be as well. The mental sort of state of a race car driver is like if they blink and miss something, it could be game over.
It could be it.
It could be game over. So what we're trying to do as well, everything's changing. Everything's changing as we progress through. Every year there's new things coming out, new ways to train, and I'm sort of implementing that. I'm not going to give all my secrets away, but I'm implementing that with the people that I work with. As you can tell, the red corner, boom.
So here we go. Oh my God, I haven't seen Jordan in ages.
Jordan Watson, what a guy.
Okay. Anyways, but no, I was really, really interested in that because I think that one of the biggest criticisms I ever heard was like IndyCar racers, where they literally are just going and it's an oval track, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people look at that and they're like, why are there tens of thousands of people in America, in Nebraska, a state no one's ever been to, right? I'm talking about, because I live in the UK, right? And they're perplexed that these are actually professional sportsmen. When you look at what those guys are even strapped into and the kind of G's they're pulling, I mean, they're taking corners at serious speeds.
I can imagine,
it's different than F1, but
and also strength conditioning. People think strength conditioning you're strengthening your mind as well all the time. You're conditioning your brain. Your brain 70% water. You've got to make sure that when you're putting your body under like these extreme workouts, that you're actually you're working on that as well. People just think strength conditioning. Oh yeah, let's get big legs. No, it's not about that. It's about power and speed. That's what you're working on. Power and speed.
Where do you think a lot of people are weakest, or even for ordinary life? Like, so I notice it's my knees. Like sometimes because I've done a lot of I've done a lot of snowboarding and a lot of mountain biking and stuff. Impact, you know.
What I see is what I've been seeing over the last few years is everyone's posture. Posture is a very poor thing. You know, you don't. You get. I work with a lot of professional fighters, but there's a lot of fighters out here. There's a lot of fighters fighting today that won't be full-time fighters. You know, they've got a job, and their job could be sat at a desk all day. So if you're sat at a desk all day and you're hunching over and your shoulders hunching over, and then you come to do a strength conditioning program, or comes a hip, you've not got the correct posture to even be working that technique. So then you actually get worse, or you pick injuries up. So getting the posture right first is key, and then you can move into some different workouts. But yeah, you know, you've got to be lucky enough to be full time, earning good money. If not, you've got to make sure you're out there and doing something different.
Yeah, it's one of those like where you have to get optimized to then go into like really bad positions, right? Like, because so Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is one of the sports that I'm really into.
Yeah.
And you know, if you're playing off your back, or if you're doing all the inversions or getting stacked, like, man, that's really hard on your body, right?
Yeah. So what we do at the Midas as well is when people come to us, if they're new, if we already know them, we've already got like a baseline of like, okay, we did these tests with you, and it's all about like balance. Jogging on the spot, walking in a straight line. You can see sort of like the posture imbalances if you lean to one side and things like that. Then you already know where to work with, and then you can pick it up from there.
I love it. We got the action up right now.
Yeah, we're watching. Let's just see like what I try and look at is the balancing. The balance work. Sometimes you can see if someone catches the kick and they lose balance straight away. You know, they should be able to hold that. They should be able to stand on that one leg. And if they can't, then obviously glute activation.
What's your read on this fight so far?
Well, I've been looking at you most of the time.
You had 20 seconds of data, man.
Yeah, I got 20 seconds. Let's have a look. Blue's looking the stronger, actually.
It's really cool to me to see, especially in Thai, the way they'll test. You know, a little kick here, a little move, a little this, a little that, and all of a sudden, boom, the power comes in right away, right?
Do you know what? When people come and say to me, oh, he's definitely got this fight, and you can't say that anymore. You can't say it. He's definitely got this fight, because it don't work like that. It's 50-50 when it's out there. It's 1v1. You don't know who. You just need that lucky punch, that lucky kick, that lucky knee.
Atlanta 13, my balance is class. Everyone says it. Listen, Atlanta, you got to go and see Steven. He'll tell you whether the balance is okay.
I'll let you know. But yeah, keep working on your balance. Atlanta, well done. That is key. Nutrition first, though.
Amen to that, right?
Nutrition first. You know, if you've got good nutrition, then you move into your movement and your balance, and once that comes, then you work on your exercise. It's like you can't go straight into a gym and just go, right, I'm going to lift 140 kilos. It don't work like that. You know, so you've got to make sure you've got these other two compartments, or pillars, if you want to call them, the pillars of health. Let's put it like that.
Any thoughts on recovery?
Recovery? From what?
General exercise or fight sports stuff, and a lot of people watching the stream, right?
I like to do something called active rest. So I don't think you should ever just lay down all day and call that recovery. But if let's just say you're a Muay Thai fighter tomorrow, these guys could be going swimming, you know, a little bit of light swimming, doing something totally different for the body. Well, it's not going to put any stress on the body, but you're going to be giving it a bit of active rest, so it's getting fresh blood flow from the heart, and it's going to get rid of all those aches and pains.
Keep the body guessing, right?
Keep it moving.
I love it. Well, listen, I'm going to cut back to us here.
Yep.
And I'm going to say final shout-outs, final plugs. Where can we find you, connect with you? Final shout-outs or plugs for the people watching. Where can we find you and connect with you?
Guys, so you can follow the Midas on Instagram at the Midas Wellness. It's got a Facebook page. I'm on LinkedIn as Stephen Campbell, and the Midas is on LinkedIn. And also the website is themidas.co.uk. Give us a follow, give us a link, click the website, have a look at it. I'm sure you'll like it.
And what are the main things that you're offering that people who are into Muay Thai or fight sports might be interested in?
A bit of everything. That's the thing. They've got so many platforms on the website, which is nutrition, movement, exercise, and mind. And if you can follow those 4 pillars, those 4 platforms, and work on them every single day, then you are going to be the best that you can be. So what we've done is we've put everything under these platforms of all the knowledge and experience from me doing this for the last 20 years.
I love it, Steve. I'm coming up. I'm coming
He's
up there,
signing.
man.
He's getting on. He's getting on the Midas. I've already got him.
I need my
He's in the
knees
red
and my
corner.
back. All right, guys. Thanks again, mate.
All right, man.
All right, cheers.
Sweet. Nice one, mate. Thanks for seeing.
I'm coming up, man. Listen, I need that posture. Welcome back to Hitman Fight League Watch Party. Chris Hookster alongside Carly Jade, one of our ring girls here this evening.
No, thanks for having me.
How's life?
Good, good. I'm loving life at the minute, actually.
What do you make of the fights?
Amazing. First time, obviously, at Hitman. It's their first show, but absolutely cracking fights. I love a bit of K1. Don't really like the smell of the deep heat and everything, but, you know.
Yeah, right?
Through it. It's very...
That Thai oil.
It's a lot, but...
It's a bit much. But the action's ripe up. I mean, it's great. It's been, I think, very competitive from the very beginning.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think everyone's really hungry. They're probably giving it some. So, yeah, good to watch.
So what are you normally involved in? Boxing, MMA, kickboxing?
So originally I was a boxing girl, started off with the boxing. So I run an agency, a ring girl agency, so I'm at a lot of events. So always used to love the boxing. As soon as I got introduced to like MMA and stuff, I was like, oh no, this is it now. I love the MMA. Then I saw the K1 and I was like, oh, the kicks, the elbows, I love that. But then we also do bare knuckle now as well. So it's just getting more and more brutal. But I just love all the action. I just love it all, to be honest.
Yeah, I think here at the Indigo, it's is it BKB is the promotion, right?
Yeah, so we do BKFC, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship.
BKFC, which is the American one, right?
Yeah, they just came over last year. So we have been with them since November. But they are putting on some cracking cards, brilliant stuff. I think the American show, they had like 20 million on the pay-per-view viewers.
It's insane.
Mental. I think they're outdoing UFC at the minute. So.
Well, they're signing so many great fighters, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I think Luke Rockhold and Mike Perry recently.
Yeah, the presses for
fight.
that was insane. I think everyone's really looking forward to that one. But yeah, they've got some big acts on there.
Let's talk about your agency. I want to plug that, right?
Oh, lovely.
You guys are part of this?
Yeah, let's go. I'm just looking at my hair. It's very weird. Am I being a girl? Is no one else doing this?
I don't even have any of the credentials to join that party.
I need to just maybe shave mine off.
You know, listen, the people are enjoying it on YouTube. We're actually running a live stream to Liam Harrison's YouTube page. So that's who you're talking to here.
Hey
We're obviously
guys.
giving
Hope
coverage.
everyone's having a great day.
Yeah, so tell us about your agency and tell us about your work.
Yeah, so I run an agency. The agency is called Finesse Models, but we have Finesse Ring Girls and Finesse Event Staffing and Finesse Models, so all like sort of different bits. The event staffing is obviously like your event staff, hostesses, hospitality. The models, we do like music videos, e-commerce, stuff like that.
Cool.
And then the Ring Girls is my baby because I absolutely love it. I go to all the events every weekend with the girls, pick my favourite one, where do I want to be? And yeah, absolutely just love it.
And what have you kind of enjoyed about a great event? Like, what makes a great event really memorable, right? I mean, we've got good production here. There's good lighting.
That's exactly it. I think first off, production.
Yeah.
You got to have a good production, a nice walkout, some backdrops, the lights, the smoke. You know, it makes the whole experience. Having you guys here doing streams and things like that, it's great. The interviews and things, but obviously the fights. The fights are what really make it. And even in like the weigh-ins and stuff, I like the build-up and I like to see the beef and then follow it to the fight. I love that.
What's the most memorable event you've been part of? Or any memorable event?
Probably say November we done the BKFC at OVO at Wembley, and they had MVP Bellator. Yeah, that was a wicked night. That was great atmosphere, and they brought the American team over. So you guys, obviously, you do it bigger and better. It was great. It was a wicked night, and like you say, the production was unreal, and there was a lot of beef and things like that. So yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting because I know Michael really well. I actually commentated him in boxing and in Bellator.
Okay, cool.
Because he did boxing, and I think he did it here. It was on David Hayes' show.
Oh wow! Okay, cool.
His first boxing fight.
Amazing.
And what did you make of the bare knuckle thing? Like, because some of these fighters are doing different sports, right?
It's crazy. Yeah. When I first see that he was doing it, I was like, whoa, that's a big step. But no, yeah, it's good. I think it's great, and I think obviously they've got the money to pay the fighters, so you know everyone wants to be involved. But it is sort of, I do see some of them and I'm like, you're really going to do bare knuckle? Whoa, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it takes a lot of sort of guts. So yeah, good on him.
But the money's there for some of these guys,
but that's
right?
it. That's exactly it. I think the good thing about BKFC, and it's the same with like the YouTube influencer boxing sort of leagues and things that are coming about. They've all got the cash at the minute. They've got great sponsors and things like that, so they're able to just pay the fighters. And I think that's what everyone wants. And you often hear about fighters, you know, having to wait ages for fights and not getting the fights they wanted, the pay cut, you know, being sort of like controlled by sponsors and things like that. So it's nice to see people getting paid, being happy. But again, like I said, it's a lot to get a bare fist to the face. So I'm glad they're getting looked after.
I think it's what the sport needs, though. Like, because I work with Fame MMA. Do you know Fame?
I actually done Fame MMA when they came here.
Yeah,
and then came to the UK.
It's a Polish show, right? So
yeah.
We do the.
And they do that brilliantly over there. They smashed it.
They do.
They really do. Yeah.
And I also work with KSW, which is a very large promotion, like really good production.
Russian or Polish?
Polish. Yeah. But again, like, I feel like you need to build that platform, and that takes money, right?
Yeah, that's it.
You have to build that platform, and it's entertainment too.
That's it. And I think putting the money in, even like Hitman, it's their first show, but you can tell they've spent some money. They've got great sponsors. I think they've got Gym King, Well Hydrate, and things like that really makes a difference because obviously everyone wants to get paid at the end of the day.
Exactly. Comments are coming in. What time is Yasmin Nasri fighting? I don't know. I can tell you a little bit later. I will look at the card and get back to you on that. I know you've asked a couple of times. Real question is, when is Finlay fighting? I'll get back to you on that as well. Majority of us are here for Finlay. You know what? We're looking forward to seeing that. Carly, listen, anything else? People are watching?
No, I just hope everyone's having a great night. Not much. I'll be fighting this year as well. I always like to plug that. No, I never kid.
What are you doing?
Boxing, just boxing. I'm not hardcore enough to be taking any kicks off. No. Not yet. So, just been in the gym, working hard.
Where are you going to fight?
Where as in, like, what promotion, what country?
Everything.
Oh, so
as Khabib said, send me location, right?
Yeah, no, Khabib's like, get her away, we hate her, that horrible ring girl. She's useless. No, I'm joking. I love Khabib, although I don't think I'm he's my greatest fan. I love you. What's your problem?
He's a great fighter, right?
And you know, I agree with him. Like, when he's like, oh, the ring girls are useless, this, that, and I'm like, and just to be fair, he didn't say we're useless. He said we're the most useless things in martial arts. I agree. You know, I'm not going to pretend that we're holding the whole show and without us it wouldn't survive. It's fine, it's cool, but we love it. You know, so just chill, be happy.
Somebody just said, much love from Florida. We're going international here.
Oh, love that. Miss that Florida sun. I used to go to Florida for my birthday, but since the dreaded COVID happened, it sort of just stopped.
When's your birthday?
March, just been March 28th.
That means I'm going to have to wait 11 months.
Yeah. What, you fly me out?
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's go, baby. Woo.
Private jet. No. But tell me about your boxing fight, though, because I quickly plug that. Where is it? When is it?
Yeah, so we're just figuring out the card at the minute. The promotion that I'll be fighting on, they have sort of international shows. It's not just England. So can't tell you what country it'll be in. But, yeah, I'm really excited. I can't wait. I've been putting in my my time in the gym. I've got sparring this week. I start actually training at MVP's. He trains at Shoot Fighters in London.
London Shoot Fighters.
Yeah, I'm
Of course.
training there.
What?
Yeah, it's wicked. They're a wicked crew, probably looking after me. Absolutely love it.
This is going to become a YouTube short. Carly Jade is training at Shoot Fighters and cannot reveal the country
I can't.
or the promotion where she will be boxing.
I
but
just know I'm going to be knocking someone out.
how do they follow
100%.
you for the news?
They can follow me on Instagram, TikTok, Carla Jade, Carla_Jade with a double J. But yeah, I'm gonna real soon. I'll be able to let you guys know. And it's like the team's like, Carla, slow down. You know, we need to get you sparring first. You know, what if you get knocked out in sparring? I'm like, I'm not getting knocked out. Are you kidding me? So I think as soon as I knuckle down in sparring, and then I can show everyone how serious I am and get it announced, because everyone's like, Carla, when are you fighting? Come on. And obviously I run the Ring Girl agency, so I've got like 20 of the girls going to be walking me out. I said I might even do the card, you know, if I'm that good, I might do the card.
Can you imagine that? Puts in plans for a 2-round fight, because otherwise we don't
it.
get to see the ring card walk, right?
Yeah.
Lets her get out of the first round
Yeah.
just to make the walk and take her out in
Yeah,
round
that's
2.
it. That's it. We're not playing around. We go
All
out
right.
for dinner.
Listen, Carla Jade, Chris here from Hitman Fight League. Hope you guys are enjoying it.
Thank you so much for having me. And hope
pleasure.
everyone has a great night. Enjoy the fight.
All right. We'll see you shortly.
Thank you so much. That was great. What's your name, sorry?
I'm Chris. What do you want me to say? We're going to talk about it. That mic is on. I want your name. What's your name? Jenny. Last name? Clark. How do I say it? C-L-A-F-F. C-L. Oh, C-L-A. Clark. Yeah. That's the one. Jenny. Yeah. What's your relationship to Liam? I'm just friends with Liam. So I'm training at Bad Company. You train at Bad Company? Yeah. I love it. Any other kind of angles that we can pull out here? That would be fun to talk to people watching on his YouTube page. We're literally taking over his YouTube page. Really? Yeah, okay. See, I'm going to get your head at a primary school. That's what I do as a career. You're a primary school? Head at a primary school. Fuck yeah, I used to be a teacher. We can talk about that. No. Yeah, we are. Because I think people think we're idiots, and we're not. I was secondary school, had a department. Or do you not want to? Yeah, but I bet not, because I might get you. I used to be, yeah. I'd say you're a professional. I'd say you're also like you work a white collar professional job. Yeah. That's and just your thoughts and reactions on the fight card, yeah?
Welcome back to the watch party. Chris, alongside Jenny Claff.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Everybody's watching. They're enjoying the fights. We're taking over Liam Harrison's YouTube page right now. Would you believe it?
That's cool. It is. It's good. It's good. It's a really good atmosphere here. I mean, it's a great venue. Some really good fights so far. I think I really like the vibe here at the moment. Everyone's really enjoying everything. So it's so far so good. So far so good.
So we pulled Jenny on because she trains not only at Bad Company Gym. Know Liam. You obviously know Andy. You know all the rest of those. You probably know Joe Craven over there.
Joe Craven, yeah.
Any gossip on those guys? Any little intel?
Oh, I've got so much gossip. But listen, it is more than my life is worth. They give me enough stick as it is. I can't give you any more gossip. Seriously. I got so much in these guys, but it's more than my life is worth.
Have you seen any good training sessions behind closed doors?
Amazing training sessions, yeah. It's been really cool going to train there. They're always really good. They're always really good to me. They always put me with decent sparring partners, but I've seen some amazing sparring sessions. I mean, literally, it's like a masterclass. Masterclass in clinch, masterclass in fighting. It's been great opportunities. Yeah. So just going there, just watching them all, it's just amazing.
What brought you to the sport? Sorry.
I've trained in the sport for about 20 years. So I competed a little bit, not even nearly as much as you should have done, but. I think when I left university, I got fat, as you do, when you leave university. And I got into fitness and then became a fitness instructor. And I had a friend who was training in Muay Thai and said, look, why don't you come and join Muay Thai? It's a fitness like you will never, ever experience. So I went and never looked back. Like, I remember my first session, and I actually trained with Master Woody. I don't know if you know Master Woody. And the next day, I literally couldn't move. I was like, wow, this is the best training session I've ever had. So after that was it. I was hooked, and then just ended up sort of training, and then eventually sort of competing a little bit. But obviously, because of work, I've not been able to compete as much as I wanted to.
So Jenny is a full-time professional. You obviously have a full-time job.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to think that you've been around the sport for 20 years.
Yeah, it is. I've trained at a lot of different places. So trained at a few gyms in London, trained at a few gyms in Manchester, because I'm originally from Manchester. Moved down to London about 18 years ago, but I met Liam and Andy and everyone because I've got family back in Manchester. I was travelling back and forth, so I just ended up training at Bad Company, and I've probably trained there for about 8 years now. Did PTs with Liam, PTs with Andy, and then just got really involved, and now sort of every couple of weeks I'll go down and train for a week or two. Spent like 6 weeks training down there, so yeah, it's been
crazy.
Awesome. Yeah.
What is Liam like as a coach in a one-to-one?
He's absolutely superb. And I think that's why I would always say to everyone, like, get onto his training website, because he is absolutely superb. Whether you're an absolute beginner or whether you're a professional, he is brilliant. So he can work with you if you're a beginner. If you're a professional, obviously, if you wanted to fight, he can give you the technique for that. But I think for all levels, he's excellent. He's really, really patient. Not with me, because he knows me really well, so he gives me a hard time. But I think, if you've never done it before, he's really, really patient. He's so technical, and he has a way of explaining things that you can just get.
Yeah.
He's really, really good. And I've seen obviously on his website and I just think, he's brilliant, and his techniques are just above and beyond, and that's probably why he is one of the best fighters in Muay Thai at the moment.
And we are taking over his webpage right
Amazing.
now. Rather,
Hello.
his YouTube page. The link for the pay-per-view description is below. Be sure to buy that and tune in if you guys want to watch it in full screen. We've had people saying that we're putting things in the corner.
Yeah.
We should be putting a full screen. I said, well, if you want to watch, you
100%.
got to buy the pay-per-view, right?
Exactly. Do it now, people. 100%.
So you've competed before.
I have indeed, yeah.
What was that like?
Well, I competed when I was actually, I think first time I competed was when I was about 33, which is actually quite old for the sport. And I actually got in it for the fitness and, just to train, to lose a bit of weight. And then I kind of got convinced into competing. So I had like a couple of interclubs. And it was the buzz afterwards. I think it's the training up until then, and it was the buzz afterwards. But what I love, it's the fight camp, and whether you win or lose afterwards, it's just that buzz that you've actually got in and you've put yourself out of your comfort zone and you've done it. Because me, naturally, I'm not a fighter. I was never a fighter at school or anything like that. So I think for me to do something like that, which is just so out of my comfort zone, was just, it's amazing. And so, I had a couple of professional fights and then fought in Thailand. And
You fought in Thailand?
I did. That was the most intense experience ever.
What?
Honestly, the training there was superb, but it was tough loving. It was absolute tough loving. I remember, I think it was on the second week, I broke my toe in a training session, and they were just like, well, you go home then, you're not fighting, go home. I was like, okay, so I just need to strap it up and get on with it. Had a stomach bug the following week. They were like, well, you go home then, you're not fight. And I was like, okay, so I just need to get on with it then. So yeah, it was tough.
What made you want to go and fight in Thailand?
Again, I think it's just putting yourself out of your comfort zone, really. I think it's just doing something you never thought you'd be able to do. So, and I knew sort of how tough it was going to be, how tough the training was going to be, and I think challenging, sometimes you just need to challenge yourself. So, but it was really good fun. I came out of it unscathed, and it was a good fight. And, it was really good.
No hesitations?
No hesitations, no. Okay, maybe one or two, but pretty much no hesitations.
And what, because I think a lot of people, this has been a common theme with some of the coaches that we've talked to, and we've talked to somebody who's involved in strength and conditioning, right? They're obviously privy to the professional side of the sport, right?
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of value in getting involved in this and just making part
Absolutely.
of it of a habitual engagement with
Definitely,
life,
definitely.
right?
Yeah.
Like, what have you carried?
Anyone at any age can get involved with it. I mean, not to give my age, but I'm 45 now. Do you know what I mean? I'm still training 3-4 times a week, And I just think anyone can do it. I think it's great, obviously, for your fitness, for your mental health as well. I've made so many amazing friendships through Muay Thai as well. Some lifelong friends. I would just advise anyone to get involved, absolutely, 100%.
And I was going to say, what are the biggest things that you carried from that across 20 years?
Again, it's the friendships. I mean, it's all the friends that I've made at Bad Company. I've trained at different gyms. I've got friends literally all over the world. From people that I've trained with. I've got friends in Thailand, people that I've trained with in Thailand. And it's, on the grand scheme of things, the Muay Thai community, I think, is quite a small community, and you can meet quite a lot of people and some really, really good lifelong friends. And on top of that, obviously, it's the training and it's just fun.
And any core values and stuff? Because, again, I think people would be surprised if they knew what your day job is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people look at this sport or indeed any martial art and they see the kind of,
People don't understand it. It's like people go and watch, for example, MMA, and anyone thinks they can get in. I remember going to an MMA show years ago, and there were some guys queuing up behind me, and they had the beer in the hand and the cigarette in the other hand and going, yeah, I just want to get in there. I've got, you guys have got absolutely no idea, as if you could even do one round, And I don't think people understand the discipline and the level of fitness that you need to be able to do it. And it's only when you actually start to train or you actually do a fight camp at any level that you realise the commitment, the fact that you can't go out on, with your friends drinking, that you're missing people's birthdays, that you can't have that piece of cake that you wanted, that all these things that contribute, and the amount that you have to give up to be able to do it, to train in the sport. And people don't understand that. They just think, especially with MMA, you just get in a cage and you have a fight, and that absolutely is not what it is. People don't understand the amount of discipline that it takes.
And the self-improvement, right?
Oh, absolutely, the self-improvement. I have to say, I think when I competed in Thailand, I think that was absolutely the fittest that I'd ever been, really. And touch wood, I haven't had any injuries yet. Yeah, I mean, all over, I think, sort of with mental health, with fitness, with everything, it just massive improvement, definitely.
Comments coming in. Thailand's incredible. Trained there in December for a month. Where did you train and where did you fight in Thailand?
So I trained at Rawai, and I trained at Rawai's Kalak's main stadium. But I've trained at a few places. I've trained at Jitty Gym as well. I've trained at Simbi. Simbi's a really good place to go. They've got some really, really good trainers. There's another place as well called Khao Muay Thai that's fairly new. It's been running for the last year, but they've got some really good trainers. They've had a couple of fighters fight out at Lumpini as well. But I think my advice to anyone would just be to sort of research where you're going to go, have a look and just go for it as well. And maybe try different gyms and find the right gym for you.
Yeah.
But I would recommend anyone to go and do, whether you be a beginner, whether you're advanced. I think training in Thailand, it's just a whole new experience. And if you want to challenge yourself, you want to do something different, and you want to look back on yourself and go, do you know what, I can't actually believe I did that, go to Thailand, go and train. And if you want to fight.
I love it. James has replied and said, Sinbi is class, also trained at Powerhouse in Rawai.
Powerhouse, yeah. Where I trained was Rawai Gym, but it actually moved to Khao Lak. I think they've had some really decent fighters there. They've had Teresa was fighting there, Teresa Whitmore. Geraldine O'Callaghan was training at Rawai quite a while back. But again, you've just got to have a look. I think in Phuket they've got, is it Muay Thai Alley? So you've got your Tiger Muay Thai, and they've got some gyms there. But it's about finding the right place for you. But Simbi is really, really good. Some really good trainers at Simbi. And it's always a really good vibe. You've got a mixture of people. You've got people who are absolutely beginners. You've got your fighters. You've got people who've been there, just really wanting to train and get stuck in. So, yeah, always a really good experience. And it's cheap. It's really cheap to train out there as well. It's so cheap to train out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's easily go with friends, make it a holiday,
exactly.
Stay a longer time, right?
As long as you want. I mean, when I've been going for like 5 weeks, 5 weeks, and I think that's the best way to go. The first time I went to a few different gyms, and I think that was the best way to do it, because I found a gym that I really liked, and then for the years afterwards, I kept going back to that same gym, so it was perfect.
Yeah. I love it. I mean, this should be like a Visit Thailand experience advert, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thailand,
take me on.
Thailand apart, how do you see the Muay Thai scene? Which interesting rising countries do you see right now besides Thailand? I'm going to give a quick answer. So I was actually involved commentating with a show for a couple years, which didn't last. I think the investors had other ideas after a couple of years, but the early success we found was great. It was a show called Asia Fighting Championship, and it was a show that basically, before even one embraced this idea of a global rule set, trying to go down to 3 rounds and this, that, and the other, they wanted to take all of the top champions from not only Southeast Asia, but kind of Asia in general, so maybe up as far as Japan, say, Korea, South Korea as well, because Muay Thai is very popular. I mean, there are stadiums in other countries, where there are stadium champs in, say, Indonesia, for example. Did a show in Indonesia, in Jakarta. And the goal was to take all the championship holders from all these different places, whether it was Max Muay Thai or Channel 7 or this, that, and the other, and put them under one rule set, 3 threes, limited clinch, right, but full elbows and all that, and find out who's the best, right? So my answer to that is, you're going to find great Muay Thai in a lot of places in Asia, and of course even further beyond.
Absolutely,
right? Your thoughts on that?
And again, I think, obviously Muay Thai has always had a high profile, but with the rise of one championship as well, and some incredible fights on there. Again, Liam, when he's fought one championship, never disappoints, So yeah, absolutely. I think anywhere you go, and even in the UK, it's exciting how things are changing in the UK. Some really great shows. I mean, the Hitman show, for example, we've seen some great fights today. So I think wherever you go, you're going to find a decent Muay Thai scene.
We're watching one right now.
This is my friend Daniela Miranda. So I actually trained at a gym with Daniela Miranda. She's tough, very, very tough, very relentless.
Red or blue corner? Are you referring to?
Blue corner, in the blue corner, yeah. Very, very tough. Very aggressive. Very technical as well. Oh, nice spinning elbow.
And this is right before the final fight of the undercard. This is, of course, the penultimate fight.
Yeah. So Daniela has been training, I'd say, for about 6 or 7 years. Very strong fighter. Big personality as well. Big personality in Muay Thai. But it's really good as well to see so many girls as well. So, back in the day when I used to do it, there really weren't as many girls. But now, some amazing girls in the sport.
Yeah.
You know, and it's really, really good to see.
And we're seeing that, I think, in a number of other martial arts, if you will,
Absolutely,
right? Like
yeah.
I've seen it. I've seen incredible leaps and rises in the jiu-jitsu scene, in the
Yeah.
MMA scene in
Yeah.
particular, two scenes that I cover quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really important. Youth, diversity,
Yep.
all of that, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Had a couple of questions about who is the main event. Ryan Shaw, well, let me give you a little bit of insight. We've actually got 3. Once we come back after this fight and the next from the undercard, we will move to the main card. I'm going to talk about it. In fact, maybe you want to give me some insight on these. We have Justin Greskowitz taking on Yves Brunsello. That's a kickboxing feature fight. Know anything about those pair?
I can't hear because the bass is just so loud.
Never mind it.
The bass
Never
is
mind
just
it.
so loud here
But
at the moment.
To answer
It's
that
all kicking off.
question, yeah, to answer that question, because Ryan was asking who is the main event. Justin Greskowitz is a very experienced kickboxer. 41, 26-3 is the record. Had a run in glory, and he is facing a very young, up-and-coming fighter from Essex, just down the road at South End Combat Academy, named Yves Brunsello. He's real technical, real fast. A lot of people see him as a potential future star here. So that is one of 3 of your main events, in my view. The second is Rob Zabitis taking on Luke Whelan. That's for the Hitman Fight League Championship belt. That is kickboxing.
Yeah, that will be a good fight. I'm looking forward to that one. Definitely.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
I think I've seen Luke Whelan fight quite a few times. Very strong, very aggressive fighter. I think that's going to be quite an exciting fight. I've not seen him fight for a while, actually, so that will be good. Lilia as well from Diesel Gym. I'm looking forward to seeing her fight. And Naomi Ridley as well. I think, obviously, I'm focusing on some of the girls, but Naomi Ridley, another up-and-coming fighter who I think she's outstanding. So I think I'm really looking forward to seeing her fight as well.
And that'll be on the main card, full Thai rules, right?
Absolutely, yes.
A-class.
Yeah.
Did you fight A-class?
I have fought A-class before, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Didn't get cut by an elbow, though, so it's all good. I did get elbowed, but I managed to block it. Yeah, thankfully.
Talk about the big reveal. Listen.
Revealing way too much tonight.
Get into it. The one, though, that I think a lot of people are really interested in is the championship fight.
Yeah.
It's the only 5-rounder here. It is Darren Roland, Daniel McGowan, the WMO International Featherweight title.
Again, brilliant fight. Brilliant matchup. I'm really looking for... I've seen Daniel McGowan fight a few times. Again, he's relentless. He's incredibly technical as well. And he said to himself on a number of occasions, he will fight anyone. He's fearless, you know. And I think every time I've seen him, he's just put on such an incredible display. Again, a fighter I've not seen fight for a year or so. So I think he's going to come back. He's going to come back with a vengeance. And I think it's going to be a really, really good fight. Really excited about that one.
He had some time off, an injury.
Yes, he did, yeah.
A few years. Did you watch his fight in CFS last year?
I did watch his fight at CFS, yes. And I think, again, you know, he's a really, really strong fighter. He's really, really technical. And it's hard. I think it's hard when you've come back from an injury like that. But, you know, he's young, he's resilient, and, you know, he's done so well in the sport anyway, but he's got a great future ahead of him. I think it's going to be brilliant.
I love it.
Yeah.
Jenny, it's been an insightful chat.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
I'm going to ask you one final thing.
Okay.
There might be people watching who are fans. There might be people who are watching who already train.
Yeah.
And there might be people who aren't sure about starting that path. What would you say?
Just do it. Everyone, when I got back home, everyone is like, I can't believe you did Muay Thai, because I just wasn't like that at school at all. So everyone's even more shocked that I fight. And I think, you know, you don't have to get into the sport to necessarily compete. I mean, you've seen all these amazing professionals tonight, but that doesn't have to be you. It's about the training. It's about challenging yourself. It's about getting fit. It's about trying something new. So I would just say, just step in and doing it. There's so many decent gyms, not just in London, all across the UK. And again, because of the Rise of One Championship, Muay Thai is getting bigger and bigger everywhere. So just go and try it. Go and do a class, see what you think. Everyone I know who's ever tried it has been addicted to it. And listen, just go out and do it.
I keep hearing Dan Pena in the back of my head. Just do it, right?
Just do it.
Just
100%.
do it. Listen, it's been a pleasure. All right, we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Back to the action.
I was terrible about that because when I started
want to be on for? What's your name?
Joe.
I'm Chris.
Nice to meet you.
I shake your hand. I just washed them though. They're wet. What are you up to? How are you involved?
I've got a few fighters on. Well, I've got a few fighters I wanted to watch that one.
Great.
But other than that,
Are you a fighter? Or are you?
I'm a fighter. Yeah.
Great. What's your name, Joe?
Joe Turner.
Joe Turner. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
Have you?
Yeah. I can't remember where, but I definitely have. Where are you mostly fighting right now?
Well, around the UK. To be fair, I'm fighting in Crawley in May.
Which is the
Muay Thai Mayhem.
show, right?
Look, I think I'm matched. I'm not quite sure. My coach isn't telling me. Said I'm matched. Start training. So
I have seen
what
you
are we doing?
before. Jump on. Sure. How long do you want to do? 5 minutes?
No, we'll do quite a few fights.
This is the last one before the
Main card.
break here. Welcome back to the watch party. Chris Hoekstra alongside Joe Turner. You guys are watching Hitman Fight League. This is the undercard rolling, and we've got one fight left. Joe, how's it going?
It's good, thank you. Yeah, I'm enjoying the show so far. A few knockouts, everything. You've got beautiful Muay Thai on display. You've got explosive body shots, explosive head kick knockouts. You've got everything. The pure art of Muay Thai, and it's beautiful.
So I know you were just talking to me a little bit. You're fighting in Crawley in May.
In May, yep.
And what's life been like recently?
Recently, no. I've just been teaching, coaching. I run, obviously, Muay Thai Hub. I've got 5 social media pages, which I run all based on striking sports.
Okay.
So I'm at shows every weekend. I chose to be here today over all the shows because of the card we got on today. Like, unreal card. Some of the fights later on, I'm really looking forward to watching them.
We'll talk about it. Talk to me about Muay Thai Hub.
Muay Thai Hub, I started that around about a year ago, actually, and I've got just over 5,000 followers now. It's growing. It's growing really quickly, and just basically does updates and gossip and all the things in the UK-based Muay Thai scene. If any UK fighters are going out to Thailand and competing on the One Championship stage, we're sharing that. If anything gossipy happens, if any fighters are arguing in the UK Muay Thai, I'm all over it. I'll screenshot it, I'll put it all up over the places, I'll almost stir the pot. And it creates tension, it sells their fights for them. I started it because a lot of fighters were complaining about pay and things like that.
Yep.
And there's a butterfly effect. If you want better money, you need to bring people to the shows. To bring people to the shows, you need to bring something to those shows. You need to either create a lot of tension regarding that fight, you need to be advertising yourself, you need to be advertising the sport, and to do that, you need a platform to do it.
And where are you based?
I'm based in Surrey.
What part?
Surrey, Woking. I'm Woking.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was in Surrey a couple days ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
I was biking. I was in the Surrey Hills. I go all over there. But yeah, you know, like downhill mountain biking and all that. There's all kinds of like fun jumps and
amazing. Yeah.
techy
like
terrain and stuff.
I'm based in Surrey. I train in Red Hill.
Yep.
I'm all over the country in terms of shows every weekend. I'm up in Bristol next week, I believe. I'm all over the place. So obviously we're at the O2 today.
Yeah.
And I'm just constantly on the go.
It was I was near Ewhurst in Winterfold. There's like a little forest there. Or do you know like Redlands or Leith Hill or Pease Lake or it's all like parts of little Surrey Hills.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, pretty crazy. A little bit different than Muay Thai though, but dangerous, I can assure you.
Massively, yeah. You fall off them bikes going fast.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in for trouble. I hope you're wearing a helmet.
I was. So your background in Muay Thai or was it in kickboxing?
Muay Thai. I'm a purist in Muay Thai.
Okay.
I've been doing it since I was 11. I'm having my 61st fight in May. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm a UK ranked featherweight, as well as obviously trying to advertise the sport, doing the Muay Thai Hub and things like that. I live and breathe it. Absolutely live and breathe it, and I love it. I couldn't imagine doing anything different.
Where do you train?
I train at I train at a gym called 21st Century in Red Hill. I've trained the majority of my career at Shin Kick.
Yep.
I'm now fighting out of Red Hill 21st Century. So yeah, we've got a great team going down there. We've not been going for very long. It's a team that David Zolowski started. We've got a junior team that I train as well. We've got about 20 active juniors at the moment as well. So we're doing very well, and it's on the rise. That's how I like to say it. There's a vision going forward, and it's a positive vision. And yeah,
It's hard work, right?
It is hard work. It's hard work. Having a full-time job, going to shows all the time, having the social media pages, then teaching students, and then trying to have a fight career yourself at the same time. It's manic.
I agree. Talking to YouTube, clips for the casuals. The screen needs switching. We want to watch the fight, not them speaking. Well, I got news for you. This is the watch party, and we're giving you guys a little taste of the pay-per-view every now and then. If you do want to watch the fights in full, you can check out the description and order the pay-per-view there. And the answer to Merrick is yes, the whole card will hardly be on YouTube because you're talking to Chris and you're talking to Joe. And we're giving you guys a little bit of an insight as to what's going on. We got special guests. We're going to have Liam back on a little bit. We had Liam earlier. We had Andy Housen, of course, one of the organizers, a former world champ, among many other guests. Now,
we've got a lot of special guests in this venue tonight.
A lot. So I'm curious, to become successful in this kind of social media age, I was talking to actually one of the ring girls earlier about it, and she's like, you know, people they see us even, and they think that this is such a superficial type of thing, and it's easy, and, you know, all these likes and this, that, and the other, but there's so much more in actually creating really, really, really good content, because it is not an easy task to find success, right?
One thing I've noticed is the higher quality content performs so much better. If you upload a blurry video, it's harder to... It looks less professional in a way. If you upload a video with a TikTok emoji on it or something else, or if you can have it as clear a video as you can, with maybe have yourself a really good logo and things like that, yeah, it just sells it better. If you make yourself look more professional, I believe, like what Liam does. Every video he does in his tutorials and things like that, it's a clear camera quality.
Yep.
The content's good. It's trimmed down as well. He's not going every time he does it. It's very clear. It's very precise. It's straight to the point. It sells it well.
Yep, I agree. I mean, even like audio quality is half the battle in video, right?
100%. One of the main things when I started doing the social media pages was I straight away got a brand new phone. The best quality I could find phone. Because when I'm filming fights, even if I'm filming it from on my balcony, I was filming it from the balcony earlier on. You've got to make sure it's a clear picture. If you're filming fights and there's a stoppage or a cut or anything like that, if you've got a bad camera, no one's going to be able to see it. You're far away. Unless you're literally about that far away from them, you're not going to get a really good picture.
So as somebody who has fought 60-plus times in the sport and somebody who's routinely covering the sport, what do you think? Because we got people, we've literally taken over Liam's YouTube page for this, right? What would they be surprised to know about the sport of Muay Thai that maybe happens behind the scenes that you've been more privy to that maybe they don't know about?
It's the most beautiful and humbling sport in the world. I mean that as in you can go from, like these guys are in the ring behind us, they're smashing the crap out of each other, absolutely smashing each other. After the fight, I guarantee these two will get a pint together, or they'll do something special together, shake hands, they'll sit in the medical room together straight after the fight, and it's almost like it never happened, but they'll have battered chins and bloody noses, and it's such a... I've never seen another sport like it. MMA, people still argue after the fights. Muay Thai is probably the only sport where they kind of respect each other before and after, and then they go from... If you look in Thailand, the Thais literally sit next to each other just before they fight and walk out. It's incredible. There's no other sport I've ever seen like it.
You'll even see them having meals after the weigh-in or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things. I also think it's a cultural thing, because we spoke about it with a couple of the guests earlier, like in other parts of the world, right, like outside the West, quote-unquote, there is a different vibe. Like I mentioned, I won't repeat the story because I covered I was a play-by-play announcer for M1 Challenge, which was a large Russian show, right? M1 Global. And almost every single time, I can't really remember any of the moments during the media pressers and the promo videos that they filmed where the fighters did anything other than to wish each other a great fight and good luck, let's put on a good performance. And it's a very different attitude, right, to being a sportsman and actually a healthy competition and the camaraderie that you mentioned, right? And that was MMA, right? Now, not a lot of Western audiences saw it. Of course, it was a Russian show. But again, having also covered the sport in the East, you know, it is a cultural thing because a lot of this Western production, right, whether it's the UFC or whether it's Bellator or PFL, like a lot of that is that kind of that hyped, you know, I'm going to go out there and beat him up, and I hate this guy, and there's bad blood, right? But actually, there's so much more.
They sell the fights well in sports like MMA and things like that. And I believe a big part of the arguing and the mugging each other off and things like that, I think a big part of that isn't the actual fighter's personality. I think they pretend to be someone else they're not because they have to be, otherwise no one's going to watch.
It's an act, right?
Yeah, you get some fighters that are incredibly boring to watch in terms of their fights, but they're very good at mouthing off.
Yeah.
And you want to see if they can back it up.
Yeah.
And myself, I message my opponents before I fight them, probably about 6 weeks away, and I say to them, and I'm very different, I kind of say to them, I wish you a speedy, I wish you a great camp, don't get injured, please stay in good health, have a great weight cut, because I don't want, obviously, harm towards them.
Yep.
And I've even a few times, I'll happily admit, I've messaged them saying, let's sell the fight a little bit. Let's maybe say we're going to knock each other out online, but I just want to let you know there's no bad blood behind it. We're just selling a fight. And both of us have mutually agreed, no worries, no bad blood, let's sell the fight. And when we both said, right, I'm going to do him in, it sold the fight. And we both, like, I've had it before, I'm not going to say any names, where I've messaged this guy saying, right, should we tell the fans that we're going to knock each other out? And we were going at it online, whilst messaging each other going, haha, this is brilliant. Like, everyone's falling for it almost. It's all an act.
Yeah.
And a lot of fans, they don't see it. It's almost like when you watch WWE, the wrestling.
Oh, yeah.
They're very over-exaggerate. They're very mouthy. They're very this. But people watch it.
Of course.
And it's staged.
Of course.
I'm sorry for those of you that don't know that wrestling's fake. I'm really sorry. But yeah, like, there's a reason why a lot of that's brought over to MMA, and there's a reason why MMA is a very big sport.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of one of those things like where, and you even saw the merger with the UFC, the WWE recently, right? Like that's like a big thing. Or even influencer boxing. Or I actually worked for a show called Fame MMA, which was the original, arguably, the celebrity kind of fight sport organization. Yeah, it's from Poland. And they were getting YouTubers and TikTokers to actually train, but actually have proper training camps. Because sometimes I've seen these influencer shows where it's obvious these guys haven't trained.
Stick them in the deep end.
Literally. But I really like the fact that in Fame, they do get these guys are actually properly part of pro fight camps, where there's a legit MMA gym, where there's a champ, say, for KSW, which is another show I work for, and they're training alongside them for 8 weeks, right, and putting that work in.
Don't give them the special treatment.
Exactly.
Treat them exact same as you would a regular fighter from that gym.
Exactly.
And I believe that would mutually benefit, because from being a martial artist myself, I've learned more about myself being in that ring and being in that gym than I think any other sport would have ever taught me.
Yeah.
It teaches you how much heart you've got. It teaches you how often you want to quit. And believe me, you want to quit a lot, but you kind of learn a lot about yourself in terms of resilience and things like that.
I love it. I think that's a great way to end it, man. Listen, Joe, it's a real pleasure. We'll do it again, right?
Yeah, 100%. I've enjoyed it. And guys, if you haven't bought the pay-per-view yet, seriously, I don't know why you haven't already. Get on it. The card is incredible. The main card is just about to start now. Every fight, I can see a knockout in every single fight. So you best get hurrying up.
Give me a couple of picks as to why before you leave.
So, Baz Abdullah and Thomas. Thomas, exciting. Very exciting. He's very mouthy, and he likes to enjoy himself whilst he's in the ring. Baz, every time I've seen Baz fight, he's had an absolute war. He comes to bang.
Baz Abdullah.
Baz Abdullah. Every time I've seen him fight, he
House
comes
of Pain
forward.
Gym, though, man. Those guys are nuts, right?
He loves his hands. He loves his combos. He brings combinations into Muay Thai that you don't normally see. He's exciting to watch. You've got Dan McGowan later on, who is a purist of Muay Thai. He is absolutely beautiful to watch, and he will slice anyone open if he gets the chance. You've got Natty Dodds fighting later on. You've got Yves. You've got so many exciting styles and fights that you need to be watching out for. And yeah, you need to be on it. 100%.
All right. You heard it there. One final shout out to the fans, right? We know why I got to watch the card. Why should they connect with you? Plug your
Why should they connect with me?
Plug Muay Thai Hub. You got 5 pages, right, that you run or something, right?
MMA. I do one championship. I do updates on one championship. Muay Thai, kickboxing. I've got my personal page, obviously, where I fight. I share my fight updates. I'm changing the game. That's my aim. One day at a time, one video at a time. I'd like to change the game, and if I can get more people involved with any of these martial arts which I'm advertising, then I've done what I've set out to do.
Give me the names of those pages, quick.
So we've got Mixed Martial Arts Hub, Muay Thai Hub, Kickboxing K1 Hub, BKB Hub. I've got Mixed Martial Meme Hub, where we do some funny videos and funny memes. And I've also got my personal page, which is Joe MDK Turner.
All right. Chris and Joe will be back again with more updates here on The Watch Party. Thanks for tuning in.
that? Are you able to? Yeah. How? You plugged into my out? I've got it out of... No, you don't, though. Nah. Well, maybe. Up to you. Yeah. How long do I have? All right, cool. Welcome back to the Watch Party. Chris and Vinny here. We are taking over Liam Harrison's YouTube channel. Vinny, it's been an interesting first part of the card.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, the fights have been great. There's been a couple of bits of controversy, some knockouts, but yeah, so far so good. Great start to the Hitman Fight League, yeah.
So your thoughts on this? Obviously you know Liam really, really well. You've been part of the whole kind of putting together this promotion. How did it come about?
I've had a friendship with Liam for a very long time, Andy and everyone else at the Bad Company Gym, so it happens, doesn't it? You bring your mates in to do what your mates are good at, and I'm good at talking, so yeah, it's and that's how it came about. Liam said he wanted to do a show. Simon Jay's approached me. I was not going to do Muay Thai in England anymore because I got so busy with Fusion, another company that I work for. But this was too good to miss. The reason is what I like about it is they're giving me artistic freedom. I might sound a bit of lovey-darling there, but what I'm being honest is they give me artistic freedom where I can do the interviews and do it how I would like to view it, because I'm a fan first and the commentator second, you know?
Of course, of course. Now, I know that Liam had talked a lot about not only putting on great marquee fights, we're going to see that in the kind of business end of the card, but giving a platform to young up-and-coming fighters. We saw some N-class action, some C-class action.
Yeah.
What were your views on that?
Brilliant. I mean, you know, they fought the hearts out. You can always tell when it means something to them. They bring out that little bit of extra, you know, that extra 10% that they have within themselves. And every fight's been an interesting one, and everybody's put a great performance in so far.
Taking a look at the ring, Kyle Greaves has got everybody from the main card.
Yeah, and I mean, there is some absolute killers there. Don't let them smiley, happy faces fool you. They are absolutely venomous people. Don't trust it.
James McManus here on the YouTube channel says, "Way, Vinny." Do you know James?
Hi, James. I don't know. I'm sure I know you by face, but you know, I'm getting in my twilight years. So if I forget your name, I'll know your face. But yeah, hi, thank you.
Awesome. So one of the things I think that stuck out as well was the betting. Kind of interesting, right?
Very interesting indeed. I mean, you can come to one of the shows. I mean, our next one is June the 10th. and you can come and support your people and put a few quid on and see how it goes. So, yeah, why not? I mean, it's it's an added addition, and there's all sorts of things going on. You know, it's a young team. I'm probably the oldest involved. It's a young team, but a team that's ambitious and a team that's seen everything. We've been around a very long time. From myself, it's Showtime in the Yoko shows in Italy, etc., and all over. And it's a very, very exciting time. It is indeed.
And how has it changed over the years? Because I know that Liam had spoke very candidly about trying to bring back some of that excitement from the Yoko shows and so on and so forth. Like, how have you seen the changes happen? Because you've seen a lot.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of changes happen. And, you know, shows in England have gone from UK have gone from strength to strength. There's no show really that you could say isn't any good. They're all brilliant. They'll have brilliant matches and brilliant fights. What we're trying to get back to is the actual smack bang wallop of it all. You know, it got a bit sort of over technical at times, and people were more thinking about scoring. These fights are actual fights where there's blood and guts, and that's what we want to see, you know.
And do you like the fact that we have mostly 3-3s here? I mean, we got one 5-rounder in the championship fight, but do you favor 3s?
I don't favour either. If I'm honest, I like it all. I've been involved in it 38 years, and it's never ever got boring to me. I've had dips and lulls at times. However, the sport, if once it touches you and it bites you with its venom, you're never getting rid of it. There's no antidote to Muay Thai, you know. And do you like Muay Thai and kickboxing together on the same card? Love them both. Yeah, I mean, I've got some great. I've been on Showtime, as I said, and various other kickboxing shows and Fusion, of course. And it's been incredible. It's a mix. I like them both, Muay Thai and kickboxing. But I've seen incredible fights in both sports. And for me, it's just a pleasure and honour to sit with you, to sit with Gavin, to be part of this team. And I'm a very blessed human being. Heck really yeah, man. I feel like if you have kickboxing and Thai on the card, it can appeal to a similar fan base, right? And there's different nuances to appreciate in either. Yeah, and I mean, sometimes a predominantly Muay Thai show, if you're not au fait with Muay Thai, if you don't understand the culture, which I do, of course, the Ramway, the Y crew, etc., it can make people squint and maybe not fall in love with it at times. I mean, I love it, so I've seen it come from both sides, but when you see a kickboxing fight and they go straight into it, then there's a Muay Thai fight, and that mix, it's just it's really just a perfect mix, you know. Quickly, I know there's a lot on the main card. I won't go on forever, but we've got 3 big fights in my view. 2 of them are for titles. Let's talk about the one that is not. It is a feature kickboxing fight, 3 3-minute rounds. Justin Greskowitz and Yves Brusencello. Yves Brusencello, I mean, he's very, very tough. He was in an absolute classic here last year against the Portuguese fighter whose name escapes me. I am sorry if I didn't remember, but I do remember the fight. And it was a brilliant fight. Justin, I commentated on Justin in K1 about 12 years ago. And a good fighter then. He fought Liam, actually. Didn't do too well against Liam, but not many people do, if I'm honest. And so that'll be a good fight. But Bruno's engine is fantastic. If Justin's not in shape, it could be very difficult for him. Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where you kind of got a young up-and-comer against a guy with, nearly 70 fights in kickboxing. Yeah. So will that durability and that veteran experience, or will it be the guy who a lot of people think could very well be the future? And it's very difficult to hurt Bruno as well. I mean, I did see him get knocked out one time by a southpaw. However, does Justin have that? Is he still got the desire? It's one to see. The only way he'll prove it is seeing it in the ring. I love it. Luke Whelan, Rob Zabitis. Rob Zabitis is another wind him up and let him go. Absolutely 100% wonderful engine, but I really like Luke. Luke's a great guy, been around him a long time. I've known him since back in the Double K days when he trained with Kieran Keddle. Kieran, very close personal friend of mine who puts on brilliant shows as well. We love Kieran. But Luke's always up for a fight, and it's going to be a test. That is a very, very good fight. It's a pick'em. And if you're betting on it, it's I don't know. I don't know which way that would go. I got to find the odds here. I want to pull them up here. Let's take a look here. Rob, Luke. Yeah, Luke is the favorite. Actually, a relatively heavy favorite. You would put Luke the favorite because Luke is a former world champion, and also he's a little bit more experienced. But listen, don't write Rob off. Yeah. Don't write him off. I agree. I mean, I remember seeing Zabitis. Actually, I think he had fought. I believe he actually fought Brusencello here. Yes. Last year. Yes. Got floored in like 10 seconds, right? Another classic. Great fight. I mean, he's always in good fights. So this is a very, very good card indeed.
WMO International Featherweight title. It's the 5-rounder. Darren Roland, Daniel McGowan. I love this fight. I think it's a really, really, really well-matched fight.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel McGowan's always been a fan favourite, hasn't he? From a youngster when he started on the scene, and then all of a sudden this kid come from nowhere and he beat Paulo da Silva. Paulo da Silva, a very, very good fighter indeed, and just absolutely just got the British #1, and then from then. Had a little bit of a mixed bag of results, but he seems to find his feet again. He's back in on solid ground. He knows what he wants, and when Daniel McGowan's on form, very difficult to beat. Strong right kick is as order of his game. If he's getting back to that, which I think he should, and I did know that he did get back into in his last fight. The fight previous to that, I think he did lose, and he neglected his weaponry, you know. But he's back to it. Hopefully, we'll see if he's back for his best. But Roland's no joke.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, taking a look at Roland, we talked about his fight run. I think he's like 10 on the trot right now over the past few years.
Yeah.
A lot of people remember the Sam A loss, for example, but McGowan's coming off that rehab, right?
There's no disrespect losing to Sam A, is there?
No.
You know, I mean, you lose to Sam A, okay, all right, Jonathan Haggerty beat him. Jonathan Haggerty's a very special talent as well. However, though, losing to a guy like that, you know, I could go in to fight Sam A and lose, like most people lose. But I mean, it's no sort of blemish on you, really. It's just an experience and an honour to be in the ring with a person like him, you know?
Yeah, and that's been a story that I think a lot of the guests have had today on this, is that in Muay Thai, and I think also in sport jiu-jitsu, you often fight some of these people 5 or 6 or 7 times sometimes, or you have that frequency of competition that you don't in other sports, you know, in contrast to other things like boxing or MMA. Some of these guys, well, they don't seem to want to take in fights, right?
Well, even boxing, I mean, I know that Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia have fought 5 times as amateurs, so they do go through it. It's just that when they get to higher level of money, do they want to put themselves through it and risk their, you know, they always like in boxing, in American boxing, English boxing, they don't like to lose their own, do they? You know, no one wants to lose, but I think with losing in boxing, I think your stock goes down quicker than it does in Muay Thai or kickboxing, you know.
Summing it up, Roland, McGowan, is there a favorite here, do you think?
No, for me, no, I don't actually know. I mean, I would be doing both lads discredit for not picking one, so please don't do that to me.
Is there a path to victory for either that you see?
Dan's right kick and Darren to be busy, because Daniel's not had a lot of ring time. So I think if he sets a pace and sets a strong pace, then McGowan might struggle. Incidentally, though, I mean, Ben Cant and Natty Dodds, the Australian fighter. I mean, Ben's a lovely guy, southpaw, very dangerous, comes from a great gym, Riddler's gym in Australia. Came over here with just nothing really, a plastic bag of his stuff per se, and made a name for himself at the Majestic gym with some very good people. Kevin Harper, former student of mine, I used to train Kevin, and yeah, that'll be a good fight. But Natty Dodds, a killer. If he gets going, he's dangerous, man. He's a very, very dangerous guy. The only thing about Natty, the problem with Natty Dodds, he's too good looking, and his physique and all that, I don't like him. No. I'm not a fan of him at all. No, but he's a nice, polite kid, but he looks too good. He just looks too well. It's annoying. Really, really annoying.
Well, there you go. Chris and Vinny here from Hitman Fight League. Thanks so much for joining in. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more updates in a bit, and of course, the main card to come. Check out the link in the description for the ordering of the pay-per-view. Vinny, it's been emotional, man.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate you.
We'll see you soon.
Thanks.
How long do we have? Do you know?
For the interval for the show itself. For the interval, 20 minutes show itself, long, mate. 11.
No, how long is the interval?
Oh, the interval is 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Animal instinction or primate, going through used to
because it's the logos playing them, it does it so there's no data, it doesn't use as much data.
Fine now.
So because it's just like a still image almost.
Fine, yeah.
It's like I don't need to use a lot, so it just uses a little amount.
Mate, I'm loving it.
It's great, mate.
I need to get one of those confidence monitors. They're really handy.
Nice on it, yeah.
But
I was going to put you on live, and I just thought I was about to cut.
you didn't have my out, bro. I don't think that works.
It's the output from that, and I thought, shit. I was about to do it. I thought, that's not right. It's going to loop back on itself.
You need mine from there. I've got a spare one if you need it.
Well, I can just take it out of that. I can take that HDMI now.
What did you guys get? Did you guys get my guy?
Chris, let's get Chris this one second. Chris, which one am I putting it into? Sorry, what we said? Which way to go into?
To take my feed?
Yeah. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, this isn't gonna work. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to move some shit. Where do you want to use it?
It was just in case I needed to drop anything in to pick the picture, but...
Oh, you know what? I think this one's set to...
Don't worry.
I think the reason is it's set to the multi-view on the 2 axis.
Don't worry. Yeah.
Next time, right?
Yeah.
We know it'll work.
I'll put it back in here. I won't cut to it.
Mate, fuck it, I won't.
What are you saying then, mate?
19, yeah?
Yeah.
There, where are you?
Yeah. Hey, instead
Dan
of E.
No worries, man.
Hey, that's it. Thank you.
That's okay.
So much. Thank you so much.
No worries, bro.
know what I mean? Yeah, all of us, yeah, all three of us. Liam, live or a pitch? Yeah. Come on, come on. Look at his face. Who's right? The love handle. Listen, sit on that man. Think of anyone who can get that fucking goal. The big dog.
Welcome back, you guys are watching the watch party here. Chris Hoekstra alongside Chris Bacheldor and, of course, the Hitman. Minutes away from the start here on the pay-per-view. You guys are watching the watch party. We're coming to you, of course, on Liam Harrison's YouTube page. Chris, longtime friend of mine, main man, the referee himself is here. Chris, the best in the country, according to Liam Harrison.
Thank you both very much.
How's it going?
Good to speak to you, mate.
Yeah.
Good to speak to you. I see you enough on shows. Don't really get to talk much.
Never,
normally
right?
in there, in the middle of the action, causing mischief. So, yeah, it's good to actually be out and being able to talk to you.
Yeah, for sure. So we're minutes away, about 10 minutes away from the start of the action. You've been around the game a long, long, long time. You just got back from a run on one championship, I believe. You were out in Thailand, right?
That's correct, yes. Been grafting hard. Been grafting hard for this. We've been obviously been involved in the sport for 30 plus years now. From fighting, coaching, fighting, and then as soon as your fighting career's over, you're looking for something else. A lot of people go into they go into the training the next set of fighters that are coming through. I found my calling in officiating.
What's the secret to being a good official?
Everyone has their different thing. Everyone has their style, their own way of doing it. But for me, what works for me, you have to be confident. You have to be good knowledge of the game and the sport. You have to be compassionate. You have to know what the fighters are going through, what they're feeling. So you can look into a fighter's eyes and you can see if they're done, if they're finishing the fight, if they've got more in them. And yeah, you have to be on the ball. You have to be on the ball. You can't. Your concentration levels have got to be top. So yes, I've been grafting a long time.
A long time, man.
And then the call came in for obviously the big job that every official, every fighter wants to be involved in.
Yeah.
One championship.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. No, I mean it's. I remember 10 years ago, watching you at work, watching you move around, watching how active you are as a referee, right? And as a commentator, we often learn a lot from the assessments that are being made by the officials in the midst of the action, right?
Yes.
Why did a stoppage unfold? What was the call? What was the ruling? What was what you were seeing versus what we were seeing versus what was on the monitor?
Mhm.
It's a real work in progress at all times, right?
Yeah, we don't get the benefits of second views, second watches, slow-mos, VAR and stuff. We don't get none of those benefits. We get real-time action, split-second calls to make. And that's what I mean by referee's not for everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks it's oh, you got a great job. Lucky you. You're in the middle of the action. You get the great views. Yes, I am in the middle of the action. Yes, I do get the great views. But we get split second to make decisions, and we have to be firm with that. We have to be confident and carry that decision through. We don't get second views on other cameras and other shots, which a lot of other people are privy to.
Yeah. Social
media, etc. People can watch videos 10 times and then make a decision on your action. We don't get that. We get split second call.
So for those of you watching, we're going to have Chris with us for just a few more minutes. We are on Liam Harrison's YouTube channel. Pay-per-view is about to start. The link is in the description. We got great fights. We got a lot of very interesting matchups, including a couple of title fights. Getting some comments, and if you have any questions for Chris, feel free to throw them in the chat. Luke, yes, he is fighting, and Zabitis is on. Yes, that's correct. About 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll start that main card. Chris, I'm going to ask you a couple more things. Before you get ready to go and do an event, how is the preparation process for you? Do you do things to get focused?
Yes.
Do you do any studying up on things?
Yes, I do. Each event may have multiple kind of belts being sanctioned, WBC, ISKA, etc. So each of them have little different things which they allow and do not allow. So it's obviously my job to make sure I read up and I make sure that I'm confident in those, so I can, one, speak to the fighters about them, and two, make sure I'm confident in my decision making. For example, the global rule set that one uses, no standing 8 counts. Here tonight, we use the standing 8 counts. Little things, it's our job to make sure we're confident and know what we're doing when we go in for a show.
So, looking at this fight card, do you have anything that really sticks out on the main card that you're interested in seeing? Because, I mean, I've got Justin Greskowitz, Yves Rincello, Rob Zabitis, Luke Whelan, Darren Roland, Daniel McGowan. I mean, those three great matches, right?
Look at Dan McGowan. Look what he's done for UK Thai boxing. Who isn't excited when Dan McGowan's on the card?
Yep.
That brings out people. That makes people want to tune in. Luke Whelan and Rob as well. What a fight that's going to be. Yves Rincello, I don't need to say nothing. Everyone knows he's always in exciting fights. He's never not in exciting fights. Natty Dodds just before that. Again, everyone's interested to see how Natty Dodds bounces back after his loss up in Liverpool. I think it's going to be by producing fireworks.
Talking about I'm going to call it the main event because it is the only 5-rounder here on the card. Do you think that it's a factor for the injury time for McGowan? He obviously had such an incredible career from a young age, but he's had some time off. He had to return at 2022 CFS. Is that a factor here? Because Roland's got 10 wins in a row now.
I know. It's going to be a tough fight, 100%. But Dan will tell you himself, his training would have changed. The way he trained back at the start of his career, first half of his career, it will be different. He will train much more intelligently now. He will train much smarter than what he did before, to avoid those little injuries that we may have picked up in training before. When you're going completely all out, every single session is brutal. He will train much more intelligently now, and that will show in the fight, hopefully.
One of the big questions we often get from people is they see you doing these shows, right? They see you flying off to go do one. And you mentioned the hard work, the years, the decades of hard work. And they often ask, well, how can I get into officiating? And what can I do to become a judge potentially or a referee? You've got the floor, man. People are watching.
Yeah, well, Jesse Saunders runs judging courses through the IBMTO for Muay Thai. They are 100% worth jumping on. Even as a coach, even as a fighter, just to know how we score fights in Thai boxing, you need to know that, and that is vital. That's your first step to officiating. Get on a judge's course, do it, get your name down, call up all the local coaches, offer to referee and judge their interclub bouts. Yeah, if you're interested in being a ref, call up gym managers that are putting on interclub bouts. They will never turn down someone who's offering to help ref some of their fights. Do the hard work. Get comfortable in there in interclub shows. When there's no winner, there's no loser. So you've got certain pressures taken off. You can learn your graft. That's what we did. That's what most of us have done. We worked hard in the interclubs and the small town, small hall shows. That is how you start. You don't come jumping straight into a show like this. It's, you know, some people think you can, but you can't. The pressure will get to you. The whole event will get to you. You need to learn your craft first.
Yep. Thoughts on kickboxing then? You mentioned Muay Thai, but what does one do in the sport of kickboxing?
Again, there's ISKA run kickboxing courses for officials. The officiating courses are out there. Mark Goddard obviously does MMA courses for officials. So whatever type of refereeing or judging you're looking to get into, the courses are there for you. The learning is available there for you. So get involved. Awesome. We are, you know, UK is struggling for officials. People see the abuse we get now. You jump online and you see the abuse we get after each show, and people are going, "No, thank you. I don't want no part of that."
Yeah.
So it takes a special person to put their neck on the block and get out there and do this.
Yep.
So get out there, have a go, do your course, and then, like I said, put your name down, do some interclub bouts, see how you feel, and learn.
I love it. Chris, always an honor and a pleasure, man. Chris
Pleasure,
Bachelor,
Chris.
ladies and gentlemen. We're minutes away from the start here. Chris is going to go do his thing, and we'll be back very, very shortly with the Hitman himself for a further chat.
Easy, right? Like we always do, right? Yeah. That's the chat with a pal. 8 times 2 on a right here. 8-7-3. Kills it. The opening on this. It don't matter if I don't jump on it. Or whatever. I'll get one in. Not yet. Want to let the opener roll. Let's go. Oh wait, does this mean I'm gonna miss mine? There's an opening to the show I want to capture with this. So yeah. Chris, right, where's Josh? Is he there? Josh, you there? I don't think he can see you. Chris, can you see Josh? Ready, yeah, I can see it, yeah. So, as soon as you finish your talking, give him the cue, boom, yeah? Right, I'm going to get you rolling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, for everybody watching the official watch party, thank you so much. We are seconds away from kicking this thing off. We're bringing you all kinds of exclusive coverage here from Hitman Fight League, live from the Indigo 2 in London. Plenty of great fights coming your way. Checking out the chats. R.I.P. Joe Rogan, maybe. I can't say I am as strong as him. Here we go.
miss first fight, am I?
Just real slow.
I'm not going to miss first fight, am I? Just shout me when you do.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in the audience in the O2 Arena here in London, and to those of you watching the action live around the world, welcome to the main card here at Hitman Fight League. For the first time ever in UK Muay Thai history, you can bet live on the action tonight. Make sure to go and see the zone and place your bets now. Well, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, it's now time for the main card here at Hitman Fight League. So we ask you, are you ready? So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first bout of the main card, please welcome into the blue corner, all the way from Ireland,
Well, you just had the official introductions there from our MC, Kyle Greaves. Thanks for joining the watch party. Chris here from Hitman Fight League. Plenty of great guests to come your way, including the Hitman himself momentarily. I was just actually engaging with the comments. RIP Joe Rogan. I hope not. Luke trains at my gym. He's a good man. Yes, we're looking forward to having him here. Yasmin Nazari. Yes, also looking forward to having her here. And we will try to get Mr. Roland on for an interview later. So until we have our first guest, we'll let the action roll for a few minutes. And again, if you haven't already, follow us on socials. Let us know what you think. The link to order the pay-per-view is in the description too. And thanks for watching.
After this fight, I'll come off.
What I'm doing is letting the
your thoughts on Muay Thai? So, like you say, I'm not actually going low the card. Just your thoughts on Muay Thai.
Just say about everyone's style on camera.
Yeah, no doubt. You talk about Adam Jones? Yeah, it's great to catch up. You know, I Thai boxed a long time ago. I won a couple of world titles. Still got it. It's always good to come back to the show. Hey, listen. Get an inside top going.
Jump down. Here. So basically, we're going to put that in the corner, and then we'll have us on camera. It's a watch party, right? That's all it is.
We're talking about the fight that's on, though.
We could.
I don't fucking know any of them. So.
Don't worry about it. Welcome back ringside here at the watch party. Our first guest on the main card, Warren Brown. Good evening.
Good evening.
Nice to have you here.
Nice to be here, mate.
Welcome. We're taking over Liam Harrison's YouTube page today, and of course, for everybody else watching, you can get the pay-per-view and the link in the description. Warren, you've got an amazing history in Muay Thai.
Yeah, I was fought professional a long time ago. Won a couple of world titles. Moved on now, and now been acting for a little while. But no, I love coming back to the shows and love catching up and seeing all the old faces. So no, it's brilliant, and smelling the oil and going, shit, have I still got another one in me? But no, that ship has long sailed.
But you had a real kind of history, you know, karate, I think as a teenager, getting into Thai, winning some titles. It's legit, right? Like a lot of people who are in the public limelight are involved in combat sports or maybe did a charity fight, but you're the real deal.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I started Thai boxing at 15, and I guess it was a hobby at first, but fell in love with it. Put everything into it, you know, became a passion, and then started competing, and, you know, British, and then before, you know, yeah, fought for a world title, and yeah, I had a good run, and I love it, you know, and it enabled me to travel and make friends all around the world, and, you know, I dare say it's a very weird transition going from Thai boxing into acting, but I strongly believe I've gotten where I have in acting because of the background in Thai boxing, you know, and having something completely different, but still putting all that focus and energy and commitment into something else. And, you know, I'm getting away with it still.
You know, it's interesting because we were talking to Liam earlier, or Andy Housen, for example, and they all said the same thing. Like, there's a lot of skills for life. You know, we're not just teaching people who are trained to compete, but people who are hobbyists as well. Like, I think there's a lot to gain from the sport, no?
Oh, I think, yeah, it teaches you dedication, commitment, discipline, I think, which you can, they're all things and traits that you can take into so many other aspects of any life, of business, of work, of jobs, you know.
And it was intriguing as well because I didn't realize we were going to be able to do this interview today. I was a big fan of Strike Back, and we were talking moments ago about how actually the skills of Muay Thai kind of lined up to the casting, right?
Well, that, you know what, that was... So when I first started acting, I needed to learn how to act, so I'd spent a lot of time learning, and then by the time Strike Back came up, I think I might have been, I don't know, 10, 11 years in, so I think I could just about get away with calling myself an actor, and then the opportunity of this job came up, and it was the first job, actually, because I'd kind of kept it quiet, because I didn't want to be, oh, you're a Thai boxer, you want it, but this was the first job that I was like, oh, now then, I haven't seen you yet. All right.
This guy, right?
That was the first job that I was like, oh, by the way, I was a former 2-time world Thai boxing champion, if that helps, and I'll fight anyone who's coming up for this role. And I was lucky enough to get that role, and it was brilliant because, you know, we did so much of our own stunts, so many fights, and again, having that extra skill and getting to do that on camera. And again, the Thai boxing and just knowing your body and knowing how to fight.
Yep.
The harder thing is actually fighting but not hitting someone. You know, you've got to make it look like you're doing it, but without actually hitting them. So quite a few stuntmen got clocked. But that's what they're there for.
Exactly.
But no, that was an amazing experience, and you know, we got to shoot all over the world, and again, the Thai boxing thing 100% helped me get that job.
Now I'm curious, do you attend fight shows often, or is this a bit of a rarity?
When I can, yeah. I've kind of spent a lot of time out of the country with work, which is brilliant. But no, whenever I can, and I only live 15 minutes down the road, so when I know everyone's coming back in, and you know, to come and see Liam and Andy, and it's always a huge catch up, you know, to come and to see everyone.
Would you ever get back in the ring?
Don't. You smell that Thai oil, you come in, you hear the crowd, and there's always, but no, I'm too old. I'm too fat, I'm too unfit, I haven't trained for long enough.
Yeah.
Listen, I loved it. I love the sport. I had a good run at it, won some stuff, made some friends, travelled the world. It set me up into something else. No, I wouldn't get back in. I still like training, and I still try and keep that up as much as I can.
Yep.
But it's a young man's sport. That
It
ship
is.
has sailed.
It is. We had Charlie Peters over there. We'll have him on in a minute. And it'll be another interesting conversation, right? A guy who had a really crazy run, and I think, is he semi-retired now at this point?
I'll let him. I think he is, yeah. But again, he obviously was fighting. I've known Charlie for a long time. Come down with him today. Yeah, I think again he's reached the point. Won some world titles. Got to a level. No one can take that away from you when you've done it and you've done it legit. Travelled again. Got respect in the sport, and then going on to do other things now. But I dare say again, he may say that background and the things that he had to get somewhere in Thai boxing are helping him go forward in his new ventures.
I mean, he beat the promoter, right?
He did. That was an awful. I mean, it was a great show, but I remember coming to that going, I'm mates with both of these guys.
Yeah.
Oh shit, who do you? It was like Game of Thrones, when there was, who was it that? What was the war? And it was like both sides, and you're like, I'm a fan of both of them. I don't want anyone to win. I don't want anyone to lose. But no, that was a great fight, and listen, they're both brilliant fighters in their own right, and the best fighters fight the best fighters, right? And they know each other and respect each other, and I came here for that, but all good.
It's one of those things, it's kind of, it happened, it was a fight people wanted to see, it was the right fight at the right time. It happened right here, I think, in London, and Liam was coming down for that one. I remember the aftermath really well. On the topic of the fights, anything on the card that you were kind of attracted to tonight?
There's so many, I'm looking forward to seeing Evan Jays, looking forward to seeing Dan McGowan in action. There's so many good fights, and there's so many people I do know and I still keep in touch with, and I know, and kind of keen to see them. But I also love coming to the shows because there's always people that I don't know and new fighters up and coming. So just here for the show, man, and to catch up with so many people. And
I think a lot of people who are watching this, we had other people on from other facets of the sport, coaches, of course, or some people who did physio or strength conditioning. They're privy to the private lives of professional fighters, but we also have people who've trained, as hobbyists, right? We had some professionals who you would never think train Muay Thai. And to me, I think there's so many life lessons. I'm curious, what lessons from the sport have helped you in your career?
I think, like you're saying, initially I started it as a hobby. One of my best friends said, I'm going to go and try Thai boxing. And I'm sure that's the story with so many fighters that I know, that they go, I'm going to try this, let's see. And, I tried different sports, but was kind of all right at some things, but never took to anything in particular. And Thai boxing was the one that I went immediately, I really enjoy this, and I've got a bit of a natural knack to it. And then, what you put into something, you're going to get out. And then that became apparent that, over years and years of putting something in and getting something out. And I think the lesson, as I've said, that I've took away from it, from finishing fighting and attempting to pursue a career in acting, and I knew that wasn't going to be easy. That was why I retired and stopped fighting, because when I was fighting, it was all or nothing. You don't mess about, you don't half-arse it. And I figured if I was going to get anywhere or have a go at learning the craft of acting and trying to make a career out of it, you've got to put everything into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was so many things that I'd had from my 10 years of Thai boxing that have, I wouldn't be where I was with my acting career now had I not done that, I believe.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and a lot of people, they want to make it in acting, right? But that's the thing. Do you really want to make it, or are you willing to do what it takes?
Yeah. And, I knew it wasn't going to happen overnight, and it didn't happen overnight. And I was doing little bits, and now I think I've been acting longer than I was fighting. But now, it's a career, and that's my job. And, I love it. I still get to travel, and...
I'm friends with women.
Nah, then.
He's the #1 troublemaker. Joe Craven is back.
All right, mate. So you like this? It's just catching up with everyone. It's brilliant.
Exactly. Listen, well, for Chris and Warren here, thanks so much for tuning in. We're going to bring Charlie back. Any final shout out to the fans? We got Liam's YouTube page, right? It's a rarity.
No, I can't start swearing and stuff, can I? I won't swear. He's already, listen, he's doing massive things for the sport and massive things for himself, and, testament to him, and, now promoting the show. So I just wish them all the best with the show, and have fun, and hope you guys are enjoying watching back home or wherever you're watching. You could be watching wherever they might be.
Oh, they have been all over the place.
They're all over the
we
place.
Hit Florida, actually, believe
Yeah.
it or not, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty early. At least that was about 3 o'clock this afternoon, so it must have been pretty early in the morning.
Yeah, yeah.
Either way. Thanks,
That's,
man.
It's such an international sport, isn't it? And fans from all around the world.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers.
Great to talk. We did that really awkward.
We'll roll on with the action. We'll be back with Charlie Peters in a minute.
Pleasure to meet you, man. You too, mate.
I should have listened. I should have known how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
Well, we promised it here. Ringside is Charlie Peters. How's it going, man?
It's good. It's really good, thank you. How
You
are
look happy. I'm doing great. I saw you with Warren earlier. You guys are like the two-man party
We are.
machine, right?
We are with a tag team. Now, Warren's a really good friend of mine, and we haven't been able to see each other for a long time, and it just worked out that the show was on. We're both free.
Yep.
Came down, got some food, and now we're just about to watch people smash each other up.
What was food?
Cabana outside. So rice, chicken.
Yeah.
I'm carbing up quite a lot. I'm training for a half Ironman, so yeah, I had a big 2.5 hour cycle today, so I'm allowed to eat whatever I want, which is a massive difference from being a fighter.
Yeah, it is, right? I mean, the kind of calories you do on that is nuts, right?
On an average day, I'll do about 4,500 to 5, with work as well.
Okay.
So I certainly don't eat that much, but it's nice to know that I can.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I'm a passionate mountain biker, so
Oh, there you go.
the ups and the downs,
yeah,
right?
for
It's
sure.
hard work. I'll do a couple of 1,000 calories in a ride.
Easily.
Easily.
You're
Especially-
hitting all the different zones as well.
Exactly, especially like jumping and doing technical features and
Mountain
stuff.
bike is hard.
Never done it?
No.
Only road?
Only road for now, yeah.
Yeah.
So I've
Would
done
you?
the first half Ironman in Lanza, but I got 2 punches, so I couldn't finish it. Gutted. Got another one in June in Luxembourg with my dad, which I'm looking forward to. So now it's just focusing on that.
I really enjoy road cycling. Like it's I went into, well, they call it downhill or like
Yeah,
enduro or in trail, but I did some road cycling in, where was that? I did it in Florida, and I also did it in Arizona in the last kind of 6
Ooh,
months.
that'd be beautiful.
Which was really, really pretty, right?
Yeah, I can imagine.
And it was lovely, especially because Arizona was like in December or January, so it's a little bit cooler but still quite sunny.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to be wearing tights soon.
Nah, but the views over there are going to be so much better than what they are in England. I mean, I like how everyone's tuned in and we're talking about mountain biking,
Hey.
not Thai boxing.
All right, let's talk Thai boxing. So I was speaking with Warren earlier, and truth or fiction, are you retired?
Yes.
Semi-retired?
No,
Permanently retired?
I am retired. I had 3 fights in 2019, and that was it. I was done. I knew that year that I wanted to retire. I got a contract with one 4-fight contract. I had 2 of those fights, and then COVID hit a couple months after in 2020, and I was like, you know what? This is a sign. What had happened is for 15 years I've been with Kieran Kettle.
Yes.
So Kieran, made me who I was, got me to where I was, and he immigrated to Canada for his family, for his life. Incredible. I had the opportunity to work in London, so I changed gyms, went to Team Chew. Great gym, great people. Phil's a great guy, and the life was just so different. It was very different to what I was used to, and in all honesty, for me, I ticked off everything that I wanted and achieved. And I think the hardest thing as a fighter is knowing when you can retire, when you can finish, when you want to. And I was ready.
Yeah.
And then I went straight into triathlons afterwards.
Yeah.
And the training's just as intense, if not more. But I was able to train when I wanted to around work. And I know that sounds silly, but let's just say Thai boxing, the classes were always 2 o'clock till 4 o'clock in London. And if you go to another gym, it's 6 o'clock till 7 p.m. So, you have to work around that structure, whereas I can now train whenever I want, when it fits best.
Yep.
And I think it's important as a retired fighter to have that. Otherwise, I would have bought my gum shield tonight and jumped in.
Yeah, exactly.
I swear to God, I still think about it.
I bet you there's a couple of hay bales in a field somewhere, right? They might need you on a
There's
Saturday
probably a few
night.
people here that would have loved to have a scrap with me. I'm 15 kilos heavier than when I used to fight.
For everybody watching, we've got Harrison's YouTube page right now, right?
The
We've
man.
hijacked it.
Yeah,
so if
good.
there's anybody who wants a piece of this guy,
Call me out.
you know what's happening. So listen, 67 fights, multiple world titles.
Yeah.
Incredible resume, right? How old are
Yeah.
you now?
33.
I mean, a lot of people, they consider getting into the prime of their fighting career in the early 30s-ish and think about everything that happened in the career up until that point of retiring.
I actually stopped when I was getting better.
I bet.
I lost my last fight, my final fight, which was against Pech Maricot. And after that loss, he then went to beat Giorgio Petrosian. Yep. So that's okay. But at the same time, I know myself, and I can freely admit it, I didn't really want the fight. I took it. You never know. But I wasn't in the right space of mind. I had a great career, like you said. I started quite late at 17, but I was fully invested into it. Adored the sport, loved it, lived in Thailand. And like I said, I got to achieve everything that I wanted to. So, and I could have improved and I could have got better, but I was in a position where I could have closed one chapter and started another one. And I think to have those opportunities in life is a huge, huge opportunity. So you've got to take it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree. Do you think, looking back on it, you would have changed anything or done anything a little differently? Or
I mean, hindsight is amazing.
It
And
is.
it's also fucking annoying. But, I mean, I can sit here and say, oh, I would have loved to have done this, I would have loved to have done that, but I didn't, so it doesn't matter. And I never regret anything like it. My decisions, the way I handled things, the way I done things, it felt right in that time, and that's all that matters.
What's your day job now?
What is my day job? So I take group fitness classes around London. So I used to obviously PT, teach people Muay Thai, train fighters, what have you. But then now I take group classes, because what happened was I went to London. London's like a vibe. Like London is a scene all over the place. Obviously look at the best nightclubs are in London. So imagine a nightclub but training inside one. Yeah, it's...
What do you do, like CrossFit stuff?
No,
or?
not even. I took a class today in Sloane Square, so it's like a very high-end boutique gym.
Yep.
Gorgeous location in Sloane Square. Got all the lights. I get to change the lights like a disco. Loud pumping music. You've got treadmills, you've got floor work, and I just get to perform. I tell people what to do exercise-wise. On the treadmill, you're doing this, you're doing that. On the floor, you're doing this, you're doing that. Let's go. Red lights on. Music is pumping. It's a disco.
Circuits.
Literally.
Circuit disco.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just a cool vibe. It's very taxing, and you know, you appreciate days off and you appreciate your downtime, but it's such a cool vibe that you can't get anywhere else in the world, in the UK, apart from in London.
Yep.
And it's good fun. So I take a lot of group classes all over the place. I do a lot of online coaching for athletes that want to do marathons, half marathons, now triathlons as well. And I've got a running club, which is like a free communal one, but every month or two we do events. Looking at hopefully doing another one with Adidas in the next couple of months. So, you know, it's good. I'm busy. And that's the biggest thing. I'm busy.
Yeah.
So I'm not thinking, what if I went fighting again?
Yeah.
You know?
I love it.
But I still miss it.
I bet.
I've got
I
my
think that's
gum
one of
shield
the,
anyway.
Yeah, no, and I totally believe that. But I think, you know, and I've covered a lot of different martial arts over the years,
Yeah.
it's always a difficult transition out of that
Massive.
and into the next. But if it's an opportunity like you highlighted here, where that momentum is like another pickup, right?
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah.
you're looking for. And that's a pretty cool story, man. I have
Yeah.
to say, you
No,
know,
thank you.
because sometimes the last chapter isn't the best.
No.
And sometimes, you know, knowing when to make that transition can be something you question.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it sounds like it's the right, well,
Yeah.
you mentioned this vibe, and it's pretty sick.
I mean, sometimes it might not be the right one, but you have to believe it and you have to roll with it. And I've honestly had no regrets.
Yeah.
I had a meeting with someone in January, and he tried to persuade me to come back for one more fight. You know, it's always, like I said, it's always going to be in your mind. It's always going to be in your head. Maybe I could do one more. You watch your fight and you think, I could smash this guy.
I bet you could.
You know, and I know I could, but then it's, I don't want to lose the weight. I don't want to, nah, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But yet I put myself through the same situation, but with triathlons.
Of course. And I feel the same because, like, when COVID hit, like, I was concentrating. Again, we're going off the whole kickboxing and Thai thing. But I think it's legit. No, I think it's legit, though, because as somebody who lives and breathes martial arts, it's all I do. It's all I cover. It's MMA. It's jiu-jitsu. It's wrestling. It's kickboxing. It's boxing. It's Muay Thai. You find those passions and the same things that fuel you when you are sparring, when you're climbing, and when you're snowboarding down off-piste down some crazy-ass mountain, right? I was concentrating right when COVID hit on a lot of backcountry and ski touring. And
oh, wow.
So, yeah. Like,
that's hard.
Well, my partner used to be a professional skier. She skied for New Zealand, and she was a big mountain skier. Yeah.
Phenomenal.
So we definitely really got into exploring the Alps where you have virtually unlimited access, right? You go and do these things. And then you find that these are these apex activities of preparation and creativity and living in the moment and really getting the vibe of that. And yeah, it is infectious. And you can excel in these types of things and feel the same passion, if you will, that you described in fighting.
1,000%. The same passion I had for fighting, I now have in everything else.
Yeah, biking, running, whatever.
But just the discipline with training, the discipline with food, the discipline with everything around it. Someone wants me to come back.
Why don't you read it? What does it say?
Charlie Peters, come back. Come on.
Come on, son.
Oh, man. That's all I need. Right there. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's put the action up. We're seeing some good stuff here.
I like Yaz. I know Yaz really well in the blue gloves. I was actually in Thailand when she first went to Thailand for her trip. I think that was about 10, 11 years ago now. That was nice. She's good, she's strong. I'm not sure of the girl in the red. Where are we? Alex
Axel.
Oh, this is Alex. I've heard of Alex.
And what do you think about how the scene has changed over the years? Because when Liam and I opened up this stream, he talked about going back to the vibe of the old Yokao shows, or when the scene was different here, and trying to revitalize it and make it still 2023, right? Because it is a different world now.
Of course.
The thing that really sticks out to me is so many of the fighters that we saw fighting N-Class earlier and so on that had such great fundamentals, and they've only fought a couple of times. Some of them's only been training, right? A handful of months or years. I feel like that baseline is just rising here in the UK.
It's massive. I mean, it's a lot more popular. There's a lot more people doing it. There's also a lot more, you can watch it a lot. There's a lot to watch on. YouTube's like incredible, obviously. But there's so many ways that you can learn, watch, and grow. Instagram, obviously, is another huge platform. So you're constantly watching it, you're constantly viewing it. And I think visually you can learn so much more from it. You know, and definitely the average fighter is now very good. I think it's brilliant. I think it's great. You know, Muay Thai has always been my love. I didn't go into boxing just for that. Love the elbows, love the kicks, and like I said, now people are now seeing it a lot more. It only gets better.
Do you think that the sport has evolved somewhat with the global rule set and all the different things that we're seeing? How?
Like, I love what One are doing with the MMA gloves. I think it's great from a spectator's point of view. But it's also not the art of Muay Thai. And that's what I love about it. There's a few classes I still teach with a Muay Thai focused. And I try and tell people, punches are good, especially if they're effective, of course. But the kicks score more. And then the clinch is important. And people don't understand it because they see and watch One and like, you just got to bang. And it's like, no, I get it. When you've got a bigger surface area in terms of a glove, you can cover up more. The punches aren't going to have as an effect. And I try and get a lot of the students to watch the old fights, the Lumpini Stadium before it got knocked down. I'm like, that's what Muay Thai is. It's a chess game. There was a show before that I fought on a few times, MTGP, and you'd fight 3 rounds. Muay Thai, 3 rounds. And I think that's great because the 5-round fight, with the first 2 rounds being very even and very, relaxed, that's very much Thai betting. It's that system. Whereas here, just fight from the get-go. 3 rounds, perfect. There's no messing around. There's less of the chess match, because you don't have 2 rounds to start and build. You've just got to go from the first. But again, from a spectator's point of view, with gloves on, it makes it more enjoyable, makes it a lot more exciting if you love the art.
Yep.
You know? And listen, like Rod Sang, incredible fighter. I've seen him fight in a stadium before, and he doesn't block the kicks. You know, he goes in with the hard punches, and he lost the fight because of it. And I said, well, that's why. I think they rematched as well. I can't remember the other guy. I think they rematched later on, and he ended up knocking him out, obviously, because he hits like a tank. But he lost because he's so used to fighting at one level. You know, walking forward, taking the kicks. Like I said, it's great. But Muay Thai is the sport. It's the art. It's exciting.
Of course. Yeah, there are some variances. I remember one of the first exposures I had to that was probably about 10 years ago, was Jeremy Bailey's show.
Yeah.
Ronin Fighting Championship. He had that Ronin Rules thing,
Yeah.
which was limited clinch but full elbows.
Yeah. I fought on one of his shows.
Crazy, right?
I think one of the very first fights, one of my very first professional fights was one of his in Southampton.
Yeah. Yeah,
In
he
the
was doing
cage.
it in Basingstoke then eventually.
Yeah.
What was the name of that gym?
No idea. Could not remember.
He did it in a gym. Shout out to Bad Boy if you're out there.
Oh, man. The man.
And
What
then
a
there's
what a character.
I know, right? And then there was another show I was involved with before one did the whole global rules thing. Before I think they were even doing anything but MMA. It was called Asia Fighting Championship, and the goal was in Asia they were only around for about 18 months, 2 years, was to grab all the Thai boxing champions, put them in a 3-minute rule set,
Right.
and encourage activity in the clinch and have the refs separate them a bit quicker. So they had Channel 7 guys, Max Muay Thai guys, blah, blah, blah. Even stadium champs in different countries. Like everybody thinks
Yeah,
Thailand's the only
that's
place.
sick.
You know, in Asia,
But it's good
Indonesia.
to have that.
It is. And it worked for a couple years. I think the investors pulled out. But it's cool to see.
Everyone wants to see a fight.
Exactly.
Everyone wants to see a fight. And that's the thing. You've got like the Jake Pauls of the world now. People just want to see like more of a circus fight. At the end of the day, people want to see a fight. They want to see a knockout. They want to see blood. That's why UFC does so well, because it's as close as you can get to a street fight with rules. I love Muay Thai because of the art of it, but then I love one because it's just a scrap.
Yep.
You know, and it's great to watch. So I think there's a bit for everyone and everyone.
Here we got one. We're going A class. We'll leave the action up. You guys are watching the official watch party here. If you want to get the pay-per-view, there's a link in the description. We'll keep this one up for a little bit. Charlie, let's talk about the fight here for just a few minutes, and then I'll let you go.
No, don't stress. Sean Silva. I know Sean well. Lovely guy. Really good coach. He's put a lot of effort into his gym recently as well. House of Pain. They always bring good fighters.
Baz Abdullah, Tomas Denev,
Where are we at?
Silver Spirit.
That's it. House of Pain.
And
Baz.
House of Pain. Are they Southampton or Bournemouth?
Which one?
House of Pain.
No idea.
They're on the South Coast, though. I know them from way
I know
back
the
in the day.
gyms. I just don't know the locations.
Chris Batchelor in charge?
66.5 kilo. He's still got his, yeah. Oh, so we've got South. Oh no, I was gonna say we've got Southpaw, but he's switched back. That is a big kick. Aggressive from the start. So again, this is what we were talking about. 3 rounds, 3 minutes. No time to feel out, you just have to go. And sometimes being that aggressive from the start can shock your opponent and can be enough.
It's tricky out of the southpaw stance, isn't he? Those rear tools are landing over and over. Left hand, the knee, the high kick.
Southpaws usually have the upper hand because of that. You know, most orthodox fighters aren't used to fighting them. But I feel like once you know how to fight against a southpaw well, and that takes experience. Nice throw.
Lovely timing, eh?
I think it was a hip throw. Ah, there you go. It was a
Gonna
good
get
throw, but he pulled him up over the hip, which is not allowed.
Yeah, he's going to get a little warning there, isn't he? It's effective, though, no?
It worked. And there's nothing more tiring than picking yourself up off the floor. Beautiful left hand. Oh, he got lucky. That caught him well. He's still a little bit on wobbly legs. But he's giving it back just as much. Ooh. I'd like to see a little bit more composure.
Yeah. Cardio starts to become a factor when you're going that hard, no?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Especially because it's only the first round.
I know. I was going to say, we're 2 minutes and change into this one.
I feel like the blue gloves likes pain anyway, looking at the chest tattoo.
Interesting, he's fighting from Silver Spirit and not the House of Pain gym, though. Oh, the irony.
He just caught him with another straight left as well. Chris was getting a closer eye just in case.
Are you from London originally, Charlie?
Yeah, full English. I get asked if I'm Australian, Kiwi,
No.
South African.
Definitely English.
Yeah, so I lived outside. I lived in Kent. So.
What part?
Near Blue Water Shopping Centre.
Yep, I know it, yeah.
It's the most iconic part.
Yes.
Definitely not Essex.
Just down the road from Dartford, right?
That's it?
Yeah.
There you go.
I know, baby.
Not many people do.
Hey, come on. They still want you back.
Oh, man. I'm tempted. I'm always tempted. I'd love to. I do miss it, but...
We'll let this roll for another couple minutes and we'll grab another guest. As long as you're happy to sit for a couple more minutes?
Yeah, man, for sure.
Awesome.
It's a wicked left leg. Throws it well.
Yeah, Denev looked really good. But he went for a ride there, eh?
That was the throw that Chris didn't like. It was actually quite well though. That was the first left hand. Good little fake, but I've never really understood why you'd want to throw so many outside low kicks to a southpaw unless they're really effective. Because you open yourself up far too much. You need to be really racking them in.
Yeah, it's true. It's a totally different level of exposure, isn't it?
Yeah, you just don't need to as much. Go for the inside. Because they won't always have been kicked hard in those.
Yeah, you get a lot of power.
Yeah. Abdullah seems to be going a lot forward, a lot more.
Yeah, you wonder if Denev actually spent everything he had in those first 3 minutes, right?
Do you know what? Exactly that. Is he trying to savor something for a little bit more for the last round? If I was him, I'd start using that left hand again, but just waiting for the opportunity. It works beautifully. There you go. Ooh. So what, an outside low kick on a southpaw, or a southpaw throwing an outside low kick onto an orthodox, they're very effective. Because both fighters aren't used to getting kicked on the outside leg. That was a big, deep breath there from Denev.
Yeah, I feel like the resiliency of Abdullah has been to his advantage here. And that in combination with decline and clean work from Denev.
Yeah.
Because he hit him pretty flush a few times in the first round.
Oh, no, absolutely. He recovered well. And he's holding in strong. Nice double kick.
Gotta love to see Chris Batchelder in there, right? What a hard-working guy, no?
He's almost more fun to watch sometimes.
I know. I love watching him, Rev.
But you know what? He's one of the best. I mean, the whole team here, the whole referee team are just phenomenal. Some people, there's a lot of people that will always complain or moan if a ref stops a fight or whatever, but these guys are so experienced that they know what's best. And at the end of the day, whether this is what you do full time, it's still a hobby. It's still, for fun. And there's nothing. None of these fights are worth your life.
It's true.
Oh, fantastic.
Man, perfect, no?
Oh, he's called him.
Yeah. I think a good call. You can tell from the look in his eyes, no?
Yeah. He looked like he needed that breather. Let's see what he does with it. Wouldn't even worry about the kicks. Just start going in with the punches. Nice, good round. Got the 8 count. It's in his favor right now.
Right? That was really, really significant, too, because I feel like
huge.
He didn't look as on point as in the first round, but
No.
to come like that and get a count, 10-8 round, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, you know, he didn't get lucky, but he needed it to win the round. Otherwise, I think
agree.
he would have lost the round.
I agree. Sometimes a little good and is enough.
I never like to say lucky punch this, lucky punch that, but sometimes I'd rather have been lucky than good.
Exactly. I'll remember that next time I'm on my bike.
Yeah. If you get a lucky escape, that's fine.
Do you wear tights when you bike?
Absolutely. Well, I wear a bib. Wear the bib.
My man.
So like, I wear it all. I've got a long-legged bib. It's like a really weird-looking dungaree.
That's the type of thing you can swim fast in too,
Yeah.
right? Right?
Man, when I put a wetsuit on, I look like a superhero.
Oh, forget about retiring from professional sports. We'll get you in
man.
in on that whole Ironman thing.
Do you know what as well, though? People always like, oh, maybe you'll become a champion in that. And I'm like, do you know what? We'll go soon, guys. Warren's giving me
I'm going to let Warren jump in on this. Warren, you sit down with Charlie and call this last round.
Come on.
Here's Warren Brown.
No, mate, it's not that big. Is he just having a break? You just having a break? He's getting off.
Welcome to the Hitman.
Fucking freeway.
We're not even on, are we? 'Cause we could see us before.
Oh, where's he gone? Get in. Blinded.
Belter.
We're commentating on the fight. Last round.
When I said that thing you were the other day, I must have got no joke. This guy's fucking mental. Serious.
You crack me up. It's a fit geezer. Oh, lovely. It's a good fight. It's a good fight. So now, Baz Abdullah got the 8-10 round against him. So now he needs to come in hard for this finish. I think he lost the first round. Just.
Yeah.
The knockdown didn't obviously go in his favour. But both are standing there.
We need to have a commentator off.
I feel like we're doing a better job than him. You got Vinny Shoreham, the professional. Then you got us.
Oh, I don't know. There's a fight on and I'm trying to distract him from fucking doing a proper job.
Right, last minute, here we go. The Blue Gloves has got a very nice little style. Very good southpaw. Mr. Kinshaw. I hope I said that correctly. Both standing there. Both looking good. Both not backing down.
Ooh,
ooh, ooh. Love it. Oh. Nice left elbow. Beautiful. Last 15 seconds. Both not giving up.
No, mate. Ooh.
The international.
I'm just there for the oohies.
Thai boxing sound. Are you really a Thai boxer if you don't oohie? Beautiful. I say get rid of Vinny. Vinny and Gav.
Hang on. Do you mean that was just been voice?
So you're gone now.
Oh, we're on.
What are we talking about?
Charlie's training.
I want to know where you guys are watching it. Put yourself in the chat. I want to know where you're watching this now live. Where are you in this world?
Here we go.
And are you enjoying the show? First one, Hitman Promotions.
I think a load of it turned off because you've just been sat here for half an hour talking.
Talking about triathlons. James is from Manchester. Perfect. I'm sure you'll be down soon enough watching it live. Here we go.
So the guy who just is going to have lost this fight, someone just went and put $1,000 on him at the betting tour.
Oh.
Someone's heavily out of pocket here.
Oh. Please gamble responsibly, kids.
Right.
We don't need video. Get video.
I've just done that.
So I cycled today.
I just done.
Ben Hughes from Brazil. Yeah.
All right, guys, enjoy the show.
Bang. To the bang.
Sorry.
Enjoy it, gang. Lots of love.
Oh, we're still on. Still on. Oh, no, hang on. Forgot when I was talking to promote my new show. £10 Poms starting on BBC next month.
When?
And
When is
Stan, Australia.
Ah, always.
Lovely.
Mate, great chat, eh? Really enjoyed that. It was great. It was great. We were literally talking about like cycling and stuff. But it was good. It was good. There you go.
How much doing one discipline or having done this, if you can transform it, transition to anything. What about yourself, man? Do you live in the UK now? I live in Manchester. And how do you evolve in all these points? Assistant fucking Audible for 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, doing an audio book. Yes, I know, it's horrible. It's horrible. Hate it. Well, I said I'd do one a couple of years ago, and then they announced that it was a trilogy. So I had to do the third and final one yesterday, but it's some Audible Studios, yeah. It's nearby. Yeah. I did the first one at home, and the second one at the studio in Soho, and I did the third one this week at Audible, and that was the easiest and best one. Like really, really good. It's like a crime thriller. The writer is from back home, back where I'm from, North, and he wanted me to do it, but then they announced it when I was recording the first one that it was a trilogy, and I'm like, hang on, I didn't sign up for 3. I had to fucking renegotiate. And I hate, ordinarily, I'm good at accents, and you don't do like audio drama where you're just playing a character, but this is, you're reading and you're playing a load of different characters who sound different. And ordinarily, you stay in one accent, not doing 5 people talking to each other. So it was hard, and also, when you normally read, you just read when you're reading out loud, the grannies, you can't make mistakes, and obviously the edit, you never knows that. Anyway, the first one went out, and at one point it was #1 in Audible ahead of Barack Obama, and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, now I've got to do them all now. Anyway, but it's actually something like a crime thing, but it's a bit more than a like thriller, fucking gangsters, this and the other, it's good, but it's something I'm trying to look at actually making look great, produce and being it, yeah. Yeah. get the audio, Audible sent out all the stuff, and I wanted to see if I could do it at home, and it did. I've got a room that I need to pad out and stuff, so I've got a studio. A mate of mine, yeah.
Actually, a lot of like this is actually my stuff. Now they've got.
But I think that was it. I was always going into solo to this show. It was in between acting, and then there was all that stuff. So then you had to have a setup at home, and then it's amazing what you can actually do with them, and covers and quilts and just get your thing.
That's how it started. And then I built a booth.
Yeah.
And I converted a room, so I got a booth and a bigger room.
Oh, amazing.
Bigger room sounds better.
Amazing.
A bit more light.
Yeah. Amazing. Where are you from originally, dude? Michigan. How long are you doing over here? That's great, because I bet you'll get quite a lot of voice work for that, right? For doing international stuff here. I kind of find with voice stuff, obviously with acting, when I first started, it's like, yes, you say yes. Then you get to a point where you go, all right, I don't want to do that kind of thing, I want to try and go this way. But with voice stuff, you just go, yes, I'll fucking do it. Because it's a bit different, you can just, so then you end up doing here, there, and everywhere. And we did something the other day, quick fit, like, so yeah, I'll just do anything, and whatever, promos for a thing or whatever, yeah. I just grabbed it.
I really love it. I like live TV more, but it's a different art.
Yes.
Voice.
Oh, it's definitely.
Because I'm often some version of me, but learning how to do other character specs is cool. It's never been acting school, but
yeah, me neither.
One of my new broadcasters, he was a lot of CD's voices.
No, Will Wagner.
Really fucking good voice actors.
Yeah, that's where I'm with. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's where I've seen the name.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. Eurosport, KSW, which is a big MMA show.
No, I do not.
It's not the biggest MMA show in Europe.
Yeah.
European MMA.
Yeah.
2 shows a year. So yeah, we went to a bunch of this and other.
And what you do there, then you get the deck and watch the fight and commentate over it, or you go there and do it. Oh, okay, brilliant.
With up to 6,000. They hold number 2 fight show attendance in the world after Pride.
Yes.
They had 70 or 80,000. We did 58.
I just want to tell you that.
The cool thing about that show is it's very much like flamboyant. A lot more extravagant what those shows were in Japan. Remember that?
Yeah. Amazing. It's amazing to see the evolution. Kind of should have chatted about that obviously when I was fighting. Because, all our videos were on a fucking show, VHS, just as I stopped, then it started. And looking at it goes through so many iterations with it, and also, the influences. Like K1 and Dino shows, and then introduction of the One Championship, what that's doing for the sport.
I worked for that. Yeah. 5 years ago.
It's great to, I love the sport still. And I still watch it. Slowly. That's what you do.
Welcome back ringside. Back alongside the Hitman.
I'm back.
How's it going?
I'm happy. The crowd are great. The fights have been great. We've had a good atmosphere. The show's running smooth. We've had no hiccups. Touch wood as yet. I'm very happy.
I'm loving it. What were the highlights of the undercard for you?
You know what? I was absolutely buzzing with Finlay Smith. We spoke about him before, saying look out for him. Obviously, he's from my gym. I have a small role coaching him and stuff. But that was his best performance today, and there were a lot of stuff there, what he was doing, perfect in that fight. What we've all been working on, we've all been trying to get out of him. There were bad habits that have been completely ironed out. And the guy who was fighting was tough. And the rest of the undercard was great as well, but to end it on that with a perfect performance from Finlay, I was very happy with that.
May I ask what the bad habits were that were corrected?
So there was stuff like what we used to do when he's been sparring with me and stuff, and he'd just throw something out of. If I landed something on him, he'd just throw anything out of reaction, and we'd end up getting injured, banging knees, clashing, and elbows, and all kicking elbows and stuff like that. And I was trying to say to him, like, you need to iron these out, mate, because you need to pick your shots better, choose your shots, not do any of this stupid shit that you're doing, and you won't get injuries, we won't get injuries, and you'll find when you fight you don't get injuries, and you'll find that when you just pick your shots and look for them and be comfortable in the environment and not be jittery and panicky. And I'm sure you'll agree if you watched any of that fight, or anyone out there saw any of the fight, I am sure they will agree, he picked his shots, he didn't do no panicky movements, he was comfortable in being uncomfortable, and that's what you have to do in this sport. You have to be out of your comfort zone, but be comfortable in that zone. I know that doesn't make much sense, but that's how it
does.
is. Yeah,
It does. Why is that so difficult, do you think?
Because listen, when you're in there like now, look at these. Like,
we'll put it on.
Yeah. So, there you go.
Wow.
Well, there you go. Good timing. Good time. Great timing.
Hey.
They're over. Is that over?
It is.
Oh, there you go. Great timing. Like when you're in there and there's the crowd, your corner shouting at you and stuff, it's very easy to get carried away and to just go listening to the crowd going wild, going crazy. And that's when you'll make mistakes. That's when you'll leave yourself open and stuff like that. So, yeah, to be in there and to be cool, calm and collected, but still have the venom in your shots, still have the power in your shots, still have the nastiness and the spite, but in the meantime of that, you're still thinking, you're switched on. Serious, when you're in that ring and you are stood in front of another man who has trained for you, you have trained for this man, you have trained to hurt each other, it's very, very intimate between both of you. You can see things in their eyes, you can see movement, you can see little chinks and little weaknesses and stuff like that, and to notice them and not get carried away and to still pick your shots, it's very difficult to do. And there's a lot of trial and error that goes on in a fighter's career to find the balance of, like, this is my style and this is what works for me, and don't get carried away too much. It's like I say, it's tough to do.
It's kind of one of those things that is ironed out over time, right?
Like I said, trial and error.
Yeah. It's kind of intriguing to hear that too, because so many people view, a perfect fight as a work of art that just, everything goes to plan, but what they don't see behind closed doors is all that trialing, right? That testing.
Exactly. And that's what I mentioned about Finlay there. Like, there were a lot of stuff in the gym, and like, we were getting injured in sparring and stuff like that because he had these bad habits, and now I'm just really happy that he's been able to iron them out. Last few times I sparred with him, it's been good. But can you take what we're doing in the gym and can you put it into the ring, into a fight, in front of all these people, in front of someone else who's coming over from Spain, travelling all this way to fight you, to try and put you in your place? It's a difficult thing to do, even from the lowest level to the highest. It's tough, and I was just very pleased with how it all came across for him.
And that's part of the whole executing, right? You know, you get the playbook filled up, you go through it a bunch of times. When you walk out to the field, can you deliver? And the answer was yes. They're talking about promoting. What's gone well tonight, you think?
Do you know what? I'm happy with everything. Like I said earlier, we've got a solid team with us here at the Hitman Fight League that are making this show run very smooth. The main card's on now. These guys they're fighting hard, very hard. The crowd are on point. They're all getting involved. The gambling, mate, is going down an absolute fucking treat, mate. Listen, I walked out there earlier and someone were putting £1,000 on one of the fighters. Unfortunately, he just lost.
Oh, no.
He just lost, yeah. But there's people doing doubles, trebles, akkers. It is going down an absolute storm. I am so happy with that because I wasn't sure how it was going to work and how it was going to go down, and I'm absolutely buzzing with that. I'm even more buzzing with the main card fighters who are actually proper going for it. We've got a great team all around us. I'm happy with, like, Vinny doing all his work. He's jumping in the ring, interviewing the fighters. He's there looking in his purple suit in the ring, interviewing the fighters, getting that atmosphere, getting that buzz. Every single person who is part of the Hitman Fight League team are all doing their part to make this show just that little bit extra than what a normal show is.
I love it, man. It's great to be able to be part of it. I was curious moving forward, Any twists that you can reveal to people watching that they may want to watch out for June 10? Dun, dun, dun.
I tell you, Robert De Niro, then, don't he?
Yeah, I
These
do.
shoes.
Hey.
These shoes. Yeah, you know what? Like, obviously with the gambling and stuff now, I would like to have the betting tote here tonight. So you have to bet on the tote. By the time June 10th comes around, I want it, preferably, I want it on the big screens. I want an app downloaded. I want everyone being able to bet, whether you're in the country, out the country, in the venue. I want everyone being able to bet on the fights.
Dynamic odds, maybe?
That's what I'd like.
Yeah.
Listen, that might be pushing the ball out a bit too far for this point, but that's what we're aiming to do. We want to do stuff that's taking this sport and this into the next level. Do you know what I mean? We've got some incredible fights lined up for June. I can't go into any spoilers. Do you know what I mean? So
you knew I was going to ask you,
Andy
bro.
will fucking kill me. Yeah, if I go into spoilers, we've got a lot of good fights lined up. But yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Listen, the feedback is great. They appreciate the stream. More shows to come, mate. Yeah, we got more shows to come. We'll show you the list of fight in a little bit.
Sorry, this music's so loud I can't really hear.
Don't worry, I know it's a small
No, we've got
chat
people
box.
here saying they're coming to the bowlers. Yes, the bowlers is going to be. That'll be the one.
So
Bowlers
taking a
will be
look
good.
here ahead, we're marching closer toward the top of the card, the business end of the card. We talked a little bit in the opener about it. I'd love to recap it very, very, very quickly. You believe maybe Yves Brunsello is going to be going out and taking out Greskovitz quickly, potentially, or if it goes the distance, Greskovitz has the advantage going pre.
I don't see it going the distance. I think Yves might be a bit too strong and a bit too much for him. I was just speaking to Justin in the back. We were talking about when we fought 13 years ago.
That's history.
Yeah, exactly. I won, by the way. I knocked him out. Just in case anyone was wondering, I knocked him out. But yeah, and I said, how old are you? And he's older than me. Yves is young, up and coming, fresh, wants to make a statement, wants to make a name. Has Justin had his day? Maybe. Is the life in the old dog yet? Who knows? He's interested. Let's see.
Zabitis and Whelan. Any intel there?
I'm going with my boy Whelan. You know what? I really like Luke, and I would love. I'm meant to be neutral, but I would really like him to win and be the face of the kickboxing Hitman Fight League stage. I'd like him to do that. He's had a great kickboxing career. I think he's a great guy. He's a solid fighter, and I'd love to take him with us on this journey that we're going through.
And that, of course, is for the Hitman Fight League Championship belts. But a lot of people, I talked to Vinny earlier, have said, candidly, you cannot count Zabitis out.
You can't, mate. He's tough
Period.
as fuck. He's dangerous. And like I said with these main card fights earlier, like you never know. Like we said, like someone would just bet $1,000 on someone on the main card earlier, and they've just lost $1,000 on the betting tote. So you can't any single one of these fights. I've got my pick'ems who I'm going to go to, but there's not one I go, he will definitely win, because there's always a chance on the other fighter. And it's not just like a puncher's chance or this or that. Everyone on this main card's dangerous.
Yep. Feedback is you're doing an amazing job. The gambling is a great idea, similar to how it is in Thailand, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, very, very similar. Pretty easy to do. Obviously in Thailand, though, what happens in Thailand? So I'll tell you about that. In Thailand, all the gamblers will be around the top of the stadium. They signal to each other over the top of the stadium, and they've all got little hand signals and stuff like that. So you're only betting one-on-one in the stadium.
Yeah.
So you might bet to a guy at the other side of the stadium, you catch his eye, you do the hand signal. Okay, me and you are betting $5,000 on this fight. And then it all gets sorted out between you and the other person. We've got an actual betting tote here. Like legit betting tote. Like you can put a double, a treble, an acca. I put a 5-fold on earlier. I can't tell you who I put it on. Like, I don't want to get in trouble promoting show and that, you know what I mean? But
you'll be the next James Krause of the Muay Thai world.
But like Don King, fucking fixing fights. But no, yeah, that's how it is. Do you know what I mean? So over there, it's completely different. We've got like a proper tour on here, so everyone is absolutely buzzing. I walked out earlier just to see how it was going, out of curiosity, thinking, oh, fucking hell, I wonder if this is going all right. And there were about 50 people around it for getting the money out and stuff like that, yeah. Making it rain. So, yeah, I was so happy with that. But, yeah, it's a new angle that we can go with. And it's exclusive to the Hitman Fight League. So if you want to come down and bet at a show, you better be there in June.
One of the comments was saying online accounts would be amazing. So maybe one to think out for with that app you mentioned, right?
Yeah, there you go, 100%.
The main event, it is the only 5-rounder. We mentioned it briefly earlier. I will mention it again. It's for the WMO International Featherweight title. And that is Darren Rolland taking on Daniel McGowan. Any intel on that one? Anything developing backstage that you've seen so far?
So, Darren Rolland, mate, he's just taking this it's like another day at the office for him. We mentioned earlier he's on a 10-fight winning streak. He's just strolling around with his little straw hat on, like a little farmer or whatever. He's just chilling. He's just taking it as it comes. And look out for it, mate. Honestly, he's dangerous. He will throw unpredictable shots from different angles, and he will just come at elbows and all crazy stuff. McGowan, he's ready. I was just speaking to his coach, one of his Thai coaches, Palm Pech, and he was saying, listen, he's ready. His hardest is trained. He's in great shape. He's ready to put on a performance. And like we said earlier, the winner of this fight is going on to bigger and better things, so it's all to play for.
I love it. And looking at potentially routes to victory, do you have any predictions for the strategy from either? Vinny had a few thoughts. One was work rate and volume. One was potentially the kicking game on the other camp. But Rolland, McGowan.
So, I've got two scenarios in my head how this fight will end.
Go.
McGowan will win on points if he sticks to a good, solid game plan, doesn't take too many risks, and fights a solid but basic fight, scoring.
Yeah.
If he doesn't stick to that plan, Rolland might stop him.
How?
Elbows, spinning back fists, jump knees. He's got an artillery full of unpredictable weaponry that is dangerous. Anything can happen. If McGowan, which I want him to do, obviously I would love Dan to also be the face of the Muay Thai Hitman Fight League. I want to bring him with us. He's been a friend for me for years. He's a great fighter, and I want to see him progress. I want to bring him with us as a champion. But if he doesn't stick to the game plan, Rolland will cause, well, it's not an upset really, but he will upset the British fans.
All right. Well, we've had the pleasure of taking over your YouTube page. We hijacked it from about how many hours ago? Quite a few ago now. It's unbelievable, right? 6 hours we've been on air. It's been a real good time, man. Any sort of final shout-outs? You've obviously got a great audience here, and they'll be real keen to hear from you, man.
No, man, anyone who's listening, watching, doing any sort of, anywhere that you're involved with the Hitman Fight League show, whether you're listening on here, whether you're watching at home, whether you bought a pay-per-view, I appreciate it. Let's just keep getting it out there. Let's keep pushing it out. I love this sport, and I want everyone else in the world to love this sport as much as I do. So let's just keep pushing it out there. Let's keep going forward. Let's keep trying to make a bit of noise about the Hitman Fight League, a bit of noise about the betting, a bit of noise about these fighters on tonight, a bit of noise about the fighters who are on to June. I've seen one on here already. Jono Chip Chase keeps popping up on here, and if you're listening, mate, we're looking forward to having you on here, Jono, mate. So yeah, let's just keep making noise about it, and let's see what we can do. Let's try and get, let's take it to the next level.
Awesome. Thanks for the time, man. Okay. Welcome back to the watch party. Taylor has joined me. She is one of our wonderful ring girls here this evening. Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'll tell you what, we spoke with Carla earlier.
Yeah.
You're part of the crew?
Yeah, been part of the crew for about a year now. Previously, I was with another agency. So I've been doing it for about 3 years now, and every show is like my first. I have the best time every time I'm here.
What's the best part about it?
I think meeting loads of new people. I always get to meet different people like yourself. Everyone's so friendly, and it's just the atmosphere at every show is unmatched. Always have the best time at the shows.
Yeah, for sure. Was it always like martial arts, or had you done other work with other kind of sports or
yeah,
promotions
so
and
I
things?
mainly do bare knuckle. That's like where I do most of my shows. But yeah, I do martial arts, boxing. I do a bit of everything now. I started off with just white collar, and over time it's just gone on to bigger shows, which is fun.
We heard stories, actually. Carla and I were talking. I think this is a potential video blog in the making, like trips to Paris. Did you guys go Eurostar or did you fly?
We went to Eurostar and we actually had a nightmare. So it's never easy when it's me and Carla. I think me and Carla together are a good team. I'm the very one, I keep Carla in check.
Do you do? Oh, yeah, you were mentioning that, right? You're
Yes.
the paperwork gal.
So in the week, I'm the EA. Even though Carla's my boss, I try to be an EA to Carla to try and help her out. So we went to Paris, I think it was about 2 weeks ago. Was meant to be really smooth. We got there 2 hours early, so just chilling. 10 minutes before, we was like, oh, it's time to go. So we went straight to the gates, realised that Carla put the wrong names on the tickets. Don't know where she got the names from because she didn't even put her own name. And we got denied entry. So it took us a long time, and 2 trains later we managed to get to Paris. But yeah, we made it. We made it.
That's the video blog that should have been made, right?
Yeah, it's coming out. Stay tuned.
All right, let's talk about this one. So you've been part of the show. You were there for the undercard. What's been your impressions of Hitman Fight League?
What was that,
What's
sorry?
been your impressions so far of Hitman Fight
I
League?
think the show has been amazing so far, and I think now we're coming on to the main cards. I'm excited, and I think the main card, Skywalker, I know him quite well, so I'm excited to see the last fight of the night. But yeah, the atmosphere is unreal. Everyone's having the best time, and yeah, I'm loving it so far.
Would you believe it? Liam Harrison gave me the code to get onto his YouTube page. That's where we're going out right now.
Oh, wow.
Kind of crazy, right? We'll put the fight up. Let's talk about it. So we've seen a lot of great fights tonight, and a lot of them have been women's fights. How do you feel about that? Because gender is a big thing, I think, in martial arts and sports. Yeah, what's your views?
I think the women are taking over slowly but surely. I think the women's fights, I always am so interested because I sit back and I think, wow, like the courage to even get into the ring, even just to step into that ring is such a big thing. So I think, yeah, the women are smashing it these days. I mean, as you can see, they're smashing it. Hats off to them because I would never be able to do that. But yeah.
It's funny because we were talking when you guys had your 5 guys and I was eating my carrot sticks, right?
The ring girl diet.
The ring girl diet. And Carla is actually going to be fighting in boxing.
Yeah, so it's crazy. So Carla is actually training currently to do a show in a couple of months, which again, hats off to her. So yeah, I'll be Carla's ring girl for that show. But yeah, she's training very, very hard. So very proud of her.
Would you ever do it?
No.
Why?
I'm on the opposite end. I can sit back and watch, and I can appreciate the people do it, and I love watching it. But me personally, I just couldn't. My nails would never let me fight. Them nails would snap instantly.
Those nails would win you a fight, man.
Yeah, I know, the claws. I wouldn't need gloves. Do me bare knuckle.
Well, listen, honestly, Taylor, it's really, really great to be able to talk to you guys because I think, and again, we spoke about this earlier. There is often a little bit of a stigma, right, about you guys and your work and so on and so forth. And you guys see a lot of this. You guys have a unique angle on a lot of this, and you guys are passionate about these actual events, right?
Yeah.
I think it's important.
That's the thing. Me and Carla speak about that quite often. There is a massive stigma with ring girls, and I think we get looked at sometimes, and it's like, what do you actually do? What are you bringing? But there's so much that goes on behind the scenes, and people just look at us and just think, sometimes we are useless. That's people's opinions, but it's like we do generally work hard to do these big shows, and there is a lot that goes on. And there's something in the pipeline that me and Carla will be announcing in a few months. I don't know if she mentioned it previously.
She did not. Can you give us a
so
teaser?
This is exclusive. So there is actually something massive coming up that me and Carla are working on at the minute to sort of give you behind the scenes about ring girl life and what goes into it. So that'll be able to be announced in a couple of months, hopefully.
All right. How do we connect with you? What's the agency? And
Finesse Ring Girls on Instagram.
All right. Perfect. Taylor, I'm going to put you back on, and we're going to wave goodbye to everybody.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
See ya. We'll let the action roll on, and we'll be back with you with another update here shortly.
sake.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 3 rounds and will be contested under full Muay Thai rules in the 60-kilogram division. And for to see you proud association with boxing.
The ultimate insta-flex, right? Yeah. Exactly what we needed. Yeah, no, that would be dangerous. The light will be good, yeah. Take a seat. Hello, gorgeous. Hello, darling.
Hello, darling. How is one?
That mic is on, so just try and be gentle with it.
Do I need to hold you? This mic's thick.
This.
Oh, we're on that now. Hey, this is my YouTube channel live that we're on.
Oh, okay. No, we haven't missed it
Do
out.
everyone, I don't give a fuck.
Oh, that's actually a nice picture. Thank you.
I have to say, you might have been better than me.
Sorry?
She might have been better than me.
I'll sack that right now.
Grunt. Andrews. Grant. Grant. You'll say Grant. Yeah, so I manage this YouTube channel, so I set the YouTube channel. Co-host the podcast with him. Grant Andrews, yeah.
Welcome back to the watch party. Chris alongside Grant Andrews. Hello.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, bro. Now listen, we're giving you an inside angle on the whole production operation behind Liam.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
So, some people, well, probably most subscribers don't know I'm the man behind the channel in terms of managing the channel for Liam. I've been friends with Liam since 2013. We got together in 2020 and we during the lockdown in the pandemic, we decided to create a YouTube channel, start putting sparring videos on, pad work videos on, and then we decided to jump and do a podcast together. And this is what we do. Each week we put the sparring videos up, podcast going on weekly at the minute, getting guests in every week. Just had a refurb in the studio, and now we're getting international guests in where we can dial them into the studio.
Yep.
It's working out really well. Sure, the subscribers are loving it as well. Again, in the comments, if there's any guests that you want on the show, shout it now. I'll note it down and I'll get it arranged.
Bookings available, right?
Bookings available, yes.
Right. So I'm curious, your studio?
No, it's not. So we rent the studio. It's in Leeds. It's round the corner from us. Very easy to get to. It's a beautiful studio. The studio is called Distorted. They do rent it out. They are a brilliant place. Very great customer service. Great editing, great sound engineer on site.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Now, your background was what before you met Liam?
So my background, I'm still in this background, construction. So I actually work in construction, yeah. So I'm a quantity surveyor.
Wow.
You might not know what they are in America.
I do know what it is.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, of course.
I apologise.
I do. I'm British.
What?
I am a dual citizen, shall
Right,
we say.
okay.
And I've lived here since 2008, so I have heard quantity surveying
Right.
before. Yeah.
So I'm a quantity surveyor, and to be honest, don't tell my boss this, but I hate it. I love media. I love doing the YouTube channel with Liam. You don't see my face on the podcast that often. Sometimes jump on and do a guest appearance, but the media, getting the people in, getting the guests in, setting it up, doing the recordings, getting it out, I love it.
Video editor?
Yes, I can video edit, yeah.
What do you work in?
What do I do, sorry?
What do you work in, Adobe or what?
Final Cut Pro.
Final Cut?
Final Cut Pro.
You're a Mac guy?
Mac guy.
Oh, I'm a Windows guy.
It's weird because this on work I'm always Windows, media always on the Mac.
I get it. Now, challenges in doing this kind of thing, because I know there's a lot of people in fight sports that have tried to do channels, many personalities and fighters. What are the challenges?
The biggest challenge is podcasting itself and getting it out there, because how many people have got a podcast in a minute? Millions.
Everybody.
Millions. Everybody's doing it. It's trying to... We saw a bit of a gap in the market with Muay Thai. Didn't really see much Muay Thai people doing it, so we do try to get as much predominantly make it Muay Thai, get their faces out there, get them known, get them to tell the story. We do Q&As, so get like the subscribers asking them questions. The biggest challenge is probably time. Liam's a very, very busy man. He's got Hitman Fight League. He's still fighting at the top level. He still trains like a maniac. I witness it because I go and film him most times. Trains like a maniac. He's an entrepreneur. He's got a lot of businesses going on, and he's a very busy man. And the biggest challenge is, as well with my work, I work 8 till 5 every day. It's trying to find times where we can both meet and both do it. It is difficult in fight camp. We've told our viewers this because Liam, you know what Liam's like. He is so focused on his fighting, and he won't let anything affect that. So it is very challenging sometimes, getting the time, getting in the studio, and just getting it out there.
And it's interesting, I'm going to cut to the action right now. What it takes to put on an event like this and have this be the first one.
Yeah.
Look and feel this good, match this well.
He should be very proud of himself, Liam. I work very closely with him. We're not just business partners, we're very good friends. And I know how much blood, sweat and tears he's put into this first. I know how passionate he is. I know how much he wants this to blow. He loves Muay Thai. He loves putting on the show, and I've seen the blood, sweat and tears he's put onto the show, and I'm very proud of him, very proud of Andy's side, because what they're putting on today is brilliant. I've been ringside doing a lot of filming. We are doing a vlog, plugging that now, so you better watch it. Just seeing everything, he should be very proud of himself. It's been an amazing show so far.
And we talked about some of the challenges in being able to produce content, and you mentioned time. How do you get more out of 24?
How do I what, sorry?
Get more out of 24.
Do you know what? I've started working, I always say this to people, work smart, not hard. And when this first launched, I was working too hard. I was doing my job and then staying up till 2 a.m. editing, trying to get everything out there. And do you know what? I wasn't working smartly. So we've outsourced things now. We've got an editor on site. Everything goes straight to the editor. He works on it straight away. I don't know if people know, but editing is the longest. Filming's easy.
I do know.
Are you right?
Well, yeah. I know how to work Premiere and Audition, and that's enough for me.
It takes, to be a good editor, you have to be sat there for a long time, trawling through all different footage, getting the best parts, getting it to fit. That was very time consuming, like I says, very late nights doing that. We did decide to bring in an editor. We've also got like a social media short form content creator who does 30-second clips of the podcast, posts them. He is brilliant. He's doing a very good job at the minute. Send him a podcast within 2 hours. You've got 3 clips just to post out there and get out there.
And you need that, right?
You need it. And again, I'm going to go back to your biggest challenge. If you've got a podcast, you need to be podcasting weekly, even twice a week sometimes,
Yeah.
and you need to be marketing that on every social media platform, Twitter, Instagram. Instagram's our main one. That's where we do the most. We post reels, very good. Liam posts to his TikTok. It's also making sure you've got a big social media platform, getting those videos out there. As soon as that's recorded on a Friday, then videos need to be posted Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
And it's consistency. And when you remain consistent, you will see the results.
And it's speed as well, right?
Speed. Yes.
Speed
Yeah.
and consistency, man.
Yes.
I know that because, as somebody who not only works in martial arts and live television broadcasts, also do work in post-production, right? I work in voiceover and stuff like that. And the ability and time to be able to get a script, working to an edit, right? The music is dialed. We're often the last in the production chain, right? We're the last thing to get slotted in.
Yeah.
And it's out. It's out that day. It's out the next day, right?
Yeah.
And your performance better be good because you better be a 2 or 3 take wonder or a 1 take wonder, because you're turning it around. And it's, you got to get comfortable with something that feels so awkwardly imperfect.
It was weird when I first when I first went down to the gym with Liam, and we've brought the camera and we started creating content for the YouTube channel. Liam was terrible. We had how many takes we had to take. Now, one shot wonder, just reels it off. No second takes, third takes. But as well, Liam likes the content out there fast, so it's again it's perfect. Now we've got an editor. As soon as we record, straight to the editor, content created. It's out.
So quickly, because a lot of people are obviously watching who are already watching, kicking it, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
What should people be looking out for that's coming up besides this vlog from
What
today?
on this channel? Like I said, we are now able to get international guests onto the podcast. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention it, but I'm going to mention it anyway. We're getting Yod Chatri on from One Championship. He's going to be dialing into the studio. We had Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson in last week. That got posted last week.
I saw that.
We're going to try and take it to the next level. Liam knows a lot of people from outside of Leeds, outside of England. We want to get them dialed in. Like I said, people, if there's any international guests that you want on, put them in the comments. I will go through them and we'll try and get them on. Like I said, Yod Chatri's coming on. Mitch, who's One Championship, I think is the announcer.
Mitch Tilson, I know him.
Yes.
I worked with him.
Oh, did you?
I did, yeah.
He's coming on. He's going to dial in, and we just really hope the viewers like that.
I love it, man. How are you guys doing it? VMix?
I don't know. I leave it to the engineers in the studio.
I would assume, yeah. It's great, man. No, it's a brave new world right now, and we live in this economy of attention, don't we, in so many ways, and you've just got to keep on pushing. And I think it's great to be able to hear from people who are behind an incredible martial artist and educator, right? Someone who can put out lessons and the stuff that you've seen as coaching videos. It takes a whole team to make that happen.
I have missed a big part. There is something I can't believe I forgot this. I am going to plug it now. We are going to start doing, we're going to do a live in the studio fight breakdowns. We do live fight streams where we stream One Championship and we will commentate. But what we're going to release now is Liam's going to talk over his fights, from the past. Yeah. So Sanchez 1, Sanchez 2, Sanchez 3. We're going to have Liam sat there talking about it. We're going to have the video playing and Liam's going to break down his fights live. And I think that's going to be really fun because a lot of he's still fighting now. It's 2023. Some of his most amazing fights were way before social media. Sanchez 2, for example. It's a brilliant fight. I want Liam's breaking it down. What he did, how he did it, why he did it, what happened, even his losses. We're going to go through them. Yeah. We're also then going to move on to other fighters, and Liam's going to break down their fighters, Muay Thai fighters, certain big fighters. How did Sanchez get so amazing? Liam's going to break down his fights, Jonathan Haggerty's fights. Really looking forward to that. I think the viewers are going to love it.
I love it. Listen, for anybody who is interested in getting on, kicking it, dialing in, or if there's a guest that they want to see, we want to know about it. Let's take a look. There are some chat boxes here. I like the Irish music, Flying Ape. It's surrounding music played in the round. Yes,
Fight League taking over. I like that comment.
Exactly. Talk about the fight, lads. Oh. Well, Carl, we will. But this, if you want to watch the pay-per-view, you can listen to the commentators over there. And that link is in the description.
It is, yes.
So
Hitman Fight League, social media, Instagram, at Hitman Fight League. There is a link there to the pay-per-view. Click that. Put your hands in your pocket, spend a bit of money, and enjoy the show.
All right. Looking forward to further updates later. We'll be back with you guys. We'll leave the action on, and we'll catch you soon.
Thank you, Batman. Appreciate that.
I'm checking how many live viewers we've got.
We've been getting like 100 now, 90 to 100 at any given time. It's not bad.
3,000 altogether. It's decent.
I mean, for something that wasn't advertised.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just off the cuff.
Give me another guess.
Yeah.
Give me another guess.
I think you're doing an amazing job. Really, yeah. You take a lot of passion. Everyone needs to.
That's what I do.
I didn't really know what to say, but you give me everything I need to say, and you have to do right.
That's what I do, though.
Very talented. Very talented.
Well, I can add a lot of value to guys even if they're still talented.
Yeah.
You know? As good as a color commentator as I am as this.
We'll be on that camera, and we'll also be putting this in the corner, and then that will say us. That's it. Welcome back ringside. Again, plenty of special guests here. We are taking over Liam Harrison's YouTube channel. We promised you all sorts of special surprises, and I think this one will be one to watch out for. I've got Scott Walker here. It's his first time at an event, his first time at a fight event.
That's it.
What do you make of it so far?
It's been great. Really good fun. Really impressed with the professionalism and the level of fighting here tonight.
Now, Scott has a very interesting background, and I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about it. Tell me about your profession.
Yeah, well, I'm for the last 10, 15 years, I'm a kidnap for ransom negotiator. Basically getting a ringside seat in the human psyche all over the world about understanding what makes people think, feel, and act the way they do, particularly in times of high stress and conflict, a bit like what we're seeing tonight, really.
Speaking of it, I'll put it up on the screen. Unbelievable action. I mean, it's you were right down on the floor. You had the floor seat.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild to see up close, right?
It is. Really get up close and personal.
So what do you make of these situations the moment the referee, because you can see them looking at each other, right? And you've seen this probably happen a few times tonight. The ref says, go.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
They've got to keep their focus. It's that emotional self-regulation. They've obviously got a game plan, but as Mike Tyson famously said, everyone's got a plan until that punch comes landing in their face, really.
And as someone who has dealt with, I'm assuming, potentially very stressful situations before, like, what's the key to keeping it under control?
It's just that breath work, really staying calm, even though the world is going to craziness around you. But yeah, staying focused, staying calm, breathing.
Is it like similar patterns every time, or is every one of those situations different? Because I'd imagine, like, to walk through the scenario, something bad happens and they give you the call, right? Is that how it goes?
That's it. It's get a phone call, 2 a.m, get to Heathrow, jump on a plane, go wherever. So it's all a bit like the fights, really. It's similar but different. They all follow a similar pattern.
Yep.
You've got a game plan. Yeah, you've got a box of tricks you can do, a toolkit. It's understanding the moves. And yeah, touch wood. 100% success rate. So
really?
Yeah.
100% success rate. So hostage negotiation, and you're literally 10 for 10, 100 for 100.
Yeah, about 300 cases, including other perils like piracy and hijacking and cyber extortion.
So walk me through some of like the different regions of the world you've been to. You mentioned piracy, so the Horn of Africa?
Yeah, well, West Africa, Middle East, Philippines, Latin America.
Wow, and so being private, anybody could call you from any government in the world?
Yeah, but it's normally done through actually through big insurance policies.
Really?
Yeah, all private, or huge companies, but they'll hire you privately.
So talk about a piracy scenario, right? Something goes down, the company says, look, we need the guy. You fly in within what? Within hours, right?
Well, yeah, you're normally 3-4 hours away from an airport, so it's probably 24 hours until you get on the ground, but you're giving advice over the phone until you get there.
You ever get stressed?
No.
Really?
In fact, I probably get more stressed with my kids with the toll than I do with the kidnappers are easy, huh?
Unbelievable, man. I mean, it's one of those things that strikes me as like such an extraordinary job. And I would never guess that, like, people at a fight show, hey, what do you do, man? Yeah, I do this, I do that. Oh, I'm a hostage negotiator. Book is coming out when?
Yeah, book's coming out May 23rd. Order Out of Chaos, available online, Amazon, and all good bookstores.
Like, what is going to be the focus of that then? Is it just your own experiences, or is it tips for life?
It's got some case studies, but it's about how to communicate, how to negotiate, how to thrive in adversity, and get that resilient mindset.
And any tips for people watching right now? Any kind of special, these are the things you might want to play around with? I know they got a book. I know there's probably a few hundred pages.
No, not at all. I mean, the tips are really in any form of communication, particularly the high stress. It's not about you. It's being able to get into the mindset of the other person, make them feel seen, heard, and understood, and know what their model of the world is. And once you know how the person ticks, then you can influence and persuade and get a successful negotiation.
And do you have self-talk? Because I find it, because I work in broadcast, right? I work in live television. That can be kind of stressful, right? camera says go, and you've got one take at getting that delivery. And I find that there is a degree of priming of the pump before I go out and do it, right? Like I wouldn't just like wake up out of bed and be like, oh, hey, how's it going, right? There are certain things that happen before. Are there certain things you do before you go and do a negotiation?
Yeah, it's a good shout. I've worked for Tony Robbins as well over the years, and so he's really big on those affirmations and incantations. And,
shout out to Tony.
But yeah, it's the self-talk is, it could be anything from, yeah, I've got this, it will always work out, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah.
And you do it? You practice it?
Yeah.
To a degree?
Yeah. The mindfulness piece is really important. Just as you see the fighters tonight, before they go on, they'll go into their little zone, their little, they get the focus, they calm themselves down. They've probably got some affirmations inside the mind as well.
Yeah. Is there anything because I'm sure people will have watched this and say, he's got to have some crazy stories. Is there like one or two interesting tales that you could reveal, or is that
there's
any memorable situations that would be relevant to the kind of stresses a fighter goes through or something like that? Did you ever go to like Central America or anything like that? I'm guessing that might have been or South
a lot
America.
of stuff was actually done remotely over the phone.
Oh, really?
A lot of it.
Okay.
But actually the real crisis, or the real stress can be the crisis within the crisis, which is your own team. Not the own negotiators, but the client I'm working with. There could be egos, there could be politics. Sometimes that can be more stressful than dealing with the bad guys.
Because I'd imagine that like they have options, right? We could go do this, or we could negotiate, right? Kick the door in or negotiate.
We're always going to negotiate. We're always going to pay the money, but not what they demand. We're going to reduce it down to what the client, the family's willing and able to pay, but do it in a safe way. Get the money to the jungle or the clearing or wherever it is and get the hostages back. So.
And for business, something totally different. Any tips on that, on negotiation?
Well, actually, one of the reasons I wrote the book...
I'm struggling right now, man. I got to deal with people next week.
Well, they say it doesn't matter if it's your kids, your spouse, your neighbours, your colleagues, which is the reason why I wrote the book was because the transferable skills around the whole mindset piece. You've got to get yourself in order first. You've got to really want to understand what's going on for the other person, and then you've got to find a solution to get there, really.
Is there an element of game plan of knowing your opponent, chess style or game theory?
Yeah, to a certain degree, but it's having the right intention. It's, you know what, I really want to try and find a solution here. I want you to walk away and do business with me again.
That's true.
Not just a one-time deal where you think, oh, do you know what, Scott's trying to rip me off, but I'll take this deal. I want you to come back time and time and time again. So I need to find a place where you're happy with, I'm happy with.
You're negotiating with me right now. You're making me feel better about the situation, man.
Absolutely. I'll have a beer afterwards, yeah.
All right. Listen, well, we got the watch party going nuts. Listen, if you do want to watch the pay-per-view, you know what to do. There's a link in the description. You can watch the fights in full there. We have put them up on the screen here for a little bit. Wild action, man. I mean, have you ever trained Muay Thai? Have you ever trained martial arts?
Well, as a kid, I did judo.
Yeah.
Judo and all that kind of stuff was mine, the grappling side of things. But yeah, I've been really impressed with the just the stamina and the speed of some of these guys and the girls in the ring, actually. Really impressive.
What brought you out tonight, in conclusion?
Just family here who were at the event and got invited to come along, and yeah. Cool. I love all this stuff. I love this competitive, professional level type quality fighting or any type of sports like this.
But it's the kind of activity you do professionally, just a different vein, right?
Yeah,
to
absolutely. The metaphor's there.
Yeah. I love it, man. This has been educational. They're flaming us here. They're saying, listen, we want to watch the fights. Well, listen, you got to get some business advice and some negotiation advice from a guy who is literally 100% successful. Scott, it's been a pleasure, man.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks for your time, okay? Ringside here, guys. Hope you're enjoying the watch party. We've had a number of great comments here. And I know you guys want to watch the pay-per-view, so if you want to watch it in full, make sure you guys jump on the description. We're just trying to get all kinds of guests and post-fight interviews potentially coming. And lots of interesting storylines here at Hitman Fight League. Thank you so much for your support. We'll be back very, very shortly with another guest. For now, a few highlights. Welcome back ringside here. We're on Liam Harrison's YouTube page today. A special guest, Amber
Hi.
Kitchen. How's it going?
Yeah, good. Enjoying the show.
And so are we. You guys are watching the watch party, of course. Plenty of action here. Now,
Yeah.
I'm curious. You've been watching from upstairs. How's the atmosphere?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's busy upstairs as well as downstairs. So, yeah, it's hyped.
Not your first rodeo here at the Indigo 2. You've been once or twice, I'd imagine, before.
I've been cornering here before. Yeah, I've never fought myself in the O2, but I've cornered a lot of fighters here.
So as many of our viewers will know, Amber is a one championship fighter. Tell me about that experience.
Yeah, so I've been signed with one for about 4 years now. Yeah, it's a great organisation to be on, obviously. It's massive, like alongside Liam. I've got a fight in 8 weeks on one, so that's really exciting.
Tell them about when you were dancing with my dad in Singapore.
Oh, no. He dragged me under the table.
Oh, my. Is that a story worth repeating?
We all like to celebrate after a fight, especially Liam's dad.
Amen to that. Where's
Yeah.
the fight in 8 weeks?
Thailand, Lumpini Stadium.
Unbelievable. First time there?
Yes. No, I've been there to watch, but first time ever fighting in Thailand.
First time fighting in Thailand?
Yeah, I'm so excited. That's like the pinnacle of a Thai boxer's career, fighting in Thailand. Like, you have to do it. So
Exactly.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Now I remember, actually, this is going to probably show my age. I think it must have been about 8 or 9 years ago. Your mom did a seminar at the Fighting Tigers gym in Hastings. Were you there? Were you part of that?
I might have been. Do you know what? They took me and my sister so many places, and it's just one big blur.
Right?
yeah.
And that gym doesn't
Which
even
is cool.
exist anymore. It's
Does it
like,
not?
no, not
Right,
even, no,
okay.
rebranded. But what is that like, having somebody who has obviously paved the way for you to grow
Yeah.
up into this sport and achieve, world championship status?
Yeah, I mean, I was just born into it, so to know nothing different, this is like my path. So, I mean, it's been a great platform having, a family of fighters around me, and I could just like grow up and watch the sacrifices she's done, and now I've got to do it. So I get no sympathy off my mum, because she's like, well, I've done it, so tough, get on with it. So yeah, it's good though, it's good.
Does she encourage you, or is it more criticism? Where does the measure fall?
Because I'm her daughter, I would think, oh, you're being a bit tough there. But no, it's good. It's all positive with her. She's just very, get on with it.
Now, are you based at Bad Company right now?
Yeah, so I moved up to Bad Company in February. So I've been visiting for about 2 years when I have fight camps. And I've made the move like permanently now, so I'm in Leeds.
When did you start camp for this fight?
Well, I've been taken over since February when I moved. But I've known about this fight for about 3 weeks now, so 11-week camp, which is
Nice.
a good time to have a camp. I mean, I was taken over. My last fight only had 6 weeks camp, so like it's almost double, and I feel fit already, and I'm focused. I'm all in on this one.
How do you feel about the rule set? Because that's been a big discussion. We've had Andy Housen on and Liam and some of the others, people who have also competed and won.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that rule set and the gloves and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, you get more knockouts in the little gloves. I can understand it's more exciting. To be honest, I can't remember what it's like fighting in 8-ounce gloves now. It's been so long. It's been like 5 years. So I'm looking forward to fighting again in the ring, because I've been in the cage the last couple of times. And in Lumpini, for rule set, you can do more clinch. So that suits me better as well. I'm looking forward to that. But I'd say it's more of a K1 style now rather than Thai. So it's fast-paced, come forward, which I prefer as well. And, but we'll see.
I can see the smile. I'm curious, why do you like it more? Because you are somebody who has obviously grown up fighting from a young age and has gone to some of these different rule sets, gone all the way up to one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you were a WBC national champ. Why do you like that then? Why is it? Because some people are purists, right? And
Yeah.
I see both sides of the fence. There's really no right or wrong here, but
Yeah.
why is that your jam?
So like I fought K1, I fought Thai. I would say more in my old gym, Touch Gloves in Cornwall. That was more fast-paced drills, K1. Now I've come up, I'm picking my shots more Thai style with Richard, and because I've done a full camp now with Richard, my last one, he didn't know what I was like in a fight and fight camp. So this one, we both understand each other. We're mixing what I've learnt from Touch Gloves in with my new training. So, it's going to be a fast-paced Thai boxing, push forward. I feel like this is a whole new era for me. I'm going to come out, all guns blazing.
I love it.
Yeah,
I can feel the excitement,
I'm excited,
right?
yeah. And especially at the show, I'm like, oh, I just want to fight now. Yeah.
But it's a long build-up, right? Because sometimes you don't get the luxury of that longer lead-in time.
Yes,
You know who you're
yeah.
fighting, you know when you're fighting, and you know you've got time to get there, right? Which I think that management is good. Some
Definitely.
comments coming in. James McManus, amongst several others, they're saying good luck at 1, Amber.
Oh, thank you.
Right?
Yeah,
Any
yeah.
questions for Amber, be sure to fire them in. Of course,
Yeah,
this is the watch party. We're taking any and all questions. I'm curious. We've got some big fights on the card tonight. Has there been, how long have you been here?
Since the start.
You're kidding
yeah,
me.
Yeah, since
Since
start.
the afternoon?
I've enjoyed every fight. Yeah.
Any pick'ems here that you've really
For last fight, I've just watched. That was incredible.
nuts, right? Ben and Natty?
Ben and Natty. Yeah, that. If you haven't watched that, you need to go back and watch it now because there's just the blood everywhere. It's like literally tit for tat the whole time. It was amazing.
We were right here. I mean, seeing them, work each other in
Yeah.
the corner and stuff. It was just like,
wiping the blood off.
right?
Yeah.
You had the windshield wipers on, right?
Yeah. I loved watching, obviously, the Bad Code guys as well. Finn and Naomi, they both
Yes.
smashed their fights. Really good wins for both of them. So
Yeah, like a real
really
performance from Finn.
pleased.
Because
Yeah.
Liam was like, I want to get on the watch party. I was like, cool, when? Not when Finn is fighting. I said, okay, I get it, right?
I seen him sneak into the corner, so
Yeah.
couldn't resist.
And looking ahead, I'm gonna zoom in on this here.
Yeah.
Do you have any opinions on the? We've got a 5-rounder here. It's for a title. Dan McGowan, Darren Roland. It's an international. A lot of talk about that. McGowan
Yeah.
is coming back from, I believe, some time off. He had an injury.
Yeah.
He did win last year at, I think, CFS. It was a good return. But Roland, 10 fights on the trot. The guy's a weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a loss to Sam A. You saw that probably, right?
Yeah.
The guy's a beast. I think this is an amazing fight.
All of these matchups have been like top class. I feel, I've watched Dan's journey. He kind of started fighting from when I was little. I've been watching his journey, so I'm hoping Dan will clip this one.
That's the one you're rooting for?
Dan, yeah, I hope Dan does. Yeah.
How does he do it? If
Well,
you
I
had
don't
to,
know.
if you had to
He's
pick
mixed up
away,
his training now, so I haven't seen what he's been doing.
oh boy,
we've just watched it.
we just watched it.
No.
We'll pump it up here. Talk me through it. What just happened?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see it.
Took a knee
But
though,
Dan,
no?
yeah, Dan got dropped.
Let's take a look at it here.
The other opponent was strong. I mean, like you said, he hasn't lost in a long time.
Wow. Serious performance there
Oh, I'm gutted for him.
by Darren Roland. Let's take a look at another angle here. T backs him up to the ropes. It was an elbow, wasn't it? Yep.
Wee. Oh, he's giving some back though. Good fight. Yeah, that knee done him in.
It's crazy to see the dexterity of these guys in the clinch, the way they kind of move with it and bend and load up power, reduce the
Yeah.
impact of their opponent.
But this show, especially like in the main event, the knees and elbows that are getting thrown they're nuts. Like everyone's going for it. Everyone's swinging their elbows in. I love it.
Question for you from Chroma. Who's your favorite fighter, Amber?
I have to say Liam Harrison. No, he is actually one of my favourite fighters to watch. He's exciting. Win or lose, he always puts a performance on, and he's just amazing to watch, especially in the gym. Like, one of the reasons I've moved up to Leeds is to be inspired by other people, and he's up there. He's one of the top ones. Like, training alongside people like this, you can only get better.
What's it like in the training room when he's in there?
Loud. You can hear him on the pads from downstairs.
Really?
No, it's amazing. I think everyone kind of just like stops and looks and like, very normal. Like, yeah, he is still really. I know he's got his injuries, but he's still like cracking the pads with full power. That sort of determination when you're injured as well. It's just, the mindset in that gym. Everyone is,
Has the
good.
kicking game caught on at all? Because, my first exposure was seeing those kicks 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And seeing him stop guys in one say, remember the fight, right? With those kicks, just pop, 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 pop.
Yeah, the leg kick.
That hasn't gone. That has never gone. He's never left him, right?
Yeah.
Has that trickled onto your game at all? Has he been giving you any tips with it?
Yeah, Richard takes Liam on the pads a lot, and I can definitely see where Liam, uses his leg kicks now. He puts on those big pads. I don't know if you've seen the photo, and he's just every time you see an opening, you've just got to throw a leg kick. So you know, they're becoming slowly something I'm throwing more. I never really throw low kicks, but I'm sure I'll be throwing them all fight next time, I'm sure.
It's kind of one of those things, isn't it? Like, once it's there, you just got to go,
Yeah.
and then double or triple up. Because I've seen them just take guys out so cleanly
Yeah.
with that stuff.
Yeah, once you take someone's legs, they're not going to want to step forward, they're not going to want to kick or commit, so it is a smart way of fighting.
Taking a look up the card, wow, that was it was quickly decided. Just
Yeah.
we were giving predictions, it was over. Any thoughts on Rob Zabitis and Luke Whelan? You must know Luke Whelan.
Yeah, Luke Whelan. Yeah, I watched his fight with Andy not long ago. Good fighter, strong as well. Just look at what weight it is, 70 kilo, yeah. It'll be a good fight. I've not watched his opponent fight yet.
We mentioned actually Zabitis was in action against Brunsello, who we saw earlier, and he was dropped in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
But then actually rode it out and went all the way to points.
Yeah.
Interesting
Shows
though,
heart,
seeing
yeah.
some common opponents and so on. But yeah, Whelan is a big favorite.
Yeah.
Betting lines were just up there. What do you make of the betting? Have you seen that going on?
Yeah, I've seen it going on. I haven't placed any bets myself.
No?
But no.
All
But
right.
yeah, it's bringing a whole new, thing to the UK, and it's exciting for, especially for the crowd. They get pumped more, and it's more of an atmosphere.
Have you seen the betting in Thailand happen? No?
No.
Really?
No.
It's pretty wild. Justin Greskowitz and Yves Brunsello. Do you know either?
Yeah, I've heard of them both. Yeah.
Greskowitz has actually been in glory. A lot of
Yeah.
experience. Lot of experience. I think nearly 70 fights. Mixed record, but
Yeah.
Yves Brunsello is
Yeah.
he's like 23 and from Essex at the South End Combat Academy. A lot of people think that the youth may have the edge on the
I
experience.
think it will, yeah, and it's a really amazing gym as well. They're lovely guys from that gym, and especially the talent coming out, like that's where that is from as well. So, yeah.
You train there ever?
Fine.
Have
No.
you ever been?
No, I haven't been, but I've met all the guys there. Lovely gym, lovely people. So.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Listen, well, a lot of people are going to be watching this. A lot of people will have watched you compete.
Yeah.
We've hijacked Harrison's YouTube page. Oh boy, we didn't see the fights. Well, I'm going to give you a quick little shout out. This is a watch party. If you want to watch the fights so you can get on the pay-per-view, click the link. This is extra content, right? We have Amber Kitchen.
Yeah, hi.
But a lot of people will have seen you compete, right? And it's a chance to be able to talk back to them. How
Yeah,
would you
great.
sum up the journey so far and what lies ahead? What's your current assessment of your career then? You've mentioned new beginnings. You've mentioned bright future
Yeah.
here. Talk about it briefly.
I feel like, it's happened to everyone, but COVID was like 3 years out from fighting. I'm only 24, so, my youth is like, I wanted to fight. So I'm just slowly getting back to that. I'm trying to have a few more fights a year, and one championship's amazing to be on. So just keep push for a win. And yeah, like I said, I've moved my whole life up to Leeds. So this is just a whole new beginning for me, whole new training camp. I've added in so much to my training. So I'm doing strength and conditioning now, separate boxing, Thai. I'm out running every day. Like I've got condition nutrition I'm working with. Pete,
Nice.
I'm doing a full camp with him. So last time I only had him for like 3 weeks. So yeah, everything just seems to be perfect. Yeah.
What's the secret that, look, because you had a lot of experience from a young age, right? That's
Yeah.
the thing. Like, some people, they don't have the kind of experience that you do at your age, right?
Yeah.
What have been those big takeaways across that whole level of experience to find success?
Yeah, just to keep pushing. I mean, everyone has times when you feel like you don't really want to go to the gym, or I might just have a week off, but it never is a week off. You have another day off and another day. So it is literally stay consistent, and even if you really don't want to get up and do a session, that will be the best session you've done, because you've dragged yourself up mentally and you've got
Right.
it done. So yeah, stay consistent.
I keep telling myself that when I got to go for a run and it's raining.
Running is worse.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's the most important thing, right? The hardest
Yeah,
decision
yeah.
you will make on that day that you do not want to do it will be
Yeah.
the best decision that you make. And then you
Definitely.
come back in and you feel better, right?
It's about your mindset, yeah. And if in the fight you're going to feel nervous, you're going to feel like you're not 100%. You're still going to do it. So it is a case of just get up and do it, get on with it.
Will your mom be in your corner?
No, she was at my fight with Diandra Martin, and I said, you're going to have to go in the audience. But I could still hear her. She shouts very loud.
Oh, man. Absolutely brilliant. Listen, Amber, it's been a real pleasure. Final shout out to the fans. Plug yourself. Where can we follow you? Where can we follow the news on your fight career?
Yeah. Follow me on Instagram, just Amber Kitchen, or my Facebook page, Amber Kitchen TG. Also, I'm going to be popping up on Bad Company's socials, so give them a follow.
And come and train, right?
Come and train. Yeah, I'm very on every class in the evening, so come and train with me.
All right. Amber, thanks for your time, okay?
Cool, thank you. Thanks.
Cheers.
Bye. What's your Instagram? I can.
Guys, yeah, just. Welcome back to the watch party. We are taking over Liam Harrison's YouTube channel, and guess who has just walked up to the ring? It is Grace Spicer.
What's happening? You alright?
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Years.
Yeah, well, yeah, a few years.
A few years. I had a haircut.
Yeah, I've noticed. Yeah, you look blinding.
So, Grace, you were supposed to be on this fight card. Let's jump straight into it. What happened?
Yeah, so it was meant to be a girls' tournament. Just gutted that I can't fight. Basically, I've done the shoulder, done the rotator cuff training. I was trying to work around it, but I just couldn't clinch. It's a lot better now because I've rested it for 3 weeks. So I hopefully train in about another week, 2 weeks, and then I'll be good to go again. But just gutted. It's like bittersweet when you're here.
Yeah.
You get to watch the fights, but I wish I was in there.
What's been your favorite so far?
It's got to be that Natty Dodds fight, innit?
Wild, right?
It was ridiculous, wasn't it? Mental. I was wanting another 2 rounds, to be fair. I can see why I gave it a draw, because everyone's going to want to watch that again.
It was almost like one I remember with Hussein, actually. It was a very bloody fight. Was it MMA or was it? I can't remember.
Yeah, he's had a few. But yeah,
he's had a few.
Yeah, I mean,
really
I've been
fights.
in there a few bloody fights as well. Got the scars on that. But it's always good for the fans because then they get more out of it, do you know what I mean? But especially that Australian, he just kept going forward for all them shots. It didn't even look rocked.
Thoughts on this whole thing so far? First show, new promotion, Harrison, Howson, Jays.
Yeah, it's buzzing in here. So,
it is.
Yeah, really good. I think, they've obviously looked after the fighters really well. I think that's, why I was gutted not to be on it as well. But yeah, it's buzzing.
What do you reckon? Because you've been part of a lot of different promotions. I mean, it was funny. We were just reminiscing. I think I remember after Bama. It was after a Bama show. We had a bunch of pizza. You, me, and Hussein.
Yeah.
But
I fought on Bama as well, actually.
I'm curious. What makes a great fight show from your perspective as a fighter?
You just got to have a mixture of good fights, really. Some good personalities on there as well. But yeah, that Bama show was off. That was a good show, that show, wasn't it? But it's just, I think the promotion as well, it's just got to, the fighters have got to live up to it. It's all about matching. I think if the matching isn't right, you can have great fighters, but if they're not going to make a great fight, then it gets boring, and you want to keep the tempo up. So yeah, it's all about just matching, really, I think.
Let's talk about it. You recognize any of these protagonists?
So I know Luke quite well. We used to train together loads, been at a gym at the same time as him. I think he's just too strong for this guy. He's got a good heart, this guy. He's taken a lot of shots.
Yeah.
Looks like he might be cut as well. No, he's cut. And he's taken everything Luke's throwing, to be fair. Luke looks a lot stronger. I think if Luke did a little bit more on the legs, he doesn't seem to be kicking the leg that much, but his boxing's working. But I think he was just too strong for him.
Yeah.
But
you see that.
Easy win for me, for Luke, really. But the other guy looks quite happy with himself, so we'll see.
Yeah, it was
both
one of those,
hands are up in the air.
Exactly. The reaction after tells it all.
We'll see. I don't know. He's got his hand in the air.
I think the answer is Whelan.
So as well, to be fair. I mean, it's K1, so I don't really fight K1, but yeah, that's the right decision, I think.
I agree.
If I'm honest.
So
yeah.
Rob Zabitis comes second place tonight. Whelan had talked about, and this was for a championship belt. This was an inaugural championship belt here in the Hitman Fight League. He talked about becoming the face of this promotion. He wanted to be able to go out there and really make a name. 60, I think. How many fights has he had? 69 fights.
Lot, yeah.
70th fight here tonight.
Yeah, he's had a lot of fights.
Heck of a career.
Yeah, he's had loads of fights. He's fought in a lot of countries as well. Obviously, he's got his own fight team now as well, so there's people rammed here to see him. It's always good. BNA is entertaining to watch, Luke.
What's your thoughts on training with him and Jamie?
Him and Jamie, they're lovely boys. I used to love training with them. Jamie's a right laugh as well. He's down there now, actually, just having a laugh with him.
Was that in the Double K days?
Yeah, that was the Double K days when we was back with Kieran. We had a good team then. But yeah, so obviously we all moved on. Like obviously when he left, we sort of all just split up into different gyms really.
Was that
I went
tough?
to Bad Company. Yeah, it was weird really, because you went from seeing people every day and then hardly seeing them. But yeah, it is weird, isn't it? People move on. I'm still friends with all of them, so it's nice to see them at shows like this. But yeah, it's good to see him still doing well.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Sometimes the key is longevity in the game, right?
Yeah,
You're still
100%.
here.
Yeah,
it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
I feel kind of old saying that, and I mean no disrespect, right? But
Yeah.
we've seen this scene bubble, and evolve over the years, right? Like, I mean, COVID seems like a different time period,
Yeah, COVID
right?
thing was weird. I mean, I feel like COVID robbed years off loads of people as well, like
Right.
different fights and stuff. But it's good to see it all back to normal now.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it does feel like I've been doing it for years now.
You still love it?
Yeah, I still love it. And the thing is with girls' fights, when I first started, I felt like with girls' fights, there wasn't really that many main events. We was always put on the start of the card. And I feel like it was the fight where some people went to go get a beer, like girls are fighting, like we'll go get a beer. But now, like with the UFC, obviously main eventing girls, I've been main event myself quite a few times. I've flown to Australia, been the main event. And I feel like people, you know, if they're two good girls, they want to watch them just as much as the boys now. So that gives you an extra boost as well. So, because when I first started fighting, it weren't really like that. Even when I was living in Thailand, like girls weren't allowed to touch the ring. Some gyms, they weren't allowed to even go in the ring or anything. And now they're fighting at Lumpini. So it's just like so mad how that's all changed.
I think it's a really good point because we had Amber Kitchen on earlier. We've had a few other guests tonight. We've had a number of great female fights. Was it the fact that we just saw great fights, period, gender irrelevant, that changed the calculus? Because people, you know, like you said, there has been a difference in accepting this as that is the main event, that is the main attraction, that is the one that you want to stay and actually watch and not go to the bar.
Yeah, I think girls obviously started to level up a little bit more, and people just started to see them as just fights rather than girls fight. Do you know what I mean? But definitely now, I think you can go to a fight show and the girls' fights, if not they're better or they're the same as the boys. Do you know what I mean? So I think that gave me a bit of a boost, because if it had stayed the same it was when I first started, maybe I wouldn't have carried on fighting for as long. But yeah, I'm just glad I'm not fighting tonight now. Especially like, when you're watching it all, it's just a bit like, it's good to be here and stuff, but sometimes you're watching girls and you're like, oh mate, I wish I was in there.
Yeah. There's nothing like it, right?
Nah, there's nothing like it. And if you don't get it, you won't get it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, my family, they still think I'm mental, they don't get it. Like, they just think, like, my dad goes, how much are you getting paid for this thing? And I'm like, oh, and he goes, oh, I'll give you a double to not do it. I'm like, Dad, you're missing the point, mate. But yeah, like, if you don't get why someone does it, then you never will, do you know what I mean? You could... And like, I got photos with claret all over my face, and I'm loving life.
Oh my word, Grace Spicer dropping knowledge bombs here on the watch party. We got Liam Harrison's YouTube channel. I'll tell you what, Grace, that's as real as it gets. That's the confession of all confessions, right? We do it for the love of the sport, period.
Literally, you know what? The training camps, that they can be like hard and you don't want to go some days, but oh, here we go.
Because it's a trend and it kicks off.
Give me those glasses.
Oh, hold on a second. We got knowledge here from Charlie Peters. What's Charlie got to say? What do you want to hear from Grace?
Yeah, we get everyone to ask what hashtag Grace is all about.
What is your hashtag, Grace Spicer?
So, hashtag, basically, when they didn't know information in the gym, I used to tell them what they needed to know, because obviously I had all the answers to all the questions that they needed to know, wasn't it, Char?
Yeah, it was the answers you gave, which were common, because you know the Titanic sunk.
Yes.
When it sunk in the movie.
Oh, there's been a few mishaps.
It was based on a true story. No, it weren't, because it happened in the movie. How can it happen before the movie? If it happened in the movie.
No, I got my words mixed up that day. No, there's been a few funny ones.
Your hair color is not blonde.
It's not. It's not, exactly. So, there we go.
It's proof right there.
There's been a few mix-ups.
There's chats coming in. Grace got a new fan. She is too cool.
I am pretty cool.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Who's that from?
Kieran B. I have no idea. People be hiding their last names.
Cheers, Kieran B. Nice one. No, there's been a few mix-ups. Like, I say a few stupid things sometimes, and I'll just get a bit of stick for it after. I was at a questionnaire. You know, like before you do a fight, you've got to do a questionnaire. And so basically what happened was, right, the medic had the form, and he was Scottish, right, so I couldn't understand him properly. And he was going, like, you know, your name, address and all that, and he said next to kin. But I thought he asked me who the next king was. So I said Prince William was my next to kin. So things got a bit mixed up. Sorry, are you going to buy me a beer or what?
Simon, 1/3 of the promoter team here is saying too much chat. You know what, Spicer? I think you're a natural. I think you're a natural.
I'm a natural, and I think this fits me quite well. I mean, I don't know about the light. I feel like that could be toned down a bit, but apart from that, I'm
Kieran B says you're welcome. So you said thank you, you're welcome. I mean, listen, we're converting the internet one click at a time.
Cheers, mate.
Right?
Yeah, nice one. Go on, Spicer. Cheers, Hannah.
Quick one for you before we wrap this up.
Yep.
you've been with Hussein for a long, long, long time.
Yep.
Former
yep.
fighter, training partner,
Yep.
right? Part of the same team.
Yep.
What's that like?
He's wicked. Like, do you know, if I didn't have a boy that was so behind me with what I did, it wouldn't work. Do you know what I mean? We've been together for 8 years, getting married in a few months.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I couldn't love him anymore, to be fair. And he's always got my back. And it's a big thing in this game to like have someone. I've always been a bit envious, like of some people that have like their dads train them, or like they're in a gym and they've got their family around them. Because obviously my family don't get it, so it's nice to have someone that you know's got your back no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the secret, you think, in any relationship? I mean, because not everybody has a fighter for a better half as a fighter, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's nice, you know, like we have a bit of a disagreement, we can just go down the gym and have a bit of spar and sort it out. I like to think I'll get the better of him, but don't ask him. But yeah, no, I think it's a big part of it. I feel like if your other half, whether it's a girl or a boy, didn't get it, then it would be a big like barrier for me.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
These two are going at it.
They are.
I don't know what he's done to his hair though.
Listen, I can't even claim any of that department anymore.
Oh, what, the hair? The
yeah.
hair situation?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a moustache as well. That's the hell.
That would be
What's his
Justin
name?
Greskowitz, and he is from America, against Yves Brunsello,
Oh, fair play.
23-year-old
Oh,
Brunsello.
he's hit him in the bits.
Ooh, that was a low one. Offsides,
That was a bit of a low one. Oh, here we go. No, good shot that. He's complaining about his bits, but that was a good body shot that.
Greskowitz is a veteran kickboxer.
Yeah,
I
I've
think something
seen
like
him
70
fight before.
fights
I
in
don't know
glory.
he's American, but yeah,
he
I've
is.
seen him fight a few times. He's got good style about him.
Brunsello from, I believe, the South End Combat Academy.
Yeah.
Real technical,
Yeah,
powerful,
he's the
fast
same.
kid.
It's obviously the same as Natty Dodds. Really, really good camp. So, do you want my autograph? I was saying. Why don't you keep looking at me?
Oh, Spicer.
Oh,
You'll be working
God.
for Sky Sports in no time.
Yeah, no problem.
Are you from London originally?
Yeah, South London. Why have I given it away?
I love it.
Is my posh accent? It's
No,
giving it away.
It is the quintessential London accent for me as an American. You know, I think
Yeah.
of like, what is London? Snatch or something like that, right? You know?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh,
I
you
love
don't
it.
think you think I sound like that?
I think it's great.
Yeah, people say I've got a strong accent, but I don't really think I have, to be honest. Oh, good body shot that. You heard that? I heard that through these bloody earphones. Christ.
Grace Spicer watches fights. I love it.
Go on. Oh, you know, he keeps letting him out that corner, but you should keep him there, really.
I think he's patient though, because Greskowitz
Yeah.
is such a vet. You know, he's one of those guys that you could hurt him, but
Yeah.
sometimes a wounded lion is a dangerous
100%.
one, right?
Look at the state of his body, though. It's pure red. Obviously, you know he's got to count this round anyway, so he can take it nice and easy at this point, really. Oh, good shots again.
10-8.
Easy, yeah, easy. Yeah, nice.
So this is the main event. Thanks again. Guys, a bit of fight commentary would be nice. Yes, Mark Berry, we will talk a little bit about the fights.
That's fair play, Mark.
But if you do want to watch the fights and you do want proper commentary, there is a link in the description. And you can go over to the pay-per-view and hear Vinny and the crew. But you're watching the free watch party, and we're giving away this stuff for free. We're giving them free fights, Grace.
I know, you can't please some people, can you?
I know. You can't please some people, can you?
Oh, yeah, I'm from London, eh?
Is
What do you
that
reckon? Is that
is
not
that
too
your
bad, eh? Is that
thing
my
of me?
accent from your end?
Oh,
eh?
mate, if that's how I sound, I better put this down. Shit. Whereabouts in America are you from?
I'm from Michigan.
Michigan. Oh, I'm jealous. I want to move to America.
Where would you go?
Tennessee.
Why?
Been there twice. Love it there. I love Nashville.
Yeah.
But obviously that is like the place where everyone obviously goes. But we went to like the outskirts a little bit, and I just like it. I just like it in there. Went to Dollywood. It was nice.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So refreshing, right? Like everybody I meet over here is like Disney World or LA.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's
exactly.
more, isn't there?
Yeah, San Diego was beautiful as well. I could see myself living there, to be fair.
Let's see what happens here. Round 2.
It's getting a bit sloppy now.
Grace should throw you a knee for that impression there. Yes, Kieran, I agree. She probably should. She most definitely should. I should be leg kicked into
I only
infinity.
throw knees around if I'm getting paid, don't worry. Oh, shot. He's still going forward a lot. He needs to keep him in one of these corners. Good shots. Hey, good body shots.
Should we commentate the fight?
I think maybe we probably should.
We'll do it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
All
let's-
right.
let's-
So I'm gonna take the lead, and you can give me the color, if you will.
Oi, good shot. Yeah, go on.
All right. Forward
Hey.
pressure here from Brunsello.
Well, there we go. That was commentary over there. If that's going on,
10-8. Chris Bachelor gives him the count.
just take some deep breaths here. Take the count. So he knows he's got to go at it now. Blue corner.
That'll be 2 10-8 rounds in favor
Yeah.
of Yves Brunsello. This is, of course, the main event here at Hitman Fight League from the Indigo 2 in London. Thanks so much for watching the stream.
Hey.
And another
The problem with the
count.
guy in the blue, even when he was throwing, he's going backwards with his throwings. There's no power in any of his shots.
Greskowitz goes down. Chris Bachelor goes down as well.
Yeah, I can't see this going much longer, if I'm honest. He doesn't look like he wants it much anymore. You see, even when he's throwing punches, kicks, everything's on the back foot. So none of that's going to hurt whatsoever. But he does look a bit winded, to be fair to him.
Big punches here from Yves Brunsello.
good
Greskowitz on the back foot, put into the corner.
Good heart to still be in there, to be fair, with the shots he took. Oi, good right hand. Oi, that's it, game over.
And down he goes. That'll do it.
That will do it.
Chris Bachelor signals this one is history in the main event here
I
at
think
Hitman
he was
Fight
just
League.
another level, to be fair.
He was.
His punches, his boxing was great. He was going for that body. In the end, it was the right hand, but I think he was already hurt to the body quite a lot.
Well, Justin Greskowitz, that's a long way to come for a short night. Has
Yeah.
eaten multiple body shots. You could see.
He doubled it up there, lovely. I think he saw him wince and he doubled it up. Oi. As he's
Spicer,
falling, nice.
It was technical, it was powerful, and it was all Yves Brunsello.
It was nice to watch.
And mostly boxing. We're getting comments here on the stream that actually primarily handiwork,
Yeah,
no?
I'm fine with the K1. It is a lot more boxing. Obviously, with K1, it's scored, every shot scores. So in Thai boxing, not so much. If you start boxing and the other person's body kicking, the body kicker's obviously winning. But with K1, everything scores. So you do tend to see, obviously, a lot more boxing. But yeah, to be fair, there's been a lot of boxing tonight. Yeah, you're right. It's whatever works, really. If you see the boxing working, then chuck it in there, mate.
Amen to that. We'll join right back here. Guys, thank you so much. I'm with Grace Spicer. Grace, June 10, potentially, maybe.
Yes, hopefully before that, really.
Where? Any thoughts?
Well, I've promised him I won't get married I won't fight a few weeks before the wedding, so I have to keep to that. So, yeah, I don't know. I want to, May hopefully, if I can get on something. But
Looking
yeah, if
forward to
not,
it.
yeah, June.
Where do we follow you?
What's that?
Where do we follow you for news?
Oh, follow me Instagram, Grace Spicer 92, if you want to keep up with some of my rubbish. Perfect, yeah, just go on there, really. But yeah.
So that'll be GRACESPICER 92.
That's the one. 92. At that's
At
it.
Hotmail.
No, at Hotmail. Don't send me emails, for God's sake. I don't even check my emails, so that'd be pointless.
Oh, there we go.
God.
Thanks for your time, Grace, all right?
Thanks, no worries. I'm
We'll
going
see
to
you
go
next
5
time.
guys.
All right.
Cheers.
wrap this up real quick with Vinny, and then we'll chat.
We're upstairs. Come upstairs with me. We're just upstairs.
It's always got to be cross. Whoa, I need cheers. You got a half hour. Yeah, I'll message you back. I'll follow you back. Absolutely. Thanks for your time, all right, man? Take care. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know what?
Yeah, yes.
What was that? We'll call it. It's fine.
Oh, okay, no
Unless you want to do it. Do you want to do
No,
it?
whatever you want me to do. Whatever I want to do. You do whatever you want.
Come on, man. Lovely to meet you. See you later.
Just a few words on the show. Right, Hitman Fight League's wrapped up. Vinny, give us your words.
Lost for them really, and that's a bit difficult saying just coming from me. Tonight, as you can hear, my voice is hoarse. It's actually sound like a proper man. And the fight was incredible. Ben Camp and Natty Dodds was just